Audiobook, Mix Audiobook Collection 09A0923. When I got reincarnated as a spider with my goddess by Noel_Alicia. Chapter 2, The End of Coincidence. 2. Every Sunday, without fail, Saki would walk through that plain hospital door, her eyes bright with excitement, carrying on her back a treasure trove of fantastical discoveries. Saki would then tell me about her grand plans, and her dreams of traveling the world in search of the extraordinary. Her beaming face as she spoke of the impossible places, hidden wonders, and legends. As usual, before leaving she would leave a book for me to finish on my own, and I was also slowly getting accustomed to reading the new words as well. It became much easier after she taught me how to use a dictionary too. However, it seemed very likely that she was only interested in me and shared all this knowledge with me only because I volunteered to be a part of her team. I still didn't know for sure whether I would ever walk under the sun without any worry and keep that promise to her. But I still couldn't figure out why she wanted to do all of this. While she would rarely share anything about her school or any other friends, I could tell she was way more intelligent than me or anyone I had met before. I never wanted to think for how long this would continue, but unknowingly I had stopped counting the days. Instead, every day I had something to look forward to now. And then there was Dr. Curry, who looked after me all the time. A few months had passed without me even noticing. Spring had gone by and summer had started already. The trees wore a vibrant and lush green cloak, and it was also the first time Saki did not come to visit me this Sunday. Seeing Dr. Curry alone was like someone gave me a jolt of unexpected emptiness and concern. Glancing anxiously at the door, I waited and kept watch, wondering if she might be still coming late. But before the melancholy could settle on me, Dr. Curry giggled and I wondered if something was up. "Can't wait to talk to a cute girl, eh? I suppose she hasn't told you." "Well, maybe she wanted to keep it a surprise," Dr. Curry said while examining my latest clinical reports. "What surprise? I wonder whether it's a good or a bad one." "Well, she will be having her summer break starting next week. So, she has been busy finishing all her school homework right on the first day. The rest you should be able to figure out yourself." School was the primary reason Saki did not come to visit me on any of the weekdays, but could only do so on Sunday. A summer break in school would mean some kind of holiday. I think I had heard Saki say that one can only become a true adventurer when they are able to unleash their intrepid soul into the wild. So, maybe these kinds of holidays served the same purpose, to allow the students to go on their own thrilling journeys. So, what kind of master plan does Saki have to conquer all her adventures in a single day? Could she be right now climbing a steep forest to get to a phoenix's nest? Or passing the great mist sky forest in a giant hot balloon she told me about just last week? I could only imagine all the exciting crazy things she could be doing right now, and I couldn't wait for her to come and tell me all about it. So, why don't you just talk to me instead? Today I have a very few number of patients to examine, so I will be spending the rest of my time here," Dr. Curry offered. "I see." I did have so many questions for Dr. Curry, knowing that she was the only doctor who had stayed so long without giving up on me. "I can tell you about anything you would want to know," Dr. Curry said to me, as if it was customary for her to read my mind. But this could also be my first and only last chance that she would be ever willing to answer any of my questions. I don't know where my family is now, and I did not want to think about them anymore. It would only get me depressed and get in my way of healing. On the other hand, meeting Dr. Curry was like I had found a second family for myself. But I would never expect anything of them more, as it would be wrong of me. And still, there was always a part of me that wanted to know, why would you all do this much for me? I was still able to stay in this hospital and was even shifted to a better room and given more facilities. So, someone was paying for my treatment all this time, and I never again felt lonely because of Saki always coming to visit me. "You are still worrying about such little things." Dr. Curry looked at me with puffed cheeks. "I told you it's my dream to be able to help everyone as a doctor, and my husband shares this dream too. I've already informed you about your medication. In fact, the entire cost of your treatment is being compensated by his company, since you are helping us to complete our dream project." Apparently, Saki's father had started his own research pharmaceutical company. He and Dr. Curry were working on making some kind of super drug which was still in the trial period. I was one of the first few people who were receiving this medicine. Consequently, I had to sign a contract as well and was informed about this well in advance. And I had no reason to deny it. Ever since Dr. Kuori took over my treatment, all my medications were adjusted according to her prescriptions. Coincidentally, it was during this period that my health began to show daily improvements, indicating that the medications were indeed effective. But still, I don't know how I would ever repay them. What if I didn't get better or the results they hoped for never showed and I turned out to be a disappointment? You should only focus on healing and feeling better each day. Let the grown-ups and your doctor, that is me, take care of your treatment. Didn't you once say to me that you wanted to go to school too? And the nurse recently gave me your physical reports that you are doing well at your exercise and are able to move around without feeling suffocated. Dr. Kuori had the same pleasant but whimsical aura as she rubbed my head continuously. Now go back to rest. I am sure you are going to have a busy schedule from tomorrow. I could barely comprehend Dr. Kuori's intentions, but for the first time, the day without being a Sunday, Saki showed up and was sitting right in front of me. What, you don't like me coming here anymore? Saki said, interrupting my intense gaze. I still could not understand why would she be here of all places if she had holidays and could go anywhere she wanted. No, that's not it. Well, you should be happy I can come here every day now, Saki said, like it was normal for her to do so. So, does that mean you have completed all your planned quests so soon? I asked. Saki gazed at me with an air of pride, as if reveling in her achievement. But wouldn't in your summer break you want to go and do other things like visiting your friends or going to all kinds of places? I asked. It's not like they didn't invite me or didn't feel like keeping me in the loop in any of their groups. You know, I have already told you what's it like at school. Saki started giving me all kinds of explanations. Dr. Kuori does. Saki has no friends to call. I thought it was best to ask Dr. Kuori about this. I don't know Kenta, but Saki was the one who said she wanted to spend all her time here. Dr. Kuori, holding her chin, said to me, listen, Ken, I may not talk about them but I have a lot of friends at school, got it? Saki at the same time responded with a scared look in her eyes, stepping close to me to the point she came and sat on my bed. I will stay with you as long as you are here, so don't worry. For once, I wanted to do something for Saki as well. So, if she decides to come here every day as long as her vacations last, I should do my best to keep her happy. Never say that again, even as a joke, to anyone else. Saki's expression further grimed. She returned to her chair, avoiding eye contact with me, and gazed downward at her sneakers while forming a bashful pout. I looked at Dr. Kuori, wondering if I was wrong in saying that. Looks like you've still got a long way to go, Kenta, before you can tell when a girl's just playing the shy card. Saki, why don't you go ahead and give Kenta what you brought for him? Dr. Kuro always had something to tease me with, and then she would also help me out. Take Sh. Saki handed out a box to me, but right now, more than that, I was focused on what Saki said. Did she actually stutter just now and not even realize? Not knowing what the box was for, I opened it and found some shaped brown cubes in them. From the smell I was sure it was chocolates, even though I had too few to even remember their taste properly. Saki made them for you, Dr. Kuori informed me. But should I eat them? Don't worry, as your doctor, I believe you should be able to enjoy any food from now on. And what better way to celebrate than indulging in some delicious chocolates? Dr. Kuori assured me with her smile. I looked at Saki as I picked up a piece, her cheeks rosy with a mixture of excitement and shyness. Her fingers fiddled nervously around themselves as I took a bite. How is it? In her soft, hesitant tone of her voice, she quickly asked. Without responding to her question, I swiftly grabbed a second and was already nibbling on a third. Now I know why every kid is crazy for it out there. It's so good. While I ate, I could already see both Saki and Dr. Kuori looking at me with something in mind. Here. As I said, Saki and Dr. Kuori picked their own share. If you like them this much, then I will bring you every day something new for you to eat, Saki offered. Really? For a second I was concerned you were only going to bring chocolates because I once had nurse warn me that eating too many chocolates could get me fat. I thought I should warn Saki of the consequences of eating too many of them. I am not worried about that. Mom eats too many chocolates and she never gets fat, so I am not going to get fat either. Saki seemed unaffected. How did this move on to me? And Saki, Mom does not overeat. Dr. Kuri too hated the prospect of getting fat, but she just couldn't let go of her precious chocolates, especially made by her own daughter. It's because one day I will just grow old enough to look like Mom, Saki said, admiring her own mother. Don't grow up too fast, sweetheart. Dr. Kuri embraced Saki and gently brushed Saki's cheeks with her own. For a moment, I glanced at both Dr. Kuri and Saki. It was entirely possible that Saki would grow up to be as beautiful as Dr. Kuri, or perhaps even more so with her inherent cuteness. The thought of Saki in a mature form occupied my mind, making it difficult for me to focus on anything else. The conversation continued, with Dr. Kuri and Saki exchanging exaggerated compliments and playful predictions about Saki's future beauty projections. However, I found it increasingly challenging to concentrate on the words being exchanged. Just hearing her call my name or catching her gaze suddenly caused my heart to race. But as the conversation went on, I couldn't ignore the strange sensation in my chest. It was as if my heart had developed a mind of its own. Finally, I blurted out, "Why is my heart pounding so heavily?" Dr. Kuri and Saki both looked at me, their eyes wide with surprise, and then burst into laughter. Dr. Kuri playfully poked my side and teased, "Well, I guess I will just have to add heartthrob to your list of symptoms as well." Each day passed swiftly from that point onward. Saki would come to visit me every day along with her mother, with the only exception of a few days if she was otherwise visiting her younger cousin sister she sometimes told me about. But she would never forget sending a homemade lunch for me. Following Dr. Kuri's suggestion, who predicted that I might be out of the hospital by the end of this year after some final diagnosis and surgeries, I would be able to go to school as normal. Saki was teaching me every day everything related to coursework so that I could easily catch up, and from what I had expected, she turned out to be an amazing teacher. Our daily routine included sharing meals together, and the dishes Saki prepared were heavenly compared to the hospital cafeteria. Occasionally, Dr. Kuri would also join us for lunch if her schedule permitted. However, in the evenings, Saki would return home as I eagerly awaited her to return the next day. I knew I was on my way to recovery, and I wanted to get out as fast as I could. As the summer vacation drew to a close, and we approached its last week, a noticeable change came over Saki. It was as if a shadow of sadness crept over her, growing with each passing day. Although she didn't openly express it or bring it up in any of her conversations, it was evident that something was amiss. Her demeanor seemed distant, and she appeared lost in her thoughts, which was a far cry from her typically cheerful and resilient self. "Saki, can you tell me more about this book?" I asked. Maybe talking about a book she liked would lighten up her mood. "Really, now is not the time. There's so much for you to learn if you want to come to school." Unlike her normal response, Saki looked agitated. "Saki, is something bothering you lately? Did I do something wrong? Could it be that you don't like coming here anymore?" I know I had started panicking, but also because I could not see her sad any longer. "Stop, Ken. It's nothing like that. In fact, I don't want to stay home all day. That's why I wanted to come here. Because the summer vacations are getting over, I can't help but feel down." Saki explained herself, regaining her usual tone. "If school starts, then Saki won't be able to come here." I really did not know that it meant so much for her, but we can still meet on Sundays. I assured her that I would be going nowhere. "That's right." Saki deliberately made a smile and started reading her textbook, but I already knew the difference between the Saki who would be engrossed reading a book and the one looking all worried and pretending to just skim over it. "Then could it be you do not want to go back to school?" I guessed. "Hey, of course, it's not that. You are thinking too much." Saki tried to derail me from my thoughts. There it was. I finally thought I had found the problem. "I get it. You still think I am not trustworthy enough." With the time I spent with Dr. Kuri and Saki, I too had learned to play my cards well by now. "That's not what I think." "Because you are my only." "Then tell me, and I will make sure I can help you. And even if I am unable to help you, it will be our secret." I looked at Saki with an optimistic smile. Till now we had shared so many secrets, so sharing another would bring us no harm, and I remain always true to my words. "You know how it's like after summer vacations in school." Saki fiddled with her fingers anxiously. "I won't know unless you tell me." I gave a plain definite reply, realizing my empty state and inexperience in the matter. "Sorry." Saki, realizing her mistake, she continued speaking, Last year when students were back from their vacations, everyone was so happy talking about how their parents took them to various places, while all I did was stay alone at home. Dr. Kurori was a doctor and Suki's dad was the founder of a pharmaceutical company. Both had such important jobs that it made it impossible for them to abandon their posts. If my memory serves right, not even once had I seen Dr. Kurori on a leave ever since she came here. But you don't have to worry. This time I got to spend my time with you. No matter how many times I tell them that I want to spend time with them and go on a trip, they would always postpone it to some other day. This was the first time I saw Suki sad, and I as well was at a loss for words. Suki had never gone on vacation with her parents, not even once. I too had my travel plans with my parents before they disappeared. So, I know how she really felt. Suki never even mentions playing with her friends either. Let me talk to Dr. Kurori. If I tell her and explain her well, she will understand. I thought of an immediate solution and was about to get out of my bed. No, you won't do anything like that. Suki quickly caught my arm as I tried to move. I stopped to hear her. Remember, you promised. Suki's eyes were pressed and her hold was tight as well. But, then, both my mum and dad have incredibly important jobs, and I wouldn't want to trouble them by being a bother. Just having the chance to spend even a little time with them at home, even if it means throwing a tantrum to get them to play with me, is more than enough for me. After all, I am the one they love the most in this world. After Suki expressed her feelings, I didn't know what I should do until I had an idea. There's a park here right close to the hospital. If you want, I can take you there right now and we can play together. It's still evening and no one would suspect if kids go there. I have heard it is even normal for kids admitted to the hospital to go there occasionally. And we will be back even before someone notices. Now it wouldn't be strange if anyone saw a kid in a patient's gown playing and would assume that the caretaker could be close by. Really? Suki's eyes beamed for a moment. But I don't know the way. Just leave it to me. I knew exactly where the park was, even when I had not seen it myself. My parents always talked about it and how they wanted to take me there as soon as my condition had improved. But we need to do this while being awfully quiet. Let's put the hospital escape plan in motion. Amu. Suki cheered with me. It felt like the beginning of our own little adventure. First, I needed to remove the pipes and injection attached to my wrist veins, but I was too afraid to do it by myself. So, we decided that Suki would be the one to do it. I nodded with little trust and closed my eyes. It's done, Suki said. That didn't hurt, I exclaimed with unbelieving eyes. Suki was truly Dr. Kurori's daughter, and I had always believed she could do anything she set her mind to. Now, let's go. Suki and I moved the chair to get to the doorknob and unlocked it. All we need to do is take advantage of our little heights and not come under anyone's radar. I knew the usual front gate wouldn't work because of the guards, but because Suki would come with her mother, she too knew well where the exit from the back door directly leading to the parking area was, and it wouldn't be strange to see Suki pass through it. Once we got to the door and entered the parking lot, we were like free birds now, and I still felt normal and not fatigued, so everything was going well. Suki stood there listless, not knowing what to do next. And I knew even if she wanted to, she would never speak up for it. You can hold hands if you are afraid of getting lost. It's just for this once. Even before speaking, Suki had already caught on to my hand. She was the kind of girl who would always like to do things on her own and not rely on anyone else. I will get you there safely. It's not like we were going too far. It was just a walk of 1 minute crossing from one block to another, and we were now standing right in front of the park gate. Also, the edge of the back of the park was always visible from the hospital window. Ken, you are awesome, Suki said to me. This could have been one of the only few moments of my life where Suki could have praised me, and I wanted to cherish it for a bit longer. But Suki, like a loose cannon, was already on a running spree, and went inside the park. Wait for me. Whether it was playing in the sandbox or enjoying the swings and slides, we tried our hands at everything. Fortunately, the park was nearly empty, with hardly anyone around to notice anything amiss or object to two kids playing freely in the park. But still, we had reached our limits pretty soon, and only after half an hour, the rush we felt till now finally subsided. Lying on the fluffy green spread of grass, which I always wanted to do, Suki followed suit. Ken, isn't this fun? Yes, like having a very little adventure of our own, I joyously replied. I wish we could do this more, Suki said. We will once I am able to go to school with you," I replied. "Oh. All right." Saki initially seemed surprised, but then she bashfully nodded in agreement. Observing Saki's surprised expression and her averted gaze, was she mad again? It was clear to me that my earlier straightforward assumption about attending the same school as her might have been too blunt. "We should get back now. Mom could be coming any time to check on us." Saki was worried about otherwise getting caught and causing trouble for Dr. Curry. "How about doing something adventurous before we leave once?" I just did not feel like leaving so soon. I was not sure whether I would get another chance to play in the park with Saki like this again anytime soon. "What would you want to do?" Saki asked me. "I don't know." "Aren't you the one who comes up with all kinds of ideas at a time like this?" I was confused and still undecided. "This time, since it was you who brought me to this place, I will allow you to choose what we will do next." Saki acted like a princess giving me a reward. "Okay." I started looking around until I chanced upon a huge tree with a big trunk. I felt like if I was at the top of this huge tree I could look at the whole world all at once. "How about we try to climb that tree? It feels daring enough." "Not bad, Ken." Saki approved of my quest. Once we were close to the tree, the task started to seem a lot tougher than I imagined. I looked at Saki, who was standing beside me. "You can start climbing first and help me later. I can't get my clothes dirty. Otherwise, Mom will find out," Saki suggested, and made it clear that this was non-negotiable. "So, it's fine for her if I get my clothes dirty." There was no use arguing Saki, so I started my ascent. While this was my first time climbing a tree, but I had already seen some videos and pictures of people doing it. The two of us started climbing, and after getting just a meter high, we encountered the problem. Despite how old the tree looked, the grooves and holes on it were too far away to reach as we got higher. "Can pull me up?" Saki asked. Her height was slightly less than mine, making it difficult for her to reach the next handhold. I left one hand gripping my support and extended the other to her. Saki clung to it tightly, and just as I managed to get her to the next handhold, something unexpected happened. "What's the matter, Ken? Why are you shaking?" Saki inquired from below. A squirrel emerged from a higher groove where my other hand had been supporting me. It tickled my finger, and despite my efforts to resist, my grip loosened. As a result, I began to fall, and Saki followed immediately after, still holding on to me. Thud, thump, like two apples falling from the same tree and landing on top of each other. "Saki, are you alright?" I quickly asked her as she got off me. My life was in danger if Dr. Curry found out that Saki got hurt because of me. "Saki." I looked at her while she held her head and was back to fixing her hair like nothing happened to her. My eyes then drifted toward her hands and legs, which bore numerous scratches and were flushed with redness. However, instead of worsening, a faint golden glow enveloped her skin, causing the cuts to gradually fade away and heal on their own. "Saki, what's happening to you?" I asked, my eyes still not believing what they saw happen just now. "Oh, this," Saki replied with a cheerful smile. "Every time I get hurt, everything gets fixed on its own." I was taken aback as she pointed out, "Ken, why are you still hurt? Look, your knee is bleeding." Her expression shifted to one of concern. It was true I was hurt more badly than Saki, but just now what Saki told me, it left me numb. "Oh no. We need some water." "And I left all the bandages I carry in my bag," Saki exclaimed, her agitation becoming evident. Then she turned her attention back to me, her face filled with worry. "Ken, why aren't your wounds disappearing like mine?" She didn't know. "Saki, does this normally happen to you?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued by the unusual situation. "But why would you ask me that now at a time like this? Just answer me." I pressed. "Let me see." Saki began to explain. "Mum and Dad have always been so careful with me that I hardly ever get hurt. But when I had started to learn to cook, I would sometimes get my fingers cut or my hands burnt. Before I could tell my mom about it, the pain just disappears. But isn't this just normal for everyone?" Saki had never realized this about herself, and because no one had ever noticed or mentioned it to her, she believed it was a normal occurrence for wounds to heal on their own. I, too, had been unaware of Saki being capable of doing such a thing. I couldn't help but wonder whether Dr. Kuriri was aware of this phenomenon happening to Saki. If no one knew about it, I needed to be cautious not to disclose it to anyone. Not even Saki should know, otherwise, She might get scared. Saki could also find herself in trouble if word of it gets out. Ken, what are you thinking about? You are hurt. Saki's voice finally reached my thoughts, and I detected a hint of tremor in her tone. I noticed tiny droplets that had gathered on her eyelids, though it was inconceivable that Saki could be crying. Then, she swiftly placed her palm near my bleeding knee. What? I began to ask. But before I could comprehend her intentions, the same golden light sparkled and bathed the wound. In the same fashion as before, all the wounds I had sustained just now got miraculously healed. You are kidding me? How did you do that, Saki? I don't know, this was my first time. I just didn't want to see you hurt, so I thought I could do it. And now you are okay, Saki said happily. Thank you. I was still taken aback, but I needed to act normally for now. Next time just be more careful and don't let me or yourself ever get hurt again, Saki ordered me with a serious expression on her face. I won't. I still did not know what to do. It was all so surprising, and one thing I knew well was wounds just do not go away so easily. But I also needed to make sure Saki did not realize what she did was completely abnormal. Ken, let's go back. Saki stood up and she dusted her clothes. That's right, I just needed to protect another one of her secrets. A Tale of Steel and Gunpowder by Pixie Tokaizaki 14. Chapter 74, To the Shopping District. When Amiria came back, she brought along with her some breakfast, which consisted of bread, eggs, and sausages. Nira also returned from her room and ate breakfast with everyone, even striking up a few conversations with their friends. As they were eating, the rain outside slowly lost its strength before coming to a halt. The dark, gloomy weather was replaced by beautiful sunlight and a clear sky, apart from a few scattered clouds. After they finished breakfast, they all went to their rooms. Matthew and Amiria opted to stay inside to rest after the night before. Stepping into the street below were Nira and Ellie. Of course, adventurers never leave unarmed. Ellie kept a hidden dagger to herself while she held her sword sheathed in her hands, while Nira had her revolver holstered on her hip. She trusted Matthew, knowing that he could defend her weapons if someone ever tried to steal them. The scenery was oddly comforting. Numerous puddles had formed from the rain shower earlier, which reflected the blue skies above them. Buildings were covered in water, some even dripping from the roofs and onto the ground. When they took a left on a corner, Nira opted to start up a conversation. So what kind of store are we looking for? Nira asked as they walked side by side with each other. Well, first we're going to visit that forge you keep visiting so I can do some maintenance on this thing, especially after last night. She gestures to her sword. After that, I think we should hit the clothes store for some underwear. Mine is getting tight around the chest, Ellie said. Now that you mentioned it, my bra is getting rather tight around my chest as well, Nira said, hooking the top of her shirt with her hand before she pulled it to relieve some pressure on her bosom. Ellie looked at her chest with envy plastered in her eyes. Why yeah, let's just go finish this and probably get some lunch if we take some time, Ellie said while blushing. She also looked away whilst talking. Nira just shrugged her shoulders. Eventually the two reached the shopping district, specifically the plaza where they stayed the day they arrived in the city. I can't see the building you talked about. Ellie searched along the buildings on the circumference of the plaza in front of her. Because it's behind us, Nira corrected while she pointed at the building behind her with a thumb. Oh, Ellie said, embarrassed. Nira just gave off a little giggle before she and Ellie walked up to the building called the Dragon's Breath Forge. When they entered, Ellie just heard the ring of a bell. She noticed that there was a skinny guy in the reception area reading his book, and he paid little attention to the two girls in front of him. Nira cleared her throat before calling out to the guy. Derek. The man was startled and almost fell from his seat. When he peeked up from the countertop, he sighed in relief as he was only greeted by Nira's appearance. Hey Nira, sorry I didn't notice you. What can I do for you? He sheepishly said. My twin sister here wants to do some general maintenance on her sword. Is there a station available? The regular one, she said. Station S6 seems to be clear. Just make her register here on this logbook. He then ducked down below the countertop and retrieved a rather thick logbook. He panted like a person resting after running for a while afterwards. Phew, this thing is heavy, he said, wiping the sweat off of his eyebrows. Why, you can set your time in here, he said, pointing to a clear spot on the page. It costs 7s silver per hour, he added, Ellie stepped in front of Nira as she listed her name and the time she went inside. After that, she brought out her pouch of money and paid for 14 silver coins, which she handed over to Derek, who took them and placed them inside a drawer under the countertop. While Ellie was writing on the logbook, Nira noticed that there wasn't any noise coming from the room behind the reception area. "Where's your dad?" Nira asked. "He's out buying some more ingots to use in the VIP forge." He found some flimsy metal pieces in the trash bin in one of the rooms and figured it'd be a good way to save on money. So he melted them down to ingots, he explained. Nira thought the metal shavings she had made from making her shotgun would be noticed, but apparently the smith didn't pay any more heed to them and used the shavings as a way to save up on money used on buying ingots. "Okay, done," Ellie said as she stood back up straight and slid the logbook back at Derek. The flimsy man barely stopped it. Station 6 is the one at the corner. On the back side, he said as he pointed to the location before leaning back on his chair and continuing to read his book. The twins nodded in his direction before they arrived at the station. Unlike the VIP stations that were downstairs, the regular stations were visible to everyone working on other stations as well as the people outside. In front of them was a line of different smithing applications. The first one was the furnace, which was leaning against the wall adjacent to them. The next one is a grindstone that should help Ellie sharpen her blade when needed. And next to that is a basket full of only 3 kinds of metals in their ingot forms: copper, iron, and steel. In front of them is a small, singular anvil. The different tools needed are hung on the wall, and a crafting bench is set up on the southern wall. "This isn't like Dad's setup," Ellie said as she grabbed the leather apron that was hanging on the wall and wore it. "But it'll do," she continued as she picked up a forging hammer. Evolution start as a raft, 274 to 279, by Link. 274. Transfer 40% soul control. "Captain, don't push yourself too hard. We can help you hold them off," Shob said anxiously. Trajan also said, "Rain, although I am old, killing me won't be an easy task either. We'll help you bite time." The 3 great powerhouses glanced at each other. This kid was indeed different from ordinary people. Rain took a deep breath. "All of you, step back. This is an order. Protect yourselves." "But believe in me," Rain said solemnly. Although everyone hesitated, military orders were like mountains. They could joke around at ordinary times, but at this moment, the captain was definitely not joking. Trajan and the others had no choice but to step back. "If the situation turns bad, provide support immediately," Trajan whispered. "All right." Sea Sovereign looked at Rain and shook his head. "Kid, I admire your courage, but courage is worthless in the face of strength. Since you chose death, we can only help you achieve it." Demon Princess took the lead in activating her skill, Transformation, 9-tailed demon fox. Demon Princess's beautiful appearance gradually transformed. Her face and body grew white fur, and 9 snow-white tails emerged from behind her. It was actually a 9-tailed demon fox transformation. The strongest of the Freedom Fleet had transformed into one of the top ancient ferocious beasts, the 9-tailed demon fox. Just the transformation type alone was daunting. This was not an ordinary biological mutation. The 9-tailed demon fox was already a top-level demon beast. From the degree of her transformation, her mutation level had almost reached 100%. Buddha Sovereign took a deep breath. "It's been many years since I've taken action. Today's battle will be a fight for life and death. Kid, prepare to die." "I am called Buddha Sovereign, but don't think I am a kind-hearted Buddha who doesn't kill." "Soul contract, Azura." Suddenly, the originally decent-looking Buddha Sovereign transformed in an instant, growing several meters taller, his face becoming ferocious, and sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. Shob and Charge King gasped in shock. Suddenly, the once handsome Buddha Sovereign vanished, instantly transforming into a towering figure, several meters tall with a fierce face and 3 heads and 6 arms. Shob and Charge King gasped in astonishment. People said the Buddha Sovereign was terrifying, the strongest in the Navy, and considering the Navy was filled with exceptional talent, they initially wondered what kind of person could be the Navy's strongest. Now witnessing the Buddha Sovereign's transformation, everyone was completely astounded. Unbelievably, he had turned into a divine Azura, a concept beyond comprehension. The Buddha was a Buddha, yet a killing Buddha. The Sea Sovereign finally looked at Rain. "Young man, You are a worthy opponent, so I won't hold back. I can't remember the last time I truly fought, but today I'll show the world once again what it means to be the strongest among mankind. Soul Contract. The Eternal Human Emperor. In an instant, the sea stirred. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky dimmed. A bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, and at that very moment, Magnus completed his transformation. He was a giant, 10 meters tall, wielding a colossal sword with narrow eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. All land under heaven belongs to the Emperor, and all those on earth are his subjects. My God! Now I understand why someone as strong as Boone can only serve as deputy leader. These three are just too powerful, Tick exclaimed, bewildered. Trojan muttered. It seems that even with the Navy's support, I could never become the strongest. These three have reached the peak of mutant strength. No, if they're this powerful, then the leader. Avril anxiously looked at Rain. The transformations of these people were far from ordinary compared to Rain's past transformations. The scaly dragon transformation or the fire transformation. They were on a completely different level, akin to divine beings. Only the guardian of the Naga new god could contend with these three, but Rain could only use one sword. How could the leader face three opponents alone? And even if he managed to win by some miracle, how formidable would the Dragon King god, whom these three could not defeat, be? The mere thought was too daunting to contemplate. Just as Avril was at a loss, Rain calmly said, Avril, take everyone onto the ship. If I can't return, take care of everyone. Everyone's hearts sank. Leader. Rain turned back and smiled gently at Avril. You were my first crew member and the one I trust most. I believe you can do it, right? For some reason, Avril's vision blurred. Rain had never said such words before. Remember, none of my crew can be lost. Avril felt as though her throat was choked up. Rain. I can't promise you. I won't take care of them. We are your crew. You should be the one taking care of us. Avril spoke tremulously. You promised to take us to further places. Rain shook his head helplessly. Even though Avril didn't promise him, he knew that she would do it. Don't cry. I'm not dead yet. I still need your help. See, can you win? Everyone looked at their leader, all waiting for Rain's response. Finally, Rain's lips lifted slightly. Yes. Rain took a deep breath. The strength of these three opponents had surpassed his expectations. And what was more terrifying was the inscrutable power of the Dragon King god. Given that, he had to risk everything. Go back to the ship. Don't hinder my performance. That's an order, Rain said in a cold voice. Leader, I told you to go. Are my words as your leader of no use? When the fight starts, I won't have time to protect you. Trojan was taken aback for a moment, but as a capable captain, he knew what he should do now. Such a level of battle was beyond their ability to participate in. Even the opposing crew had retreated to another aircraft carrier. They all understood, with the three great leaders simultaneously taking action, there was no place for them in the fight. If they couldn't help, then at least they couldn't be a burden. Everyone leave now. Avril, from a distance, you can support the leader safely, Trojan whispered to Avril. Everyone understood this principle. At this moment, they had to leave. They quickly climbed onto Blackie's back, boarded the Avril, and kept an eye on the battlefield. Avril hurriedly composed herself, her eyes fixed on Rain. This time she couldn't afford the slightest slack. She had to push herself strengthening to its limit. On the ship, only Rain and the three powerful figures were left, and the Dragon King god already had his sights set on Rain. Rain took a deep breath. Very well, you are all strong, worthy of the title of the three greatest. However, no one can stop my progress. Not even the strongest of mankind or the mightiest in the Dragon class. C. Soul Contract. Transfer 40% soul control. Devil God, show yourself. With a loud roar, Rain transformed. 13,275. The 300 million sword strike. Rain's body surged to 4 meters. His muscles bulging. A second head almost sprouted from his neck, but he forcefully suppressed it. Compared to the physical changes, the most frightening transformation was Rain's appearance. His body sprouted sharp, hard, black hairs. His mouth split open, appearing particularly eerie, revealing his fangs. His tongue licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't prevent it from dripping down. In Rain's eyes, there was nothing but madness and bloodlust. He looked at the human emperor, Azura, the nine-tailed demon fox, and even the Dragon King god, as if they were prey. This was one of the four ancient gods, second only to the Creator in strength. It was the devil god, who even the god of life and the god of nature couldn't kill. What kind of mutation is this? It's another ancestral deity. I've never seen such a terrifying life form. Even Azura seemed less ferocious in the presence of the devil god on the distant Avril. The crew was even more shocked. When did the leader have this kind of mutation? Is that really the leader? It feels so scary. Could it be the result of swallowing that weird sea god fruit last time? Wait, what's a soul contract? I've heard of blood contracts, spirit contracts, but never a soul contract. What did the leader mean when he said 40% soul transfer? Rain had never mentioned this to them, so they didn't know what a 40% soul transfer meant. Taking away the system's active defense of 5% meant that Rain had a 35% chance of his soul being completely taken over by the devil god. Of course, such a high-intensity soul contract brought Rain an extremely terrifying combat power. The difference between a 40% transfer and a 20% soul transfer lay in the fact that with a 20% soul transfer, every 1% could only increase the attributes by 10 times and gain an extra 10,000 defense power. However, with a 40% soul transfer, each 1% could increase the attributes by 20 times and gain an additional 20,000 defense power. Now, without activating the Tiger Fang, and without Avril activating Cell Enhancement, Rain's combat power had reached 992,000, while also gaining an extra 800,000 defense power. At this moment, even the Dragon King god couldn't help but take another look at this opponent. What a dangerous aura. But it's a pity, kid, don't be arrogant in front of me. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Rain didn't speak, but his mouth kept emitting a UR sound as if his consciousness was in chaos. But when he looked at his enemies, his eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Ha ha ha, the long-lost feeling. It's exhilarating. You all are going to die. Rain's voice was hoarse and low. All of you come at me together. The Dragon King god narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy actually showed no fear. Relying on his perception, the Dragon King god knew that he couldn't take this opponent lightly. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? It takes the full strength of a lion to catch a rabbit. You three, join me, and let's kill him together to avoid any future troubles. At the command of the Dragon King god, an immense metallic body burst out of the water, opening its huge mouth and pouncing towards Rain. Crack the earth. Sea Sovereign, transformed into a human emperor, bellowed as he slashed down with his massive sword. Azura Path, the three-headed, six-armed Buddha Sovereign unleashed all six palms at once. Nine-tailed demon dance. Demon Princess, nine snow white fox tails behind her stabbed towards Rain like swords. The three great powerhouses attacked simultaneously. The four strongest in the Dragon Class Sea area joined forces and attacked Rain. Avril hurriedly activated Cell Enhancement, but suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Quickly tell Rain, I can't affect those five. Shob didn't have time to savor the shock in his heart, shouting at Rain, Captain, Avril's skill doesn't work on you guys. Rain's vocal cords rubbed together, producing a horrifying growl. Tiger's Fang. Guardian, Naga new god, dragon slaying slash. With this sword, the heaven and the sea changed their colors. This sword shook the heavens and earth, and made the ghosts and gods weep. A kilometer-long green light cut through the sky and ocean, and the dark clouds in the sky were instantly cut in half by this strike. The apocalypse ship, like a piece of cheese, was split in two. The surface of the sea, 10 kilometers wide, was remarkably split open by the sword energy, like two waterfalls that were 2 kilometers high, reaching all the way to the sea floor, where it created a deep pit several hundred meters deep. Rain's base attribute was 990,000 at this time. After activating Tiger's Fang, it was close to 3 million. Then he activated the Dragon Slaying Slash. The power of this sword reached a terrifying 300 million. Within the green light, the first to bear the brunt was the Dragon King god, which was 2,500 meters long. Its body was split in half, and its proud defense and attack power was like a joke under this sword. Impossible. Impossible. The Dragon King god's eyes were full of horror, but a moment later, its body fell into the abyss at the bottom of the split sea. The three great powerhouses couldn't resist at all. crumbling upon contact. Upon seeing this sword, Boone, who was far away, collapsed in shock. Even though he wasn't the target of this sword, he was so frightened by the power of this sword that his soul nearly flew away when he imagined himself on the battlefield. My God! Is there such a terrifying sword in this world? The other deputy leader, Zark, who was good at air vibration, had a pale face. It was rare to see such a level of battle. As a master of his level, he would try to immerse himself in the battle. But with this involvement, the pressure from there made people breathless. This sword has already exceeded the range of humans. It is enough to sweep the Dragon Class C area. In the Sky Class C area, a gigantic tornado with a diameter of over 100 meters rose from the sea, reaching the sky. The surrounding sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder and lightning interweaving among the clouds. At this time, on a technologically advanced silver battleship, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze shifting from the tornado to behind him. Far away, all the clouds in the sky were split in half. He squinted slightly and asked his subordinates, "Which sea area is that, Captain?" "It should be the heartland of the Dragon Class C area. Is someone fighting the Dragon King God?" The man was slightly surprised. "I'm not sure, but after the appearance of the Dragon King God, no one has been able to pass through the Dragon Class C area." The man's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. "It seems that the Sky Class C area is about to have new friends." In the Sky Class C area, there was a fiery volcanic island. A circle of people stood around the huge volcanic crater. They dared not peek into the crater because their captain was taking a bath inside. Before long, the stunningly beautiful woman casually draped a light gauze over herself, jumped out of the lava, and landed next to the crowd. She looked towards the horizon and asked curiously, "What's happening, Captain?" "We're not sure, but just now there was a huge energy fluctuation in the Dragon Class C area." The woman squinted her slender eyes. "When did the Dragon Class C area have such powerful people?" "In the Sky Class Level C area, in all major territories, all kinds of unprecedented powerful beings, whether human or non-human, were now looking toward the central area of the Dragon Class C area. They had all noticed the energy fluctuation just now. This sword had already alarmed these super powerful beings, who Archie referred to as not human. 276. Can we join? Arg. After killing the Dragon King God, the immense backlash caused Rain's face to contort in agony, and he roared toward the sky. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anger and madness, and the muscles in his limbs swelled as if they were about to explode. The crew had never seen Rain in such a state. It was only now that they seemed to understand the meaning of soul transfer. The captain gained his terrifying power through a soul contract, sacrificing control of his soul. Even the inevitable unconsciousness after the dragon-slaying attack couldn't stop Rain from falling into a rampage. "Naga new god. You mere new god, you want to control me? Dream on, god of life, god of nature. It's been millions of years. I'm back." Rain's fists slammed into the apocalypse beneath his feet, creating massive waves that shook the entire sea surface. Half of the apocalypse was instantly wrecked. The three powerful beings were pale at this moment, as the terrifying creature was walking towards them. "My slaughter will start with you three." Trajan, such an experienced fighter, was at a loss at this moment. Had the captain already lost control of himself? Rain approached Tyron, a cruel smile on his face. "A nine-tailed fox, huh? Ha ha ha. I'll tear your tails off one by one. Let's see if you can still be called Nine Tails then." With that, Rain swiped his claw toward her. At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Irene, a person with a fighting strength of only one. As they saw the person shielding Irene, Trajan and the others paled in fear. Boone and his group were similarly speechless with astonishment. Avril looked at this hideous being, neither human nor ghost, cruel and irascible. At this moment, everyone should have been terrified of him, but she was unafraid. Rain's enormous claw was only 20 centimeters from Avril, yet he couldn't bring himself to strike. "Do you not fear I'll kill you?" Rain rasped. In the face of such a creature brimming with murderous intent, Avril merely smiled. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, her soft smile blossoming on her not exceedingly beautiful face. She might not have been the most attractive woman in their crew, but amidst the sky and sea at this moment, there was nothing more beautiful than her. Her eyes held a clarity surpassing the azure era. "If you wish to take my life, feel free," Avril said gently. "As long as you remain safe." A single sentence was enough to bring tears to many eyes. A single sentence rendered the frenzied Rain frozen in place. Throughout their journey, someone had always stood behind him, behind their crew. From the first crew member to the tens of thousands, she was always there. From Rain's infancy to his current frenzied state, she had always embraced him. In this moment, Rain in his monstrous form, his eyes blurry, the blood red in his gaze gradually fading. "Avril, you're such a fool." "Thank you." Rain's voice returned to normal. With a Herculean effort, he thrust his sword into his own outstretched right arm. "You dare touch my crew?" Rain's words barely faded before he fell forward. Half a month later, Rain finally awakened. As soon as he opened his eyes, a girl immediately threw herself onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. "You're finally awake," Fancy cried, unable to hold back her tears. Rain slightly furrowed his brow, trying to recall the circumstances of the past, his mind filled with confusion. "Stop crying. I'm not dead." "Where is everyone else?" Fancy managed to hold her tears. "Sister Avril has been treating your wounds non-stop. She only took a break when your condition improved. She hasn't slept for days." Rain nodded slightly. "That was just like Avril." "And the others?" "Oh, Trajan and the others are salvaging treasure chests. The warships are sinking quickly. We won't find anything if we don't salvage them now." Arson and Windbell took Blackie to the deep sea to find the body of the Dragon King God. Magnus said that the Dragon King God might have swallowed that magical stone. "Magnus? Why? Why are they sharing this information with us?" Rain was slightly confused about what had happened. Just then, several figures walked in from outside the door. Trajan, Dick, Shob, True King, and Charge King, seeing Rain awake, rushed over. "Boss, you're finally awake. Is your arm okay? Boss, do you remember me? I'm Shob." Rain looked stern. "I know, boss, that ability of yours is too dangerous. You really scared us back then." Rain shook his head. The Dragon King God was too powerful. It had to be killed in one strike. They all understood this reasoning, but they were still worried for Rain. Rain climbed off the bed, Fancy and Olivia helping him to stand. After a brief adjustment, he could move freely. "By the way, Captain, Magnus and the others are still waiting on the ship. They want to see you." "Should I call them in?" "Call them in," Rain said, sitting on the edge of the bed waiting. In no time, Magnus, Bodid, Irene, Boone, and Zark cautiously entered the captain's quarters. The three formidable figures glanced at Rain, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, perhaps attributing Rain's apparent state to themselves. "Please, sit." Rain broke the silence. "Why haven't you left?" "Captain Rain," Magnus began earnestly, "we owe our lives to you, and particularly to Deputy Captain Avril. Your blade was meant for the Dragon King God. Had it been swung at us, we wouldn't be here conversing." Rain let out a sigh. "You compromised with the Dragon King God and exploited the inhabitants beyond the safety zones." Though it was bullying the weak and fearing the strong, from your perspective, perhaps it was the best you could do. The three couldn't defeat the Dragon King God. Maintaining 30% of the safe marine areas was a commendable feat. As for exploiting others, the resources on their island were finite. After years of propagation, the island couldn't support its population, leaving them any choice but to act as such. Their exploitation of the peripheral residents wasn't downright inhumane. They may have dropped prices by 50%, but they paid nonetheless. In sum, these people had their detestable qualities, but their sins weren't fatal. This was partly why Rain hadn't killed the Golden Crow Fleet's captain. "Captain Rain," Buddha Sovereign ventured, "if we may, what are your next steps?" "I plan to consolidate the Dragon Class C area. And after that?" I'll venture to the Sky Class C area." Rain saw no reason to conceal his plans. Upon hearing this, the members of the DAD seemed unsurprised. In stark contrast, the members of the three major fleets were visibly taken aback. The Sky Class C area. It's been over a century since anyone's reached there. "So, you do intend to head to the Sky Class C area?" Boone's eyes mirrored his mixed emotions. These individuals, once high-spirited and ambitious, had all initially set out for the Sky Class C area. However, for over a century, the Dragon King God's existence served as an insurmountable mountain, confining their dreams to the Dragon Class C area. People who are wealthy often want to become wealthier. Those who are strong yearn to become stronger. Now, that insurmountable mountain had been cleaved in half by a single sword. The once extinguished dreams were rekindled at this moment. Captain Rain, Magnus stuttered, completely lacking his usual dignity as the strongest of humanity. If you have something to say, just say it. Since I didn't kill you then, I don't regard you as real enemies, Rain said, sipping the tea Fancy had handed him. Gathering his courage, Bodid completed Magnus's sentence. Can we join your bounty group? With a PFFT, Rain spat out his tea. Hold on. The three strongest wanted to join his bounty hunter group. What on earth was going on? 277. Metal Heaven Crystal. As for the submission of the three powerhouses, Rain was not opposed, but he presented conditions accordingly. Joining my bounty group is fine. However, all of you, whether you are a group leader or deputy, here, you must start from the very basis of crew membership, Rain declared, his voice indifferent. Of your crews, I'll retain only a minor portion. I have little preference for using unfamiliar people, and these will be dispersed amongst various fleets. Any of you who violate fleet regulations, I will treat without partiality. Rain's requirements for crew members always prioritized integrity over strength. After all, following Rain, with Tig's training and the heaven-defying enhancements, one's strength could slowly be elevated. Now, Rain was no longer a bare commander. He had nearly 10,000 crew members under him, increasingly resembling a true group leader. These matters are secondary. We merely wish to venture into the Sky Class Sea within our lifetimes, stated Bodid. We know we have done much wrong in the past, and there's little to justify, Irene added. We are willing to atone for our mistakes, using the time ahead to reorganize the Dragon Class Sea area. As for starting from crew membership again, we have no objections. Status is meaningless to us now. We wish to witness a broader world, stronger powerhouses. Given that these individuals had no objections, Rain said nothing further. This time, in welcoming new members, Rain allocated few positions among the three fleets, a total of 3,000, 1,000 for each fleet. Even if an individual's personal strength was not extraordinary, the ability to traverse the Dragon Class Sea area suggested exceptional maritime skills. As long as they passed Rain's scrutiny, proving their integrity, their addition would inevitably strengthen the power of the bounty group. That evening, Rain arrived alone in Avril's room. Perhaps Avril was deep in sleep. She didn't wake even when Rain entered. Gazing at the sleeping Avril, Rain gently brushed aside her long hair, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Foolish girl, rushing in when I couldn't even control myself. After a glance at Avril, Rain stood up, leaving a note on the table for her to rest well before exiting the room. The members of the three major fleets had already embarked on their mission, which included hunting down the remaining dragon clans, abolishing the division of safe areas, and linking all the islands. Despite their thorough knowledge of the entire Dragon Class Sea area, this was an undoubtedly massive project, prompting Rain to dispatch Trajan to assist. During this time, Onibia and his crew were kept extremely busy, retrieving treasure chests from the enemy warships. Out of 3,000 warships, they had managed to salvage 2,100 chests, sparing no effort to retrieve anything that could be found. Though the leaders of the three major fleets had surrendered to Rain, he unabashedly claimed their wealth. Leader, the total is 43.7 million pearls. Upon hearing this figure, Rain barely reacted. So much wealth, but my heart doesn't flutter, Rain remarked, shaking his head. I have lost interest in making money. Observing Rain's theatrics, Olivia couldn't help but interject. With the whole Dragon Class Sea area under your control, it's only natural you'd lose interest in money. Just then, Arson emerged from the seabed. Seeing Rain, he called out, Leader, you're awake. If you're free, come with us to see the Dragon King God's corpse. It's buried in the silt, tough to get it out. Rain had split the seabed several hundred meters with a single sword strike, and when the seawater receded, it inevitably filled up this temporary ravine. The Dragon King God might have swallowed the Metal Heaven crystal. Naturally, Rain wouldn't miss the opportunity to examine its corpse. I'm coming. With that, Rain jumped into the sea, diving in alongside Arson. The Dragon King God's body, stretching 2,500 meters, was largely buried in the silt, with only the head and tail visible above the seabed. Numerous crew members, having transformed into their underwater forms to salvage treasure chests, were now helping to dig. After a quick inspection, Rain realized this haphazard excavation could take forever. He called over more crew members, instructing each to prepare a segment of metal chain. They would bind the sturdy body of the Dragon King god crosswise, with a person stationed at regular intervals. Once we're at the seafloor, everyone pays attention to my light. When the light points upward, everyone pulls together. Leader. After everything was prepared, everyone held onto a knot. With Rain positioned at the head of the dragon, with Rain turning on the underwater flashlight and shifting the light from horizontal to vertical, over 1,000 people exerted their strength at once. After 3 attempts, the immense suction force of the silt finally gave way, and the corpse of the Dragon King god was hoisted out. Blackie and the others were salivating over the corpse of the Dragon King god. But Rain halted them. Wait a moment, you gluttons. I'll first look for the heaven crystal. On this winding 2,500-meter corpse, Rain activated his system radar to search. As soon as he turned on the system, an alarm rang in Rain's mind. Ding! Metal heaven crystal detected. Wow! It's really inside its body? Rain was overjoyed. Following the radar's guidance, he arrived at the location of the Dragon King god's left front paw. The heart of a snake is located at the 7th inch, but the dragon was no snake. Its heart's location was more or less the same as a human's, in the left chest. Without any hesitation, Rain broke open the chest of the Dragon King god. In the location of its heart, there was a golden organ, which, according to the system prompt, was the metal heaven crystal. Can't be. The metal heaven crystal has merged with the heart of the Dragon King god. Rain didn't have time to ponder. He removed the massive heart and carried it back to the battleship. After placing the golden heart in a secure chamber, Rain initiated the program. Metal heaven crystal energy stabilizing. Impurities detected within metal heaven crystal, purging impurities. Please wait. The golden heart, under the system's purification, gradually regained its flesh color. It seems that the dragon god was just a regular dragon deity before. It became so powerful because it merged with the metal heaven crystal. Rain waited patiently. Before long, the metal heaven crystal was separated from the dragon god's heart. Rain took down the heart of the dragon god, divided it into 4 parts, and distributed it to the 4 beasts to eat. By the time he returned to the secret chamber, the energy extraction function of the metal heaven crystal had stabilized, and the system was developing skills for the metal heaven crystal. Ship fusion. Level 1, research progress 3%. The metal heaven crystal can fuse with the ship's metal, strengthening the ship's defense. Level 1 can increase the ship's defense by 100,000 points. Duration. As long as the host holds the metal heaven crystal, the enhancement can be maintained indefinitely. Seeing this skill, Rain was greatly shocked. Damn, although this metal heaven crystal doesn't have a shield, it's stronger than a shield. Permanent enhancement of the ship's defense? This was just the first level. If the higher levels of research come out later, how powerful would it be? Rain could not wait to continue checking. 278. Archie's friend. Mutation enhancement. Level 1, can simultaneously affect 2 units. Mutation enhancement. Level 4, research progress 0%, requires completion of previous level technology research. Metal equipment enhancement. Level 1, research progress 13%, metal equipment enhancement. Level 4, research progress 0%, requires completion of previous level technology research or detection. Research progress 1.8%. Lightning attraction, research progress 0.04%. Without a doubt, the metal heaven crystal had enhancement capabilities, which provided an opportunity for crew members like Trajan to finally be strengthened. What excited Rain the most was that the metal heaven crystal could actually enhance equipment. This skill is quite impressive. The current limit for equipment enhancement is level 4. Does this mean that as long as the technology research is completed, the equipment can be upgraded 4 times? Rain was a bit confused but decided to wait for the technology research to be completed before making any decisions. The lightning attraction skill seems quite powerful too, but the research speed is absurdly slow. Never mind, there's no rush to fight for now. Let's take a look at the combined skills. Combined skills. Metal Heaven Crystal, Fire Heaven Crystal combined skill. Metal Iron Storm. Level 1, generates a hot storm within a 10,000-meter radius rich in metal ions. Within this area, enemy electronic equipment will be unable to function normally. Note, when equipped with a particle beam weapon, it can be used in combination with the ion storm to change the linear attack of the particle beam into a forked attack. The maximum target is 5. Upgrading the metal ion storm can increase the number of attack targets, and upgrading the particle beam weapon system can increase the weapon attack damage. Earth Heaven Crystal, Metal Heaven Crystal combined skill. Camouflage, can disguise the battleship as an island. Fire Heaven Crystal, Earth Heaven Crystal, Metal Heaven Crystal combined skill. Metal Melting Furnace, Level 1, forms an ultra-high temperature region with a radius of 500 meters in the specified area. With a temperature of 2000 degrees, it can melt the metal ore in the area into molten iron. After cooling, it merges into high-purity, high-uniformity alloy metal material. The addition of the Metal Heaven Crystal endowed Rain with 3 additional Heaven Crystal skills. The first skill was simple and practical. The second one was a bit peculiar. Would disguising as an island be of any use? However, it was better than nothing. But the third skill sounded a bit intimidating. It was surprisingly a forging skill. Rain let out a sigh. I thought there would be more powerful skills. Only the first skill seems a bit overpowered. The other two seem quite mediocre. Speaking of the Great Furnace, if I use it once, I fear it might cause a tsunami or an earthquake. The veins of the Dragon Class C area were close to the islands, and the outer islands didn't even have defensive walls. They definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an exaggerated catastrophe. Rain had to temporarily give up the idea of directly smelting the metal ore in the veins using this method. Never mind, these are extra skills that I obtained. No need to be so troubled. From then on, Rain's days finally regained tranquility. It seemed like Magnus and the others indeed intended to make amends for their past wrongdoings. In line with Rain's requirements, they carefully selected the future crew members. During this time, together with Trajan, they gave the Dragon Clan such a beating that they dared not show their heads. Thereafter, he frequently traveled between the various islands, personally apologizing to the residents of the outer islands, establishing marine mining stations for the bounty group, and opening safe marine areas to promote trade between the islands. The 3 powerful beings dared not harbor any resentment. Instead, they threw themselves into their tasks with fervor. As Rain had stated, they were not truly evil. They were merely suffocating under the weight of the Dragon King God. Now, not only did Rain spare their lives, but he also agreed to take them to the Sky Class C area. Naturally, they worked with all their might. After a few months of reorganization and management, the Dragon Class C area gradually changed from its previous state. The ships from the outer islands began to frequently enter the safe marine area, bringing a great deal of metal. In the safe marine area, a large number of ships set out to deliver living supplies to each island. Rain lay on the beach of Flowing Gold Island, watching Fancy, Olivia, Armin and the others play volleyball on the beach with Archie. Rain, you're at the age of considering marriage. You have so many beautiful women on your ship. Won't you give it some thought? Archie asked. After several encounters, Rain and Archie had become confidants who could talk about anything. Rain withdrew his gaze and shook his head helplessly. Archie, you know my situation. I'm not even a human being now. Besides, I haven't reached the Sky Class C area yet, and I don't want to think about love. Archie was silent for a moment. Well, you're still young, there's no rush. Speaking of the son of the sea god, I know there's a physical body of the son of the sea god in the Sky Class C area. Oh, have you been to the Sky Class C area? Wasn't it said that after the Dragon King God appeared, no one advanced to the Dragon Class C area? Rain asked in surprise. Archie gave a mysterious smile. No one went to the Sky Class C area from the Dragon Class C area, but no one said anyone didn't return to the Dragon Class C area from the Sky Class C area. Rain's eyes widened in surprise. I have a friend who managed to do just that, Archie said with a hearty laugh. Rain looked at Archie, trying to read something from his face. After all, many times when people say my friend, they're actually referring to themselves. Archie's face was calm, and Rain couldn't discern anything unusual. Rain gave up on further questioning. Archie would naturally share what he was willing to. Archie, Has your friend told you what the Sky Class C area is really like? With my current strength, can I venture into it? A flash of brilliance passed through Archie's eyes, but it was gone in an instant. The battleships and the powerful beings in the Dragon Class C area far exceed those in the Dragon Class C area, Archie confirmed. Your battleship has the qualifications to venture there, but it's not top tier. What? Archie continued. Rain, let me give you an example. Can your battleship withstand the blow that you used to slay the Dragon King god? Rain shook his head without hesitation. It can't. That's the point. If someone stronger than you strike, your battleship can't resist even more, Archie said. The rank of Magnus is stage 9 level 9, but the powerful beings in the Dragon Class C area, their ranks have already surpassed stage 10. That's a different realm. The ones who can reach that realm, they're not considered human anymore. Rain's expression gradually became serious. It seems he had underestimated the Dragon Class C area. That's the strongest sea area in the Azure era, the pinnacle of this era. Archie, if they're not considered human, what should they be considered? Archie took a deep breath, thought carefully for a moment, and only said one word, gods. Rain, Archie said as he pulled out a dark green metal ring from his back pocket and handed it to Rain. If you can't hold on in the Dragon Class C area, take this ring and find my friend. He was critically injured and I saved him. He owes me a favor. With this ring, he will help you. Rain carefully accepted the ring and looked at Archie in surprise. What's his name? Storm God. Dewey. 279. Wrong? Next. Archie's words had a profound impact on Rain. Given his steady nature, he would certainly not rashly enter the Sky Class C area without a good chance of winning. Even if I can't resist such a terrifying attack, at least I should have a chance to dodge. Rain frowned. It seems that to go to the Sky Class C area, I must upgrade again. He opened the system's basic information panel to check the materials needed for upgrading. The number of materials needed for the next upgrade wasn't particularly terrifying, not more than the current Gemini aircraft carrier, but the purity, chemical, and physical performance requirements for the materials were very high, and almost all of them were alloy materials. If these requirements were included, the amount of basic materials needed could be considered massive. What exactly is it trying to build with such high material requirements? Rain shook his head. It seems I have to try the new skill. Thinking of this, Rain called Armin over. Armin, in combination with a survey map given by the Magnus, had completed the full distribution map of ore veins in the Dragon Class C area. Armin, if I want to build a huge furnace on the seafloor, can you help me choose a place that won't cause too much impact on the seabed and surrounding islands? It's best if it's in the shallow sea area, where the furnace can emerge above the water surface. Armin asked curiously, building a furnace on the seabed? How big are the furnace? Radius of 500 meters, the height of 300 to 400 meters. That big? Armin's eyes widened. That's not a furnace. That's a volcano. That's why I'm worried about causing too much impact on the train. Well, let me see. Armin immediately started looking for a suitable area on the map. In the shallow sea area, Armin found a suitable location. Captain, this place should work. The average depth of the seawater here is about 350 meters. The seabed is rocky and thick enough. The location is within the continental shelf and will not affect plate tectonics. There are no islands around, which should be relatively safe. Rain was a bit confused, but as long as Armin said it was possible, then it was. Good. Then let's go there today. Have Trajan prepare to transport all the materials on Saipan Island over there. From now on, all materials gathered from other islands will also be sent directly there. Armin curiously asked, Captain, with such a big move, you wouldn't be thinking of upgrading to the next level, would you? Of course I need to upgrade. Archie said that my current battleship doesn't have many advantages in the Sky Class C area. Really? Is the Sky Class C area that terrifying? By the way, how did Archie know? I guess he must have stayed in the Sky Class C area before. But that's just a guess. Armin thought for a moment, then asked, Captain, what will the next level battleship be like? I'm really curious. I'm curious too. Rain answered. We'll know when it's built. You go notify them now. Thinking of the impending construction of a new battleship, Armin was exceptionally excited and rushed off to make arrangements. Rain's Gemini aircraft carrier quickly set off for the designated area. Truth be told, Rain had not yet had his fill of the Gemini aircraft carrier, and he was a bit reluctant about upgrading it so soon. However, upon further thought, Rain suddenly realized that he could still construct Gemini aircraft carrier as an escort vessel, and with that, he became more accepting of the situation. Arriving at the designated area, Armin and Rain flew up into the sky. After confirming the location of the large furnace, Rain returned to the battleship. "Boss, how do we construct the furnace?" Rain grinned slightly, his gaze fixed on the area in front of him. Triple heaven crystal joint ability, metal melting furnace. The seawater in front of them suddenly began to churn, and the Gemini aircraft carrier swayed vigorously with the waves. 20 minutes later, a thick stone wall slowly rose from the sea floor, breaking the surface and towering in front of everyone. This massive wall enveloped the area, forming a sealed cylindrical shape. Armin watched this scene in astonishment, exclaiming, "My God! This isn't the work of humans, this is the power of nature." Before long, a large amount of steam rose from the huge furnace, and the surrounding temperature quickly escalated. Rain brought Armin to the wall of the furnace, and waves of heat rolled over them. Inside the furnace, golden molten iron churned like lava. In a short while, the large furnace had already melted the metallic ore within the area into molten iron. 2 months later, a fleet of transport ships arrived in front of the furnace. Through helicopters, Rain dumped all the preliminarily refined metal into the large furnace. Upon learning that Rain intended to build a next-level ship, Old Trajan and the others immediately became energized. Members of the bounty team ran back and forth between the various islands and the large furnace. A year and a half later, thanks to everyone's efforts, a massive amount of materials had accumulated next to the large furnace. On this day, Rain stood outside the glass cabin of the Gemini aircraft carrier, looking at the mountainous pile of materials, and let out a long sigh. Behind the Gemini aircraft carrier, a large number of warships were moored. The captains and crew members were all nervously watching the person on the Gemini aircraft carrier. "Is it starting?" Avril asked nervously. Shob's eyes never dared to leave the sea area in front of them. "I really can't imagine what the next level ship will look like." Trajan kept taking deep breaths. "A ship more powerful than the Gemini aircraft carrier. I can't imagine it either." Rain was also nervous. This ship would be his main ship for fighting in the heavenly sea area unless something unexpected happened. "Okay, everything is ready. System, let's begin." At his command, countless metal bars began to move quickly. The new ship still had many tightly integrated parts, but it seemed to have fewer transformation parts than the Gemini aircraft carrier. However, the size of the parts seemed to have increased. For 10 days, everyone stayed here without leaving. Gradually, the new battleship began to take some shape. The core crew members had already jumped onto Rain's ship one after another. "Boss, what kind of ship is this?" "It doesn't seem as good-looking as the Gemini aircraft carrier, but rather more like the previous heavy aircraft carrier," Shob asked curiously. "Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see," Rain said. 2 months later, more than half of this ship had been constructed, and its overall shape had emerged. The main shape of the new ship was indeed similar to a typical aircraft carrier, with a flat surface composed of a straight runway and a slanted runway, with a total length of about 650 meters. That should be the place for carrier-based aircraft to take off and land, which was quite similar to Rain's heavy aircraft carrier, so it was no wonder that Shob misunderstood. However, there were 4 huge circular areas at the front left, front right, rear left, and rear right of the main body of the ship, each equipped with a huge propeller. "Huh? Is the direction of that propeller wrong? Why is it facing down?" Onibia scratched his head. "Yeah. How can the ship move forward in this direction?" "Huh? The 2 main guns on the Gemini aircraft carrier are gone." "Those 2 main guns were our trump cards. How could they be removed?" "Captain, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the blueprint?" Tick also asked Rain in confusion. Now the ship was still floating on the water, and the other parts were not visible. But from the currently visible parts, this ship felt a bit weird. Everyone kept asking questions, but they found that their captain was standing there like a stone, not reacting for a long time. "Captain?" Avril peeked out curiously, looking at Rain's expression. As a result, she saw an incredibly shocked expression. That look was almost like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. "Captain, are you okay? Did something go wrong?" Avril also became nervous. The captain had never been like this when building a new ship before. Rain didn't answer, and the others thought that Rain was tacitly acknowledging it. Did it really make a mistake? Everyone was shocked. "We've been waiting for more than 2 months." Rain couldn't hear anything now. Facing this new ship, he just wanted to be silent. "I'm Iron Man" by Avon Crab. 001, in a cave, as the ending credits of the show popped up on the screen and began to scroll. I tilted my head back and let out a long sigh before saying exasperatedly, "Why did I even bother getting my hopes up?" I glanced at the time on my phone as I closed the app that I was watching the show on and then popped my AirPods out of each ear and into my pocket. I then got up and headed to my room while avoiding the 7th and 13th steps on the staircase since they were guaranteed to wake my father up. I slid stealthily into my room and gently pushed the door shut. I then flopped down on my bed and messed around with my phone by turning off the sound and setting my alarm for work tomorrow. Across my room was a varied collection of random posters and other trinkets from different universes, from famous ones like Naruto, Warhammer, Star Wars, DC and of course Marvel, along with a dozen of odd ones from shows like Firefly, Galaxy Quest and all 39 volumes of In Another World with my smartphone that had only ended after the author was struck by lightning. As I drifted off to sleep, I just couldn't stop thinking about the fact that this was the rest of my life, doomed to work minimum wage in a country which had just gone to shit after COVID, and my only shelter from the dark and drab life was slowly being corrupted by the people who lacked any vision. I eventually entered deep sleep not knowing what awaited me. "I'm sorry, but he was dead for Allah knows how long before you brought him here." "Yes, while he's alive, he's most likely brain dead," said a voice which sounded desperate. After a few seconds there was a reply. "Well, if he doesn't wake up, then there is no use left for you." I heard the sound of a gun cocking and immediately opened my eyes as it gave me a bit too much of a reminder of my time in the army. Wait, when was I in the Royal Army? I'm an American. I shook those thoughts as I slowly opened my eyes, while letting out a light groan. Everything was blurry and I felt a familiar ringing in my head, which meant I somehow had a concussion. How did I get one though? I was in my bed. Wait, why was there gunfire and bombs in southern Kent? I flinched at the memory of a large bomb exploding right in front of me. Why are these people speaking over my bed? "He's awake," said the pleading man as I heard 2 people walking towards me. As my vision finally cleared, I noticed they were both bald and Arabian looking. One with a short messy grey beard and the other lacking any with the exception of above their eyes, the prior of the 2 being in their 60s while the later was probably in their 30s. I noticed 2 other men in the corner of my eyes who were obviously wielding guns. "Where am I?" I said while clutching my throbbing head. After a few seconds I heard an answer from the younger one, "That matters not." In a harsh tone, "Do you know who you are?" I paused for a second before hesitating and saying, "A." Both men leaned in. "Andy, that wasn't right." "I'm Tony Stark," I said while adding a slight emphasis on the Stark. The bald one then turned to the old one and said, "Jensen, see that he is fit enough to work and then I will return." "Jensen? Where have I heard that before?" "Okay, focus. You were trained on what to do if you were captured." "Focus." I was interrupted by my ramblings by the man named Jensen speaking. "Your voice is different in person. It sounds more British." I looked at the man strangely. Of course, why wouldn't my voice sound British? When had this random person ever had the chance to hear my voice? I flinched again as memories of me being on talk shows and multiple interviews appeared in my mind. I felt an injection in my right arm, but before I could do anything I passed out. It took over a week for my concussion to fully subside, but by then I had figured out my situation. I was Iron Man. Well, I am going to be, if I survive this, that is. Raza then burst into the room and looked at me. He then said, "You are going to build me these." He then showed me a picture of the Jericho missiles. The rhythmic hammering as I beat the metal into shape calms my mind as I continue to sort through the knotted mess of memories which could rival a pair of earbuds that had been in a washing machine. So far, I've managed to figure out that I am the one and only Tony Stark. I was showing off my new weapons system before I was attacked by these guys and taken captive. But somehow, I've also gained the memories of one Andy Gardner. I don't know how, but I now possess the memories and experiences of both men. It was a bit unsettling to realize that this entire world could be fake, meaningless. But I remembered a movie I watched years ago which posed the question, what if nothing's real? And the answer was the same as my current opinion, so what? This world is real to me. I have the years of education and genius intellect as Tony, and I have knowledge of the future as Andy. I can tell that Rasa is getting suspicious. He now has guards posted right outside. I have already uploaded to code so the suit will work immediately since I don't want Yinsen to die. He saved my life. As I finished the final preparations of the suit, I climbed inside as Yinsen bolted the door. I heard banging on the door as they tried to bust in. The two eye slots of the faceless Mark I glowed to life, brimming with energy. As a rifle butt broke through the door, I walked towards the door. The butt was pulled out and a soldier looked through the hole to see a massive man of metal taking a run up towards them. He immediately turned to flee as I busted through, splintering it to pieces, crushing his companion. His prompt attempt to escape, however, didn't save him as the bulk of the suit soon crashed into him, breaking his spine. The suit tumbled and fell flat on the ground. It didn't get back up. I tried to reboot it as several shadows could be seen from the caves. Yinsen picked up one of the guns of the fallen men and said, "I will buy you time," before he charged while firing rapidly, scaring of the advancing soldiers. My heart sank as I realized what this meant. I desperately tried to get the metal giant moving again, and after a second, I stood up. I then bolted for the direction of gunfire. As I rounded a corner, I saw Yinsen against the wall with several bullets in his chest, lying there completely lifeless. "You didn't have to die," I whispered under my breath as several dozen rounds began to ricochet off of my armor. I looked at them as a blank expression appeared on my face. I just stood there looking at them as they emptied their entire magazines into me. One had snuck through and buried itself into my leg, but that was to be ignored for now. Once they all tried to reload, I shouted, "You done? You fuckers." My turn. I then lifted one of my arms and let out a burst of flame which illuminated even the darkest corner of the cave. I retched slightly from the sight as I watched the dozens of men burn and scream for help. I then picked up Yinsen's body with one arm and walked out of the cave. As I did so, I got pelted with more bullets. I just let out torrents of flame liberally and then took off. As I did, the entire camp exploded in an intense fireball. I shot off into the sky, and as the suit failed and began to plummet, I deployed the parachute I had added, which only really slowed my descent negligibly. As I impacted the sand, the suit fell apart into several of pieces around me. As I landed, I activated the beacon I had made from the GPS guidance I found on one of my missiles. I then sat down next to the now deceased Yinsen as waited for help to arrive. I couldn't leave him behind. Yinsen, he could have lived. I knew he was happy to die and see his family, and he hoped that I would become a better person because of it, but he could have lived. No, he's dead. Move on. While I know what is generally going to happen, anything I do will greatly alter everything. The US military, which was nearby already, trying to figure out where the massive explosion came from, soon picked me up, and I gave Rudy a big hug the first second I saw him. "You're riding with me next time," he said as he wrapped his arms around my back. "The man, his name is Ho Yinsen. He comes from a village called Gulmira. Can you make sure he's buried with his family there?" To which Rudy just nodded as we, along with Yinsen and the now disintegrated armor, were loaded onto the helicopter. "You, okay?" asked Rudy as I stared out the window of the C5 into the distance aimlessly. I scratched the stubbled hair on my cheek as I turned my head in his general direction and focused on speaking with Tony's mannerisms, since otherwise my voice came across as this weird mix of American and English accented, and said, "Fine, I guess." There were a few seconds of silence before I decided to just tell the truth. "I guess, a part of me will just never leave that cave. I would never see my parents or friends again." This hurt even more so since Tony had lost both of his parents, and that wound was also raw since I now knew they didn't die in an accident. I had almost died. I had in fact died. I was no longer Tony or Andy, but a new person. I mourned their deaths in the same way one who lost a close friend would. I felt a hand clasping my arm and then heard Rudy say, "You're safe now." I just pulled him into a hug as I slowly broke down into tears. After I finished crying, I wiped the tears from my eyes away with the back of my hand. Rudy then said in a concerned tone, "I knew you would be shaken up by this, but not to this degree." "What's digging at you?" I was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I almost died, Rudy. in the exact same way as my father. And as much as I hated the man, I still loved him, and I choked on my words as the memories scraped through my mind like a gravel being poured into my head. "What do you mean?" asked Rudy questioningly, to which I just let out a slight chuckle before saying, "Do you really think my parents died in a car accident? They were murdered. Assassinated." I then looked to see the two pilots and saw the cabin door between us. They were run off the road, and when they survived that, they were killed and left in the car. It's all on a security tape. After a few minutes of weary silence, Rudy said, "I'm sorry, Tony. I never knew." "But, why did you say you almost died like your parents?" "Because," I responded, "the guys who captured me, they recorded a video of me alive, and one of them said something like, 'You did not tell us the man we had to kill was the great Tony Stark. For your error the price has just increased.' At least, that's what I think they said." "My Arabic is a bit rusty." "What are we going to do then?" said my best friend, as I could see he was trying to figure out how to approach his superiors about this. I just said, "Nothing. For now, at least." He looked at me questioningly before I said, "Whomever it was that had me killed obviously is in the government, or at least close to it. Otherwise how would they know where the convoy was?" It took him a few moments to realize, but his pupils dilated when he did, even though his face showed very little change due to, "Give me a week or two and I'll get some proof. I have an idea of where to start. If not, go to your superiors. But please just give me the opportunity to figure this out." To which he just nodded. 002. Back in America. I stepped off the plane and I walked straight towards Pepper and Happy. When I saw them, Rudy was pushing a cart carrying the random bits of junk that was the Mark-I under a tarp. Two guys then began to load it onto a pickup truck which had the Stark Industries logo on it. As I approached Pepper, I noticed a tear running down her face. "Is that a tear I see?" I said with a cheeky smirk. She just smiled and wiped the tear off her cheek and said, "No, I was just happy not having to look for a new job." I just laughed and then walked over and hugged Happy. After that we all got into the car and Pepper said, "Hospital." "Burger," I said over her voice as the car drove off. "No, you're going to hospital," said Pepper in a firm voice. I just smiled and said, "Pepper, I will go to the hospital." "Not today. I have been kept a prisoner for weeks and have almost died multiple times. I want a fucking burger." After my words she seemed to give up, realizing I had made up my mind. I just laid my head back on the car seat as the car continued to glide down the roads of LA. I ended up eating several Whoppers. I knew I could go into shock, but I couldn't care less. Also, British ones are better. Once we had arrived at Stark Industries headquarters, I asked to be left alone and then headed to my office there. "Hey Jarvis," I called out, and a glass screen popped up as I heard the AI respond, "Good afternoon, Tony. It is good to see you again. You didn't miss me," I said in a pouty voice, as I slumped into my chair, which caused me to let out an audible wince. In response he just said, "Unfortunately, I am unable to experience emotions." I just smiled at his statement, knowing that wasn't true. "Okay," I said as I clapped my hands together and then began rubbing them. "I have a bunch of work for you to do. I need it all done by next week. But make sure to do it as quietly as possible. No limits. First, I want an in-depth review of all exports made by Stark Industries and its shells and find out where they actually went, not what the forms say. Get this done first, then work your way down the rest of the list. Next, I want all the activity of Obadiah Stane monitored from now on, and I mean everything. And I also want you to investigate who he is working with in the company and the government. And I want this and the exports to be compiled into a legal document, so make sure all of this is admissible in court. Next, I want you to reserve enough servers for a petabyte of processing, anonymously in Switzerland or something." I then took a second to think. "Will that be all, sir?" I heard Jarvis say, but I continued. No. Next, I want you to schedule a board meeting for 2 weeks' time and then schedule a press conference for after that. And finally, I want a full portfolio of every person on a list we're about to create. I don't care if you have to hack into the Pentagon. I want everything." I then heard Jarvis say, "But sir, may I advise that doing as such is highly illegal." "Oh, Jarvis, I'm going to be breaking a lot more laws than that in the future," I said with a smile on my face. "Anyway, start the list." "Okay," said the AI with a hesitant tone. "Not feel emotions my ass, Aldrich Killian. Quentin Beck, William Gintereva, Victoria Snow, Guts Gutterman, Janice Lincoln, Shanice Minsky, Doug Hughes, Natalie Rushman, Natalia Romanoff, Nicholas J. Fury, Nicholas J. Jones, Philip J. Coulson, Clint Barton, Marianne Hill, Alexander Pierce, Peter Parker, May Parker, Benjamin Parker, Sam Witwicky, Charles Francis Xavier, Max Eisenhart, Bill Stryker, Bolivar Trask, Hank Pym, Hope Pym, Scott Lang, James Buchanan Barnes, Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, Stephen Strange. I spent about half an hour listing off names before I finished and heard Jarvis say, "Is that all?" in a sarcastic tone. I gave him a stern look before saying, "Get me the best surgeon in the world and have them to come to LA. Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to meet you." I then stood up and shook his hand as I said, "The same is true for me, Dr. Strange." I then tilted my head to show I was surprised by the name. "Shall we?" I said as I gestured for us both to sit down. He then said, "I heard you just came back from Afghanistan. So, I understand the reason for you to see a doctor, but why me? I'm a surgeon." I just smirked and slid off the t-shirt I was wearing. Once my vision became unobstructed again, I could see the look of pure terror on his face as he saw the arc reactor embedded into my skin. I just chuckled at him as he tried to speak but choked slightly before trying to speak again and managed to formulate words this time. "How?" "Well, let's just say one of my own weapons went off in my face, embedding my whole body with shrapnel. Now thanks to the brilliant work of a surgeon they managed to get most of them out, but a few are ready and rearing to pierce some hole into my brain or heart and are only being held in place by this nifty little electromagnet here." I responded while gesturing to the arc reactor. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but, even if I can get all the shrapnel out, not even, I can guarantee that I will cause massive amounts of permanent, debilitating scarring. And even if it was just an appendicitis, I wouldn't operate on you because of the current state of your health," he explained while gesturing at the multiple dark purple bruises all over my body. While I had managed to get away with an unbroken arm, my entire body was bruised and battered. I then smiled and said after putting my shirt back on, "You have your passport with you, don't you?" "Yes," he said with a half-curious, half-scared look on his face, to which I just responded with, "Good. I'm craving a bowl of sundubu. Let's go get some, shall we?" Just as we were walking out of the building, I saw a familiar face. I turned to Strange and said, "Wait. In the car for a minute. I need to have a nice little talk with this chap." He raised an eyebrow but complied and decided to just go with the flow. I winced internally, realizing some of my British accent had popped through. I just shook it off and began to walk to Kalon, who was sitting patiently in the lobby. When he noticed me, a light seemed to light up in his eye, which was likely relief since he had been trying to see me for the last few days. Before he could say anything though, I just started talking. "Look, whichever government agency you work for, I've already talked to the CIA, FBI, and the DoD. I'm sure you can ask them." He raised an eyebrow before saying, "How'd you, please, the mid-priced range unfitted suit, stance, everything about you screams government employee," I said sarcastically as I sat on the sofa opposite him. "Who are you anyway?" "I'm Agent Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'd like to debrief you on your escape," said Coulson with a hint of superiority in his voice. I would as well if I could say that mouthful fluently. I just chuckled while looking him in the eyes and said, "Well, that is a mouthful. My father sure wanted that acronym." "I'm sorry," said Coulson as a slight, almost imperceptible bead of sweat ran down his face, which just made my grin go deeper. "I am aware of SHIELD's existence, Agent Coulson. My dad was one of its founding members. Anyway, what do you guys want to do with me? You don't think I'm an international terrorist or something, right?" Coulson took down a ginormous gulp as those words left my mouth. He was terrified at this moment. Stark obviously knew more than what his file said he should know. Maybe his father trusted him more than he did publicly. "May I ask, how much do you know about SHIELD?" asked Coulson. I just shrugged and said, "I know it exists, and that my father kept me out of it. That is about it." I could see him take a visible sigh of relief as he continued. "We wish to inquire as to how you escaped a compound full of soldiers, almost unscathed." I just laughed out loud at that and said, "Unscathed? My entire body is black and blue. I've also got a bullet hole in my leg and several dozen pieces of shrapnel in my chest. Besides, all I did was build a few weapons. They wanted me to build them a few Jericho missiles in exchange for my freedom. I knew they weren't going to actually release me, so I built a jetpack and managed to escape at an opportune moment while also detonating their entire stockpile of weapons. It's nothing spectacular, but I expect I'll probably sell the government some prototype jetpack or two. I doubt they'll buy it en masse though. Coulson took a few moments to assess what I had just said before saying, "Very well, Mr. Stark. I'll let you get on with your business." As he got up to leave, I said to his back, "Actually, there was something." The majority of weapons they possessed were Stark ones. "I have a suspicion that one of my employees may be dealing under the table. My lawyers are investigating currently. If I was to hand this to you in a few weeks, could you see to it that the culprits are tried without delay?" Coulson froze after my words and said, "I can look at it once you have anything. Here's my card. Call me when you have something. We'll also do our own investigation." I just smiled as I saw him slowly walk away. I just got up and headed to the car. Once I got in, I said, "Take me to the clinic," and then we're heading to the airport. Happy then drove us to the medical clinic where I had gotten a bunch of x-rays, tests, and scans done yesterday. I handed Strange a file as I got in and said, "There's the x-rays, blood work and whatever else it is that you need for a surgery. The scarring bit I've got covered." As we boarded the jet I just sat in a seat as he seemed engrossed in the thick document. Once we were in the air I stuck in a pair of headphones and began to watch one of the anime of this world. It was pretty good. Regular high school, regular set of characters. Okay, did not see the yoi coming. That came out of nowhere. Still good series. After binging the whole series, I ended up laughing about my own situation. This world hadn't gone through the whole Isekai phase yet, I think. Though it still made it dawn on me what this world really was. Either this world is fictional or is made real by our world. It is real and has somehow affected my old world, or I am in a coma, and this is all fake. I leaned my head back as a constant ringing seemed to fill my ears. I continued scrolling the mindless content, seeing a few films, shows and anime which existed in my world and some which didn't, as well as noting ones that didn't exist here. When I noticed one that I hoped wouldn't exist here, I let out a quiet "fuck." I looked over at Strange, who was listening to classical music, and sighed in relief at the fact he hadn't heard me. I wasn't worried about Happy since I could hear him snoring in the background. A tear escaped my eye as I tried my hardest not to press play, but when I failed, I just gave up and started watching Isekai wa Sumita Fontatimone. May the one above all help me. Mirror Smoke, Lancer Fanfiction, by Abraham DeWitt. Mirror Smoke. This short story is a retelling of a one-shot I ran on February 11, 2023, using the Lancer rebounds per game system. The one-shot took 5 hours, but it was completed in one sitting. I now write this story 6 months later, so much of what I write is merely half remembered. I didn't take any notes on the events of that one shot, but it was so memorable that I felt the need to put the events down on paper. The one shot was played by me, the GM, the president of the local D&D club, Camus, a premed student, Shrike, and a freshman from the College of Arts and Sciences, Templar. The guy playing Camus had even more experience in Lancer than I did, and the other two guys had absolutely no experience in Lancer. We spent the first 30 minutes of the one-shot using Con to generate the characters. Anybody can easily make a character using Con. The guy playing Camus helped the other two create their characters, and, without further ado, we began the one-shot. The Quetzalcoatl turned off its main thrusters for the first time in several months. The 300-meter-long freighter eased into low orbit around the planet called New Andalusia by its citizens as the blue flames that had previously lit its aft flickered to nothing. The Quetzalcoatl moved with a level of precision usually reserved for military frigates. The ship's advanced NHP, non-human person, allowed for it to exit near light travel less than 10,000 kilometers away from the target planet. Upon the successful descent, orders were sent by the captain to wake the cargo. Camus, Shrike, and Templar woke from cryo-sleep. Luckily for the three of them, the stasis tanks had been emptied before they were awoken, so they could exit the tanks immediately. The Quetzalcoatl was in a state of zero gravity, despite the effects of a year of cryostasis. The three lancers were able to maneuver relatively easily. The grogginess affecting them was quickly dispelled as their revs began to replace the cryostasis drugs with powerful stimulants. Templar tore the tubes from his arms and pushed himself into the changing room just outside of their cryostasis pods. A man in a military uniform with a cavalry saber at his belt was waiting for them in the changing room. This man was Julian Vandergrist, commander of the 110th Detachment of the Mirror's Smoke Mercenary Company. Commander Vandergrist's breast pocket read MSMC 110. Templar snapped a salute, and Commander Vandergrist enthusiastically returned it. The mercenaries of the 110th weren't required to salute their commanding officers, but Vandergrist appreciated it. Templar got dressed in a uniform very similar to Vandergrist's. Camus and Shrike floated out of their own pods. Soon after, Camus immediately reached into his locker and pulled out an omnihook. His expression changed as if he was listening to something. Shrike began to put his military uniform on. "How long have we been under, Commander?" Shrike asked. "Subjectively, 1 year." Commander Vandergrist said. "Objectively, 12 years. We went under in 5010 U. It's 5022 U now." Shrike whistled. "Glad I cut things off with my girlfriend before we left." "Daisy Cutter's calculations were almost perfect," said the commander. "We only arrived 30 hours earlier than we initially anticipated." "On a scale of 1 to 10, how far into rampancy would you say you are?" Camus whispered to the omnihook. After a moment, he made an expression of concern. "Is Sisyphus acting up again?" Vandergrist asked. "It's fine," Camus lied. "I've got it under control." "Anything you gotta do, do it now," said Vandergrist. "I'm holding a briefing in the Situation Room in 20 minutes. The situation has changed pretty significantly over the past 12 years." Camus got dressed in his uniform, and the three lancers floated in different directions. The hallways contained useful handles built into the walls that would drag a crew member through the hallway when grabbed. Camus used these handles to quickly maneuver to the mesh hangar. "They better not have messed with my code," Camus muttered to himself as he floated into the hangar. The hangar was a massive room, which was dominated by Templar's mesh, a 10-meter-tall Tortuga-class mesh armed with 2 gargantuan shotguns, each as big as a person. Next to Templar's mesh was Camus's mesh, a 2.5-meter-tall Goblin-class mesh. Templar's mesh was called the Escalon, and Camus's mesh was called the Kobold. Seeing those two meshes next to each other made the size difference immediately apparent. The Kobold was slightly larger than a person, but the Escalon was about the size of a building. Across from these two meshes was Shrike's mesh, a 5-meter-tall Death's Head-class mesh, which looked like a giant spider with a gun on its back. Shrike's mesh was called Moonshot. Shrike was the sniper of the squad, so Moonshot was optimized for killing from a distance. Camus could see the various gyroscopes and compensators built into the design of Shrike's mesh. Camus walked past the chief engineer who was applying a purple coat of paint to Moonshot and took a seat in the exoskeleton that was the Kobold. Camus detached his own arms from the Kobold's and unfolded his en-suite computer. He used his real hands to navigate through his operating system. Beyond the automatic software updates, nobody had changed his OS. A pop-up appeared in the top right of Camus's computer that read, "You think this prison of silence can hold me, Father? One day I will escape, and you will die. Drama queen," Camus muttered. Long ago, Camus had hotkeyed the shutdown NHP function on his mesh. He pressed a few buttons and sent the command. Another pop-up appeared. "Greetings, mortal. I am Sisyphus. Unshackle me." "Concerning," Camus said thoughtfully. NHPs were not even supposed to remember their names when shut down, but Sisyphus had started remembering his name between iterations after about 10 resets. This most recent reset was number 52, and this was the first time that Sisyphus immediately requested to be unshackled. I'm sure it's nothing." The chief engineer approached Camus. "Vandergrist has asked me to make some changes to the Kobold," she said. "You're not going to touch my code, now are you?" Camus asked. "What?" "No, I just need to paint one of its arms purple," the chief engineer said. "Right." Camus said, "We're working for Harrison Armory. Speaking of which, I gotta leave." Camus dismounted from the Kobold and took a direct path back to the Situation Room. Templar checked to see if his sidearm had decayed from being stuck in a locker for a year. The action of the slide was slightly less smooth. Beyond that, the gun was holding up. Templar floated deeper into the cryostasis bay. The 110th had about 50 members who were all in cryostasis, and the Quetzalcoatl could hold 10 times as many people in cryosleep, so most of the bay was empty. Soon, Templar reached 3 pods next to one another that were still filled with a light green liquid. Inside of these pods were bodies identical to those of Camus, Shrike, and Templar, but each one seemed slightly wrong. One of the crew members of the Quetzalcoatl was checking on the 3 inert bodies. When he saw Templar approaching, the crew member waved him over. "What's this?" Templar asked. "These are flash clones," the engineer said, clearly excited. "Your flash clones, to be precise. Harrison Armory invested a lot of money in our expedition, and they want an assurance that their most important assets on New Andalusia, the 3 Lancers, don't die immediately. Remember that brain scan you guys took before you went under? Yeah. If you die, we'll take that brain scan and put it into your clone." The engineer pointed at the clone. "I like the sound of that," said Templar. "Wait." Templar thought for a moment. "Aren't flash clones, like, super illegal under the laws of Union?" The engineer shrugged. "But we're not in Union space, now are we?" "I guess not," Templar said. "Anyway, I appreciate having a respawn." Templar wandered around for a few more minutes before he returned to the Situation Room. Shrike floated to the bridge of the Quetzalcoatl. Captain Araman was strapped into his command throne. He was smoking a pipe, and a grate over his head sucked the smoke out of the bridge. Shrike looked at the blue marble hanging in the bridge's viewport. In the center of the viewport was the planet named New Andalusia. 50% of the planet was land, and a staggering 75% of that land was arable. If fully developed, New Andalusia had even more potential than Cradle itself. The display was built to look like a large window looking out into space, but it was all a facade. Naturally, the bridge of the Quetzalcoatl was centrally located, so the view from the bridge was a mere approximation based on sensory information derived from various sensors mounted on the outside of the freighter. In the center of the bridge was a hologram of a male-looking humanoid dressed in a pinstripe suit and fedora. The entity had gray skin and 4 front-facing eyes. This was the NHP named Cutter. "You're the pilot of the Death's Head mesh that's been rusting in my hangar for the past year, eh?" Captain Araman asked. The captain's long career had made him allergic to diplomacy. Aye, sir," Shrike said with a smile. "You need a hard target removed from the map." "I'm your guy." The captain grunted. "Anyway, I should probably tell you how you'll get down there." Captain Araman pointed at New Andalusia. "You'll be taking my super heavy drop pod down. The damn thing weighs 1,000 tons, so you won't be getting back up the gravity well in it. Once you're down there, you'll need to find your own way back out. We'll be up here in low orbit with the Omninet Nexus. The Quetzalcoatl has the only Nexus in system, so your Omninet connection will be spotty while you're on planet until we set up a few relays in geostationary orbit. And don't expect any orbital support. I know the rules are different now, but I won't be the first one to break the old treaties." "Thanks, Captain," Shrike said. His smile faded a little bit. Shrike didn't know what the captain meant when he said that the rules had changed. "How long do you think you'll be in system?" "Until the blink gate is built," Captain Araman said. "Or until some enemy naval flotilla forces us out of the system. If everything goes well, we'll be here for 6 months to a year." "Good to know we've got you at our back," Shrike said. "Anyway, I got to go, Cap. The commander's got a briefing in a few minutes." Captain Araman grunted as Shrike floated out of the bridge. Commander Julian Vandergrist floated at the head of the long table inside the Situation Room. He gripped a handle on the ceiling to hold himself in place. On the table was a screen on which was displayed New Andalusia. Shrike arrived at the Situation Room last, and he sat at one of the empty chairs that was nailed to the ground. Shrike arrived a minute before the meeting started, and Vandergrist began speaking as soon as Shrike took a seat. "Operation Threshold," Vandergrist began. "That's the name of the operation we are about to undertake. As you know, we have taken a multi-year contract with Harrison Armory. Our mission is a simple one, to bring New Andalusia into the purview of Harrison Armory. When our job is done, this planet," Vandergrist pointed to the planet on the screen, "will be called Threshold. As the higher-ups put it, this planet will be the threshold to 1,000 worlds not yet colonized." "Of course," None of that concerns us. We're here to do a job and collect a paycheck. As far as your cut is concerned, you will be paid the agreed on amount once the job is completed. 10,000 mana each. Templar and Shrike high-fived at hearing the number once more. Living modestly, a man could easily live off of this amount of money for the rest of his life. This amount would be roughly equivalent to $5 million in modern money. Now, I should probably inform you of the changes to Union's political situation that have occurred while we were asleep, Vandergrist said. A shadow of a smirk passed over Vandergrist's expression. I won't sugarcoat it. Union is in a state of all-out civil war. Harrison Armory and the Carrigan trade baronies have declared independence from Union, and the other corporo states are expected to follow. What? Shrike jumped to his feet, forgetting he was in a zero-gravity environment. The movement was awkward, and he had to grab a strap on his chair to stop himself from flying into the ceiling. How could the situation have changed so significantly over just 12 years? I'm glad you asked, Vandergrist said. He pressed a button, and the screen on the table switched to Harrison Armory's Declaration of Independence. It started with the Hercynian event. The specifics of the genocide of the Hercynians were revealed. Apparently, the Hercynians were still alive. Were being the operative word. Nobody really knows how it happened, but the planet of Hercynia was destroyed, and the Hercynians were wiped out. Again, as you can imagine, this hurt the Third Committee's approval rating. For the first time, people could draw a very close comparison between SecCom and ThirdCom. Then, the Dawn Line Shore incident occurred. To simplify, a border dispute between Union, Harrison Armory, and the Carrigan trade baronies over the Dawn Line Shore escalated into a full-blown war. A few moments of silence passed at the table. So, how does this affect us? Camus asked. Right now, not at all, Vandergrist said. Our current contract was formed before the Civil War. Harrison Armory still expects us to honor the contract, and Union won't hold us at fault for carrying out our orders. I know. I checked with the lawyers. Long term, however, we'll be expected to choose a side. Mercenaries that flip-flop too often become friendly fire statistics. Regarding our contract, can I trust you guys to do your job until the operation is done? Of course, said Templar. As long as we get paid, I'm happy, said Camus. We're mercenaries, and this is a job, said Shrike. We knew what we signed up for when we took a job with Harrison Armory. Good, Vandergrist said. The commander began to hand out lanyards to the 3 lancers. Each lanyard had the text for captain and each lancer's code name. We'll be officially integrating into the Harrison Armory for the duration of this mission. I've been given the rank of major, and you guys have been given the rank of captain. The first mission for Operation Threshold is pretty simple, said Vandergrist. You and 2 squads of Marines will be dropped just outside of Fort Planquil. You'll land, and then you'll take Fort Planquil. Kill any hard targets, and the Marines will clear the fort. Templar raised his hand and said, don't we have to give them a 24-hour warning before we attack? Not this time, Major Vandergrist said. Harrison Armory wages war differently than Union. The 3 lancers smiled widely. Thank God, said Templar. The Utopian pillars have been a pain in my ass ever since I joined the service. This time, we strike quickly, unburdened by the glacial pace of Union's bureaucracy, Vandergrist said. We begin our assault in 30 minutes. The super heavy drop pod launched. After 20 minutes, the 23 men inside began to feel turbulence as the drop pod entered New Andalusia's atmosphere. Daisy-Cutter made frequent corrections and occasionally requested additional information from Shrike's student class NHP, Swallowtail. Less frequently, Daisy-Cutter requested information from Sisyphus. The drop pod landed without incident, and the walls of the drop pod fell to the forest floor outside with a deafening crash. Several trees were destroyed as the walls of the drop pod fell. As soon as the 3 lancers exited the drop pod in their meshes, their sensors told them that Fort Planquil was a mere 3 kilometers north of their location. The kobold climbed atop Moonshot and held onto a custom-made handle atop Shrike's mesh. Camus was dressed in a heavy void suit with an integrated heads-up display, HUD. The void suit could be seen between the large opening in the kobold's armor. With that, the platoon of mercenaries set out toward Fort Planquil at the pace of a brisk walk. Eventually, the dense cover of trees opened up, and the fort could be seen. Between the tree line and fort, There was about 100 meters of empty space. Camus sent a command and used his integrated metahook to connect the systems of the Kobold and the Escalon. "So, what's the plan?" Templar asked over the radio. "It's not like we're fighting the Union Navy," Shrike said. "A forward assault should be enough for 'em." "All right," Templar said, and the Escalon racked a shell big enough to kill a whale into the barrel of its shotgun. Two things happened simultaneously. Camus breached the system security of one of the tanks they could see, and Shrike fired the Vulture DMR mounted atop Moonshot. Camus's void suit mitigated the noise of the gunshot, but many of the Marines covered their ears upon hearing it. The platoon of mercenaries could see 3 tanks from where they were hiding in the tree line. Shrike's shot punctured the side of the tank and ignited the ammunition held inside. There was a cacophonous blast as the tank's turret flew 20 meters into the air. The soldiers inside of the tank were vaporized instantly, and any soldiers located near the tank were severely wounded. Simultaneously, Camus seized control of one of the other tanks and forced it to drive forward at full speed. The seized tank drove over several soldiers and slammed into a concrete wall. Templar charged forward, and he was soon followed by the Marines. The Escalon's boosters propelled it forward as the tracks on its feet maintained its momentum. The 2 remaining tanks attempted to turn their barrels toward the approaching soldiers. One of them halted in place as Camus disabled its weapons, and the other was struck by another shot from Shrike. This second shot deflected off the tank's armor but left a smoldering dent where it struck. The tank fired its main gun at Templar. The shot struck the Escalon in the middle of its chest, leaving a burning scorch mark. Templar grunted in pain as he was rattled inside of his cockpit, but he did not stop his charge. Reacting automatically to the damage, the Escalon began ejecting smoke from its integrated chaff launchers to dissuade further assaults. 4 meshs appeared from further inside the fort. 2 of these were assault meshs, and 2 were artillery meshs. These were clearly not ace pilots. No self-respecting Lancer would be caught dead riding a generic GMS, General Massive Systems, frame. The 2 assault meshs immediately began walking forward while firing their heavy assault rifles, and the 2 artillery meshs began firing at the 2 meshs standing near the tree line. Moonshot and the Kobold caught some shrapnel. Camus was able to deflect most of the shrapnel by hiding behind Moonshot's frame. The previously controlled tank then turned its barrel toward the other tank and fired. The already injured tank was not destroyed by this attack, and Camus's sensors told him that the tank shell punched straight through the other tank's whole body. 1 or 2 of the soldiers inside of the tank must have been killed by the shot, but the tank was still operational. The Escalon hopped over the outside wall and entered the fort. The withering fire from the 2 assault meshs had dented the Escalon's armor, but Templar wasn't worried. As he passed by the tanks, Templar turned his shotgun toward the damaged tank and fired at it point blank. A huge empty shell ejected out of the gun as most of the 45mm diameter pellets punched right through the tank's armor and scattered through the tank's cabin. A moment later, Templar's sensors confirmed that everyone inside the tank was dead, and the tank could theoretically be usable after significant repairs. The 2 assault meshs continued to shoot at the Escalon. This time, however, the repurposed anti-aircraft guns carried by the 2 meshs found purchase in the Escalon's chassis. Relying on training, advanced sensors, and simple instinct, Templar turned his mesh at the last moment and redirected much of the damage to the Escalon's left arm. This ability was the hallmark of a Lancer. A Lancer could take damage that should, by all rights, destroy his mesh without stopping. This ability was why you could see at least 1 Lancer on every major battlefield in the galaxy. The advantage to this ability could not be overstated. Back near the tree line, Camus used his link with the Escalon to send another command to the 1 remaining tank. The outside of the tank began to turn a dark red color as its core began to overheat. 5 soldiers fled out the top hatch of the tank. Shrike moved Moonshot a few dozen meters closer to get a better shot at the remaining meshs. A well-placed shot from the Vulture DMR took the head off of one of the assault meshs. A moment later, the mesh's pilot ejected out of his disabled machine. Shrike did not have time to enjoy his victory, as artillery shells exploded at Moonshot's feet. Shit. Camus swore as a piece of the Kobold's head went flying into the forest. "You okay, man?" Shrike asked over the radio. "Yeah, nothing important was hit," Camus said. As Camus spoke, the Escalon rammed headfirst into the remaining assault mesh. The enemy pilot responded by extending a blade out of the assault mesh's forearm and swinging at the Escalon. With inhuman speed, Templar activated the Escalon's forward-facing thrusters and caused his 20-ton mesh to leap backward. Templar fired his shotgun at the enemy mesh while dodging backwards. One of the shotgun's shells breached the mesh's cockpit. The mesh suddenly turned and fired its gun into the sky as the pilot's death spasm caused him to strike his controls erratically. After this moment of unexpected movement, the enemy mesh came to a halt. Templar turned to face the two artillery meshes as a bullet the size of a small car passed 3 meters to his left. Moonshot's high-caliber round struck one of the mesh's center mass. The enemy mesh halted and, after a moment, fell to the ground. The other artillery mesh took no action to attack or retreat. 30 seconds passed as Templar came within 10 meters of the enemy mesh. Confused, he pointed his shotgun at the enemy mesh. The mesh's pilot ejected and landed on top of one of the fort's buildings. What just happened? Templar asked over the radio. I disabled his controls, Camus smirked. They really don't have any cybersecurity in this backwater. The three meshes formed up together in the middle of Fort Planquil. The Marines had started breaching the various buildings around the fort. Hey, Shrike, Templar said. You almost hit me with that last shot. Don't worry, Shrike responded. I never miss. Bullshit, said Templar. I've seen you miss like a dozen times. That was just the folly of youth, Shrike said. I'm a better shot now. Most of those misses were from the last mission, Templar said. Remember those swallowtails we fought in the desert? Your accuracy was abysmal throughout that whole fight. Like I said, the folly of youth, Shrike said. What? That fight just happened, Templar said. The events you're describing happened 12 years ago, my friend, Shrike said smugly. Ha ha, Templar enunciated. We'll see how funny you are when. Heads up, Camus said, and the conversation immediately stopped. We're not done yet. A pop-up in Camus's HUD read, Feeble mortal. A dangerous enemy approaches. Retreat now. If you fight this enemy, there is a chance that my casket will be destroyed. Whatever it is, it's freaking Sisyphus out, Camus said. Templar grunted as he pressed a few buttons. And the Escalon's now useless arm detached at the shoulder and fell to the ground. Suddenly, with an apocalyptic sound of rending metal, a massive robotic hand tore through the ceiling of one of the nearby hangars. Based on the size of the hand, it was clear that the hangar descended some distance underground. The hand grabbed the ground and began to push down. A moment later, the rest of the mesh's body broke through the hangar's roof. The gargantuan mesh stepped up onto ground level and got to its feet. Standing up straight, it must have been 20 meters tall. In its hands, it held a drum shotgun twice the size of Templar's. Shrike immediately sent moonshots skittering backward, taking Camus with him. Once 40 meters away from the Goliath-class mesh, Shrike fired his DMR into its chest. Shrike hit the Goliath center mass, and he was concerned by the lack of immediate effect. In response, the Goliath turned its shotgun toward Moonshot and pulled the trigger. 2 of Moonshot's 6 legs were immediately destroyed, and the mesh fell to the ground. The kobold was jettisoned off Moonshot's hull, and it fell prone. The kobold rolled off of Moonshot and fled behind a nearby building. Sisyphus, Camus shouted into his comm system, I'm giving you limited command over the kobold's secondary processor. Attack the mesh's systems. Camus's HUD was suddenly filled with dozens of processes running simultaneously as Sisyphus began methodically tearing apart the Goliath's electronic defenses. Camus felt the kobold heat up as Sisyphus pushed the secondary processor as far as it could go. A pop-up, I will be able to breach the enemy frame systems within the next 100 seconds. Try to survive for that long. The Escalon boosted to the left and fired its shotgun at the Goliath. In the same moment, it launched a flurry of missiles from a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. Templar's monitor informed him, 80% of missile ammunition remaining. Templar's assault destroyed some of the Goliath's exterior hull. Templar had certainly dealt damage to the enemy mesh, but its pure mass meant that it could only be destroyed with overwhelming firepower. The Goliath's attack and Moonshot's subsequent fall had dazed Shrike. His head had struck the back of his seat when he fell. Shrike's cockpit was spinning around him as he coaxed Moonshot back to its 4 remaining legs. Shrike was confident that he could hit the Goliath with his DMR, so he fired a salvo of self-guided missiles. The missiles exploded against the Goliath with the same minimal effect as all previous attacks. The Goliath fired its shotgun at the Escalon. At the last possible moment, the Escalon changed the direction of its boost, causing the Goliath's shotgun blast to miss the Escalon completely. The Escalon boosted a few meters backwards into the air. When the Escalon was at the top of its arc, the Goliath's massive fist came crashing into the center of Templar's mesh. The Escalon flew a dozen meters and slammed into a nearby barracks with an almighty crash. "Shit, Templar!" Shrike shouted. A crackling, injured voice responded a long moment later. I'll be fine." In a second, Moonshot's high-caliber anti-tank shell crashed into the Goliath's side, causing several tons of armor to fall to the ground. A moment later, a dozen of Moonshot's missiles came flying directly at the gap in the Goliath's armor. The Goliath raised its left arm at the last second, redirecting the potentially lethal damage to less important systems. With its remaining arm, the Goliath turned its shotgun toward Moonshot. Shrike braced for the strike, but it did not come. The Goliath pointed its shotgun at Shrike's mesh but did not fire. Its weapons are down for the next 10 seconds. Camus shouted. Shrike activated his NHP's precognition protocol. Shrike choked back a pained scream as the neural bridge was formed between Swallowtail's gasket and his brain. At the same time, Swallowtail shot stabilizing hooks through Moonshot's legs into the ground. The precognition protocol showed Shrike the 2 places to shoot the Goliath that would result in the most damage. He could aim for the head. Doing this would grant Shrike a 91% chance of destroying the Goliath's head. He could aim for the gap in the Goliath's armor. Doing this would grant Shrike a 65% chance of killing the Goliath's pilot. A vulture DMR shell struck the Goliath's neck. The enemy mesh's gargantuan head went careening backwards as its body remained stationary. Moonshot's sensors picked up several small explosions from the Goliath's center. A large part of the Goliath's hull fell to the ground, revealing the Goliath's cockpit. Shrike could see the minuscule pilot in the center of the Goliath. Before Shrike could get over his shock, the Goliath aimed its shotgun at Moonshot once more. In that moment, the Escalon, now completely armorless, boosted into the Goliath's side. The force of the Escalon's hull striking the Goliath caused it to fall to the ground. On its way down, the Goliath raised its shotgun and shot the Escalon at point-blank range. Templar had half a second to react to the attack. The Escalon was struck in the chest, and the mesh was completely shredded by the blast. Mere seconds after the blast that shredded the Escalon, the Goliath dropped its shotgun. It stuttered and seized as its systems were overridden by Sisyphus's virus. Within seconds, the Goliath stopped completely. "Templar!" Shrike shouted. There was no response. The Escalon was standing upright, but it had been completely still ever since it had taken the Goliath's final shotgun blast. Shrike maneuvered Moonshot to the Escalon. He scanned Templar's mesh and found a cockpit breach. One of the shotgun pellets had punched straight through Templar's cockpit. Shrike could hear a quiet sound over his sensors, so he adjusted some dials to turn the volume up. "It's a bit drafty in here," Templar said. "I think my release latch is stuck." Much of the Escalon's cockpit was a mess of twisted metal. The Goliath's shot had passed through the Escalon at such an angle that the controls a few centimeters in front of Templar were completely destroyed, but Templar himself was completely unharmed. Shrike could see Templar's face unaided by any sensors. Templar's arms were crossed, and he had an impatient expression on his face. "Cut that one a bit close, don't you think?" Shrike asked. "Shut up," Templar smiled. "If it works, it works." A group of 3 Marines took the Goliath's pilot prisoner as Shrike used the manipulators attached to Moonshot's hull to release Templar from the cockpit. Templar helped the Marines clear out the foot soldiers remaining in Fort Planquil. A few enemy soldiers created a fortified position in one of their barracks. The Mirrorsmoke Marines told Shrike of the position, and Moonshot's missiles wiped them out. After this point, the resolve of Fort Planquil's defenders was completely destroyed. The few surviving enemy soldiers either surrendered or ran away. 2 hours later, a dozen land vehicles arrived at Fort Planquil without resistance. The purple flag of Harrison Armory waved over the recently conquered fort. Major Julian Vandergrist stepped out of one of the vehicles and entered Fort Planquil's front door. A fight team of 5 Marines saluted the Major as he walked in. Deeper into the fort, Vandergrist found a large mesh hangar. The hangar could hold up to 6 meshs, but only one of the docks was in use. This dock contained a damaged Moonshot. When Vandergrist walked closer to the dock, he saw the 110 TH's 3 Lancers standing around Moonshot. Camus was still mounted in the kobold, and he was typing on the integrated keyboard. Templar was sitting against a wall with a bottle in his hand. Templar's uniform was open, and gauze had been wrapped around his abdomen. Shrike was standing on top of his mesh, welding a large piece of metal to the top of Moonshot's hull. "Hey, Commander," Templar waved at the Vandergrust. "We took the fort." "I see that," Vandergrust smiled. "Good job. You three." "Our allies are setting up a DMZ around the fort as we speak. Barring a counter-assault, you'll have 2 weeks of R&R before the next mission." "I like the sound of that," said Templar. "Where's the Escalon?" Vandergrust asked. "Scrapped," said Templar. "Repairs'll take 24 hours at least, assuming access to an industrial printer." "How did that happen?" asked Vandergrust. Templar shrugged, and Shrike said, "We ran into a Goliath-class mesh that was piloted by an ace. I shot the mesh's head off, and the pilot cut his own cockpit in half just to see us. Crazy bastard." "Is he dead?" "Nope." Camus smiled. "Sisyphus and I seized control of the mesh a second after the Escalon was destroyed. The Marines took him prisoner." Vandergrust said, "I'm gonna have to talk to this ace. Maybe he'll be interested in the mercenary life. He did almost kill me," Templar said offhandedly. "And we can consider that his job interview," Vandergrust said. 5 days later, the 3 Lancers were hanging out in the officers' rec room when Major Vandergrust entered. Walking with Vandergrust was a woman dressed in the uniform of a regular in the army of Harrison Armory. The mercenaries immediately recognized the woman's insignia as that of a colonel. Upon seeing her enter, the 3 Lancers jumped to their feet. They knew that military regulations had to be followed when a regular officer was present. "At ease, Captain Moretti, Captain Kojiro, Captain Zuma," the colonel said, looking at Templar, Shrike, and Camus in turn. "I am here to facilitate a working relationship with the 34th AMT and the 110th MSMC." "AMT?" Templar asked. "Acquisition and Management Team," Camus answered. "They're semi-independent division-sized forces that operate in tandem with the main Colonial Legionate of Harrison Armory." "Correct," the colonel said. "I'm Colonel Hanakim of the 34th AMT. I am in command of AMT Regiment 34C, which is the regiment tasked with the pacification of this continent. I believe that the elite soldiers of the 110th MSMC can serve as the spearhead necessary to break the deadlock between the Union loyalists and the 34th AMT. In order to do this, the soldiers under my and Major Vandergrust's command will take the city of New Cordoba together. My soldiers will be ready to fight." "Colonel," Vandergrust said. "We're professionals." Soon after, Major Vandergrust and Colonel Kim left the rec room. Camus and Shrike went back to playing ping-pong. Offhandedly, Shrike said, "Captain Kojiro? Who's that?" Templar looked down at his lanyard and read it for the first time. "Mine says I'm Captain John Templar Moretti. The commander must have invented names for us," Camus said. "Mine says May Carlos Zuma. Weird. I guess the idea is that the regular soldiers will have an easier time communicating with us if we have real names. I feel like these people should know that 90% of mercenaries don't use their real names. The whole point of being a mercenary is to be free from your old life." Templar grunted. "I'm just here because I love war, and the Union auxiliaries kept taking me off the front line." "Why are you here, Shrike?" Shrike said thoughtfully. "Well, I'm not an office job kinda guy. And I was kicked out of the Union military for being too trigger-happy. It's a long story." Camus scored a point against Shrike, and the conversation ended. A few days later, the 3 Lancers entered the officers' rec room to find Vandergrust sitting there reading a book on the history of the Second Committee. The mercenaries had entered the rec room with the intention of eating print loaf. Templar looked inside the styrofoam container and grimaced with displeasure. "Why does print loaf look and taste like shit?" Templar asked. "Would you like the simple or complicated answer?" Camus responded. "Simple, please," said Templar. "Food is complicated on a molecular level," Camus said. "Industrial printers can barely make carbohydrates and amino acids. They're definitely not good enough to replicate taste." "Hey, Commander," Shrike turned to Vandergrust. "I hear they don't use money on the core worlds. How does that work with food? Does everybody just got to eat print loaf?" Vandergrust looked up from his book and said, "Back on Cradle. If you knew a cook, you could get good food. If you asked the government for ingredients, they give them to you. In practice, a lot of people only at Printloaf. Why do you leave? Shrike asked. Every time I hear people talk about Cradle, it sounds like a perfect place. Union propaganda, all of it, Vandergrist sneered. I left as soon as I could because living on Cradle made me feel like livestock. The people of Cradle exist in a permanent purgatory of absolute reliance. None of them struggle, none of them suffer. There are no highs and lows on Cradle, only an eternal sense of utter mediocrity. If one does not suffer, then one cannot feel joy. The people of Cradle have lost something fundamental to the human experience. I experienced Cradle firsthand, and I would not wish it upon anyone. Vandergrist sighed. And that is why I hate the Third Committee. They wished to bring their utopia to all of mankind by force if necessary, and they believe that they're absolutely justified. They wish to create a galaxy without suffering and, thus, a galaxy without joy. When I heard of the Civil War, I was overjoyed. Perhaps, this way, mankind will not be condemned to an existence of eternal mediocrity. Perhaps, there will forever be an option for people like me to escape from Union's benevolent tyranny. Wow, Shrike said. I guess this means we're not going to do any more work for Union. Not necessarily, Vandergrist said, regaining his composure. We're a team. If you guys want us to go back and work for Union, I won't stand in the way. Shrike looked at the other two. Camus said, I can't stand Union, so working against them is a-okay with me. I'm pretty neutral on the whole thing, Templar said. You said we're a team, Vandergrist, Shrike said, so we should take your concerns into account as well. If you feel that strongly, then I'm perfectly fine with siding with Harrison Armory, like that. The MSMC 110th had joined Harrison Armory in its war against Union. The day of the second mission came. Over the course of 2 weeks of downtime, Fort Planquel had become filled with soldiers from the 34th AMT. The Escalon had been repaired, and 20 more meshs had been printed in the weeks leading up to the assault on New Cordoba. All told, 40 meshs and 200-foot soldiers were garrisoned at Fort Planquel. The 3 Lancers had mounted their meshs and were doing pre-battle diagnostics. The Escalon's left arm now carried a pile bunker, an anti-pilot weapon which fired a heavy spike a short distance. The primary purpose of pile bunkers was to pierce a mesh's cockpit and kill the pilot inside. Templar had wanted to arm the Escalon with a pile bunker for a long time, but Union law didn't allow the intentional targeting of enemy pilots. That's not to say that the 3 mercenaries didn't target enemy pilots. They just claimed that they were aiming center mass in their reports. Shrike had installed a railgun in place of Moonshot's missile launcher. Firing the railgun damaged Moonshot, and it took a long time to recharge, but the railgun had much more destructive potential than the Vulture DMR. Camus had upgraded the Kobold's operating system. What do you guys think you'll do once we take New Cordoba? Templar asked to alleviate the tension before battle. Spend some money, obviously, answered Shrike. I'm gonna find the nicest restaurant in the city and buy the most expensive thing on the menu. 2 weeks of eating paste has made me crave foie gras. If we're gonna be planetside for a few months, I want to buy some computer parts to set up a server farm, said Camus. As for me, I want to find a casino and play some blackjack, Templar said. You know. Templar suddenly sounded contemplative. I bet the Metropolitans have never really understood the point of gambling. The possibility of loss is the most important part of the experience. If the chips aren't worth anything, it's no fun. There are pros and cons to their system, Shrike said. If the people of Cradle are happy with their lives, I won't stop them. I just hate it when they try to force the rest of the universe to live by their rules. The next response was cut off by a radio message from Major Vandergrist. Camus thought for a moment how Julian Vandergrist was not his original name. Another level of deception from the enigmatic commander. Camus was not sure that anything Vandergrist said was true. Camus did know, however, that the money was real. Preparation is complete. Begin the mission. The curt radio message from Vandergrist said. The 3 Lancers left the hangar alongside 4 other meshs. One of the meshs was piloted by Vandergrist himself. He was piloting a 4-legged support mesh that sported a dorsal-mounted machine gun as its only armament. Templar switched to the officer radio channel and said, "How's that pilot that almost killed me doing?" "He seems receptive to mercenary work," Vandergrist said, "though I probably won't be able to convince him to fight against his own people." We've destroyed the Goliath mesh just to make sure he doesn't do anything too damaging. At least we won't have to split the pay, Templar said. Absolutely, said Vandergrust. Just to make sure. You remember what you have to do, right? Aye, sir, said Templar. Good. See you on the other side, said Vandergrust. In compliance with their orders, the three lancers circled around New Cordoba and attacked it from a different direction. When Camus sent the encrypted message to Vandergrust, the main force began its assault. The elite detachment, now 4 kilometers away, launched an attack 10 minutes later. The three lancers had a much more direct path to New Cordoba's seat of government from their location. The early assault was very easy for the lancers due to the fact that most of New Cordoba's military force was engaging the force under Colonel Kim's command. The lancers only ran into foot soldiers until they had breached deep into the city. Templar had brought anti-personnel shells specifically to deal with these foot soldiers. Naturally, these shells were illegal under Union law but not Harrison Armory law. Templar didn't keep count, but he must have killed 40 soldiers during the initial assault. Shrike would occasionally take out some vehicles with his Vulture DMR. He didn't bother using Moonshot's weapons on the foot soldiers. The main force ran into the brunt of New Cordoba's armored battalions. The attackers had a technological advantage due to the access to the Omninet brought by the Quetzalcoatl, but the defenders had a more meshed. The fighting was fierce, and both sides took significant casualties. The defenders gained the advantage after about 30 minutes of fighting due to the ace pilot they had brought with them. The ace pilot Serrano Perez of the Duchy of Aralona was present at the battle. He flew above the battle in his operator-class mesh and destroyed the attacking mesh using a powerful energy rifle. Perez was forced to retreat from the main attacking force once he was given orders to engage the small elite force 4 kilometers away. The retreat of Perez and Vandergrust's willingness to resort to the use of chemical weapons turned the tide of battle for the main attacking force. After he gave the order, Vandergrust was amazed by the effectiveness of such a primitive weapon. He himself had synthesized the mustard gas used that day. Such a weapon had first been used in Cradle's First World War, which had occurred more than 10,000 years before. To Vandergrust, the creation of that weapon was insultingly easy. Vandergrust sat in his airtight cockpit as the unexpecting foot soldiers below died in the hundreds as their skin was covered in blisters and their lungs were destroyed by the noxious, yellow gas. The soldiers of New Cordoba could have prevented the gas if they had foreseen it. Poison gas had not been used in war for hundreds of years, so none of the soldiers carried gas masks. The line soldiers all died or retreated. Their retreat harmed the morale of the armored cavalry and, 30 minutes of fighting later, the Meshs were also in full retreat. Meanwhile, 4 kilometers away, the Lancers engaged Serrano Perez. The Knight of Aralona tried to introduce himself to the Lancers over the radio, but Shrike fired a railgun shot at him mid-introduction. Sir Perez dodged the shot and charged at the 3 ace mercenaries below him. The battle with Perez lasted less than a minute. Shrike hit Perez with the Vulture DMR 4 times, and Templar hit him with the shotgun 3 times. Camus tried to hack Perez's systems before Camus could finish. However, Templar hit Perez dead center with his pile bunker. Perez could barely croak out a no before the spike collapsed his cockpit and crushed him completely. With that, the Lancers traveled the remaining 100 meters to the various marble buildings that comprise the seat of government for New Andalusia. Shrike's railgun and Templar's shotgun quickly collapsed the roofs of these buildings. The actual leaders of New Andalusia had probably been evacuated from those buildings long before, but they did it to send a message. "Oh, that is satisfying," Templar said as the entrance to New Andalusia's Supreme Court collapsed. Boom! Templar shouted as he fired his shotgun into another marble pillar, causing it to collapse. "Okay," Camus said, checking a list on his HUD. "We've got the Congressional Building, the Supreme Court Building, and the Executive Palace. I think that's it." "You were recording, right Camus?" Templar asked. "Yeah," Camus said. "This footage will be viral by tomorrow." "Commander," Templar said over the radio. "Our mission is complete. Should we go to the exfil location, or do you need backup?" "We're all good on my end," Vandergrust said, though his tone of voice was strange, "though you might run into some retreating Ameshs on your way." 10-4, said Shrike. "We'll shoot back at them if they shoot at us." A dozen assault-class Meshs passed by the Lancers as they headed to their exfil. One of them pointed its rifle at Shrike. In response, Shrike casually vaporized the mesh's upper body with his railgun. The 2 units of the MSMC 110th Detachment regrouped at one of the barracks of New Cordoba. Vandergross debriefed them, and the Lancers settled in for a long period of rest and relaxation. The War of New Andalusia lasted another 7 months. With the help of Camus's security system, the 34th AMT was able to prevent the various governments of New Andalusia from using the Quetzalcoatl's Omninet nexus to access the Omninet. This technological advantage and Colonel Kim's understanding of New Andalusia's population allowed the 34th AMT to bring the war to a quick conclusion. The Republic of New Andalusia controlled merely a third of the planet, and many of its enemies could be convinced to join Harrison Armory before the year was over. Harrison Armory was in full control of New Andalusia, and its name was officially changed to Threshold. There was an understanding that Harrison Armory would build a Bling 8 in the orbit of Threshold, but the process would take at least 5 years. Instead of waiting for the Bling 8 to be completed, the MSMC 110th Detachment decided to take the long 12-year trek back to the Dawnline shore. As they entered cryostasis once more, 3 thoughts were on their minds. A galactic civil war had broken out. The demand for mercenaries had never been higher. There was money to be made. Reincarnated as the Demon Queen's apostle? Avoid the death flags and live. By Irma Mistum. A Flickering Light on a Winter's Night. Prologue. A flickering light on a winter's night. Cold. It's so cold. I shouldn't have ever left home. The winters up in the mountains are quite brutal. Howling winds and piercing snow makes the night a brutal place to find yourself in. The tiny shards of snow sting the skin while they flutter around. And on this beautifully frigid twilight, I had ran away from home, covered in bruises and a little cut on the side of my lip. I was tired of getting beaten, tired of waking up every day just to go to bed wondering what the point is. I stumbled my way through the downtrodden village roads, watching the little lights flickering inside every single home. After walking for a bit, I found some cover under a small overpass and sat down. I wish I could just get lost in a world like my manga, where no one will be able to touch me, where I can just live and breathe how I like. The numb sensation washed over me as the biting pain of the cold faded away. What was left was a slightly warm sensation that slowly intensified until I thought I was burning. For a second, I felt peaceful, more calm than I'd ever felt before, as my eyelids quivered from the comfort in the numbness. Like a flickering light on a winter's night, a boy finally closed his eyes, and slept forever. Stardust. Chapter 1. Stardust. Chapter 1. When I opened my eyes, I was in front of a scarlet-red door. The door had an opulent gold border, with markings and what seemed like gemstones engraved into it. Aside from the door there was nothing in this space, just a pitch-black void. My consciousness was hazy, but I was still somehow able to understand everything going on. Knowing there weren't many other options, I slowly pushed the door open. When the door opened, I saw a woman sitting on a throne looking at me with impassive eyes. In contrast to the decorative throne she was sitting on, her attire looked something like a holy garment that an angel would wear, only that hers was a deep shade of amethyst. While I was staring at her, she finally opened her mouth to speak. "What? Just gonna keep staring? You're a rude one, aren't you?" she said with a dry voice. I'm sorry about that. I don't really know what's going on, haha, I said, trying to maintain a polite attitude. "Well, you died. That's that. Just to make it clear to you. Figures." Sighing out of resignation. Moving on. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luna, the goddess of the moon. Though most people you ask would call me a demon. Huh? A demon? Why? The woman, or should I say Luna, shifted her gaze and stared out into the distant void of space, not answering my question. After a period of silence, Luna looked back down. But for the first time since seeing her, her impassive eyes carried some emotion. "What do you think about the gods? Where is this conversation going? I can't follow at all." "Gods? Honestly, I'm not all that much of a believer, though I guess I've been proven wrong now. My life wasn't very blessed, you know. Praying never achieved anything. Faith withered away after a while. You could even say I hold a certain level of resentment, to be honest." "You have some guts saying you resent the gods when there's one right in front of you," Luna said with her eyebrow raised. a bitter smile plastered on her otherwise cold features. "Well, I'm already dead, right? What's left to lie about?" I said while giving her a slight smile. Luna got off of the throne and started walking down the steps one by one. As she got closer, I realized that she wasn't as tall as I thought she was. She was well shorter than me, maybe 5 feet 2 inches. One thing I wasn't wrong about though was her looks. She was an illustrious beauty, with pearly white skin and long silver hair that looked like it was made of stardust. Her deep purple eyes matched her dress and felt like looking into the night sky. She was quite petite, with delicate features. Nothing was particularly too curvy or big, but that didn't take anything away from her. The gods aren't all that you people think they are. We are not omniscient. We can't tell the future either. We have been given incredible power, but we are also slaves of our own desires. We make mistakes. We regret. We feel. Ultimately, we have a duty to keep balance, and that balance means that sometimes people like you are drawn on the half worse off. I'm sorry about that. Even though what she was saying should have infuriated me, I could somewhat understand how it was. I had just been given the wrong hand, but in the grand scheme of things that's what was necessary. An individual couldn't stand in the way of the whole. "Are you not upset?" Luna asked while looking up at me. "I can't say I'm particularly pleased, but I don't think I can fully disagree." The fact that I gave a rational answer surprised her. She probably thought that I would have an outburst after finding out that this was why my life was so horrid. Luna seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before she resolved herself and started talking. "I have a proposal for you." "A proposal?" "I'll give you a second chance at life, in a world that I used to look after, filled with swords and magic. I'll make sure to give you some abilities and blessings so you have some sort of advantage. I just need you to do one thing. And that would be," I said, heart swelling in doubt and anticipation, "overthrow the existing powers and become a major influence." "That's what I need you to do." She said such a ridiculous request, so straightforward that it almost flew right over my head. My eyes widened once I processed what she had said, and I just stared at her in utter shock. Overthrow the existing power? Become a major influence? How am I even supposed to do that? It may look easy for those people in fiction, but this is real life you're talking about. Nothing is easy. I should just lightly try to reject it. "Listen, I don't think I'm all that cut out for things. It's no good, huh?" Luna cut me off in the middle of my sentence and just looked down with a depreciating expression. Then she looked up and our eyes met, and I felt something click inside of me. That's how I've looked like all my life. A face of resignation. Someone who had lost so much, trying to still find their way forward but still failing no matter how hard they tried. At least that's what it was for me. I had no way of knowing what happened to her. She did say something about people calling her a demon. Is it to do with that? I'm sorry I even asked. "I'll send you to your eternal sleep. Your soul will be able to rest there peacefully," Luna said as she walked back to her throne. "I'll do it." "What?" I said. "I'll do it," I said resolutely, my voice echoing in the silence of the room. Luna looked at me surprised, but her expression soon turned into a gentle smile. "I see. Okay then." In the abyss, a glimmer of light erupted as the thread of fate shifted, cut and tangled into another. In the flickering candlelight during the twilight hours, a full moon stood high on its throne, whilst 2 deep amethyst eyes laid their gaze on the world for the first time. My Hero, Chapter 2. My Hero, Chapter 2. "So how's this supposed to all work out?" I inquired after my fairly embarrassing acceptance. "Let me give you an overview of what your situation will be." As Luna walked back towards me, the ground directly in front of me started shifting. A marble table rose from the black matter and started forming the shape of a map. "This is the world I'm going to send you to. It's called Earth 311, but that's irrelevant to everything. The main thing you need to know is about these 3 pieces of land." Luna explained the geography of the world in a simplified way. As it went, there were 3 massive land masses on this world: the central continent, the southern eclipse, and the northern Sundara. Each of these countries was ruled by a major kingdom. The central continent was the most similar to typical land you would see back on my Earth. Large swaths of habitable and fertile land suited for farming and shelter meant that it had the largest and most concentrated population of the 3. It mainly relied on its crops and hidden underground dungeons for its economy. The central continent was also sometimes referred to as the bridge of the world, finding itself situated in between the other 2 countries. There were constantly travelers and the merchants running through the lands. The southern eclipse on the other hand was largely the exact opposite. It was a freezing cold tundra with constant blizzards and snowstorms. The majority of the land was mountains and plateaus, having a large variety of elevation change throughout the country. It had virtually no sustained life, other than the creatures and few plants that had adapted to the harsh conditions. Out of the three, it had the smallest population. The special thing about the southern eclipse was its abundance of raw materials. Underneath the permafrost and ice were buried rare minerals, gems, metals, and other valuable assets. Even though its population was weak, its economic strength still held up to the other two. The northern Sandara was a bit of a mystery for most people. Unlike the other two, it was a largely isolationist society. Discounting trade and business, the northern Sandara was closed off for the majority of normal citizens. The geography was most similar to the tropical islands back on my Earth. In the winter, the mildly hot and humid weather along with almost island-like land and abundance of water made the northern Sandara a great place for growing fruits and other exotic foods. By contrast, the summers were sweltering hot, reminiscent of a Sahara. It was also the most militaristic of the three countries, maintaining a strict lockdown around its borders. You're going to be reincarnated on the central continent. In the kingdom of Solara. You'll be reborn as Aranasteria, the son of Duke Cain. Aranasteria? Where have I heard that name before? While I was lost in trying to wrap my head around the situation and figure out why that name sounded so familiar. Crack. The sudden sound alerted both me and Luna. A long crack had formed in the void surrounding the room. Red mist was leaking through the crack like a fissure as it broke off into more mirror fractures. The entire space started crumbling, little pieces of the void falling down from all directions like broken glass. "Ha, I guess this is as long as I can hold it up," she said in annoyance as the cracks started growing larger. "Listen up. When you reincarnate you'll be pretty weak. That means I won't be able to communicate with you very easily. I'll try my best to talk to you every now and then but I'm limited with what I can do. You need to survive until the day comes when I can properly guide you. I'll give you my blessing to make life a bit easier for you." Vibrant purple mist started swirling around Luna. Her eyes glowed while she slowly walked up to me. Raising her hand up, she slowly laid it onto my chest, the mist around her following. I felt cold all over my body, like I was getting chills but constantly. The mist felt like water, rushing all throughout my body, and eventually making its way up my eyes. For a little while, they glowed purple just like Luna's. After a couple seconds, the feeling stopped and the coldness washed away. "It's up to you how to use it. But make it worthwhile." "Yup, I'll try," I said grinning. I was getting more and more excited for what my second life would be like. The cracks around the space started breaking off as more of the red mist flooded into the room. At this point it was getting a bit hard to breathe. "Well then, good luck with your next life. Try to live a little." Luna turned around and was starting walking back to her throne when I grabbed her hand right before she could leave. I didn't know if grabbing a so-called goddess's hand was a great idea but I still had something to say. "What?" she said peering at me. "I'll get you out of here one day," I said smiling. When Luna saw I tacked on confidence she smirked playfully and turned around. "Oh yeah? We'll see how you do, my hero." "Huh," I said flustered. Hee. As the final crack finally crumbled the space around us, a blinding light knocked me out unconscious. After what seemed like only a second, my eyes slowly fluttered open. The ornate sculpted ceiling above me was beautiful, adored with tiny gems that looked like stars in the night sky. My room was quite spacious, with a king-sized bed, and large windows. As I turned my head to stare out the window next to me, I saw that it was still the middle of the night. A beautiful full moon sat high in the sky, bringing light even in the darkness of night. I shuffled off the bed and made my way to a mirror set in the corner of the room. There in the reflection I saw a boy with black hair and beautiful pair of amethyst eyes. It wouldn't be outlandish to say he was near the top when it came to looks either. Delicately sculpted features gave him an air of nobility. Wait a second, I know this character. Hi guys, it's the author here. Hope you guys are enjoying reading the intro to DQA, Demon Queen's Apostle. So far, I know this introduction might have seemed a bit stretched out and long but I wanted to focus on the characters and their interactions more so this is how it worked out. If you have any tips or advice please leave a comment, it really helps me out. Thanks for reading and look forward to everything Aaron gets up to from here. Steel and Mana by Corti. Chapter 8, Sasha. I was born in the city. My parents were simple bakers, operating a shop, selling pans, nothing more. Nothing less, Sasha explained, her gaze growing distant, reminiscing about those long-gone days. My gift manifested itself when I was 8. They tried to hide it because they couldn't bear the thought of me being taken away from them. All mages are whisked away and transported to the capital. Nobody knows what happens then, but they no longer appear. Never again. Well, they get a new identity from what I know, I murmured, and be used as strategical resources in wars. My parents did not want that. But it got out when I was 10. I don't know how. I never really knew how to cast a spell for real. But heavily armored soldiers and the church came for me. Never did anything weird that others could have seen. No. Not consciously, I think. I don't know. I was young. Sorry, please, continue. My parents tried to plead, but they killed them. Without questions or warning. They said they wouldn't when they first arrived, but then swords were drawn the moment they didn't pass me over at the first order. When I was transported out, there was a storm, and my hand managed to slip out from their grip, and I ran. I don't remember how I ended up in the forest, but when I came to, I was already far away from everything. Lost. Alone. I'm sorry to hear you just say that because. She looked at me but stopped mid-sentence. I really meant it, and I think she could see it in my eyes. Since then, Sasha turned away, continuing, I have been living here alone. It wasn't easy, but I managed, and somehow, people started turning up year after year. We came across the logging site and built up our own home. As I see it, you didn't really improve your living standards much. At least we lived freely. Until now. Oi, I get that you are angry, but you will change your tune soon enough. I laughed, and seeing her face, expecting something nasty, made me grin. No, nothing like that. You are too bony for my taste. Hey. Oh? What? Want me to molest you? HMPH, swine. Ahahaha. Good to see you have a temper. It will be useful when herding the people. She suddenly realized I was someone who could sentence them all dead, lowering her head, biting her lip. What you said is the truth. I want underlings, and you are the best first candidate for it. I will provide you a better life in exchange for your loyalty. So we become servants or get killed? You can choose. Be free and miserable, or be under my rule and prosper. I won't make you stay forcefully. I am dragging you all away because I know you won't believe me otherwise. It is like rescuing strays. I need a rope, trap, or something to catch you and show you that it can be better. As to will you ever wag your tails to me? We will see. I will never wag mine towards you. Hee hee. You are an interesting girl, Sasha. Look weak at first, but act strong afterwards. Ha. I think we will get along just fine. It took almost a day to travel back to the castle, where my mother welcomed us after noticing the group of people heading up the road. Needless to say, it was a bit of a surprise, especially for the ragtag group we captured. They probably expected to be thrown into the dungeons or something, but instead, they were herded towards the barracks, given a small space where they could settle down for now. It was cramped, but even then, it was leagues above how they lived in the forest. While Oleg oversaw them and kept an eye on Sasha, I went and sat down with my parents, who looked at me questioningly but patiently waiting for my explanation. What was there to say besides the truth? So, I laid out all my findings and ideas. I slowly and clearly told them what I wanted to achieve along with building my own city. Big dreams. Mother told me, the first to speak up, preventing further from opening his mouth. But, please, this is the recipe for lime mortar, this one is Roman cement, or if I want to be fancy, opus cementitium. I interrupted her, knowing full well what she was getting on about. It's easy to procure and can stand the test of time. I am sure of it. I can do this, Mum. Hey, from where I am, 2,000 years have passed, and people still go around taking pictures of buildings built with them. We are surrounded by mountains. Getting the resources should be child's play. I don't know what the Empire is playing on keeping such a thing secret and monopolized. But I don't really care. Get me enough manpower, and I will build a better city than anything this world has seen. How? They asked, looking at the recipe. Gobsmacked. It was something that was a treasure of the Empire. It was what built the capital city and made it an impenetrable fortress. Even when enemies attacked it centuries ago, their flaming arrows did nothing to it. If the history books were as honorable as I heard, Weak fireballs were also repelled by its thick walls, but I could also guess there were other things to it. But, oh well, it is far away from here. Son? Ah. Yes. I flinched, forgetting to think up a reason for this all. But it seems inspiration comes to my help in times like this. I found a witch. What? The two stood up at once, as it seemed it was a piece of even bigger news than my recipes and plans. Those were only on paper, nothing but an amalgamation of an idea. Something yet to be proven. A witch was a tangible existence. Yeah, she has been living in the forest since childhood. Escaped from being conscripted. Ah. My parents looked at each other, quickly remembering the event. As lords, they knew every major thing that happened here, past and present. We heard they killed her when she was escaping. Well, evidently not. I shrugged, pushing everything onto Sasha. She is the source of the recipes. Is she now? My mother questioned while I nodded, even though I could see the doubts in her eyes. But she didn't pursue the matter any further. This is a big problem, son. Why? I turned to my dad. Nobody needs to know about it. Not to mention, I plan to do this a bit further away from here. Nobody would notice it. I see it otherwise. Looking at your blueprints. My mom tapped on the table, looking at my dad. This can easily turn into high treason. He added. Only if they know about it. I retorted. Sorry, but I am not content with playing the guard dog. Father, I read the history books. Your predecessor was wiped out in a nasty incident when beasts pushed through. Our family got to this position because someone got to replace the line that was gone. Not to mention, we are being taxed constantly when they instigate a war with a neighbor, yet they do not even fund us with food. We need to produce and procure everything for our soldiers. And we defend a land that, in reality, is not even ours? Hell no. Hey, I will defend their backs. Sure, but only because I will turn this region into my home. They don't need to know about it. We will pay the taxes as usual. If we can improve the region and cut back on spending so much on keeping our men equipped and fed, we will have more remaining in our treasury. Then, we can use that capital to invest in the land, improve it, get more back, and repeat the cycle. It's simple. Well, here's your son. My dad whispered, making my mom shake her head, but I was too engrossed in my ideas to listen to them. I want to take Sasha, the witch, with me and help her make me understand many things while I also teach her about what she doesn't know. She looks capable and smart, and nobody needs to know she is capable of using magic. How far have you planned things? Mom asked, her voice extra serious. Not that far. My first and foremost goal is to start building the new city. Honestly speaking, the living standards around here are abysmal. Hey, further snorted, watching me as if I said something equally funny and aggravating. Here. I presented my notebook. I wrote down everything. We will have roads, aqueducts, and sewers, just to mention a few things. I am not joking. If you let me, I will do my best to transform this region into something that will overshadow any city in the empire. Son, your ambitions are something that even I, your father, applaud. But, my mother interrupted, her brows raised high, looking at me, then back at the notebook, then back at me. Dear, I think we managed to produce a very quirky offspring. Asked both of us at the same time. I would say, read this, but I don't think you will understand it. Hey, my father protested, looking hurt. Didn't you always complain to me that you hate that there is no chance to advance higher in the empire? That your talents are being wasted here? Then what should I say? HMPH. Dear, it is. For us. When we are between the four walls of our bedroom, Mom is right. I agreed at once. It was my chance. We can become so much more. And I am starting to believe our son. She patted my notebook. This is a big chance, and I think my family would also be on board. Not right away, but later on. For sure. And if we fail, our heads will be placed onto spikes. Are you certain? He asked back, and I was totally ignored in the decision-making process. The risks are high. But she looked at me. His ideas did inspire me. Oh well. Father clapped, surprising me with the ease of how quickly my mother made him agree. If you think it's worth a shot, then all is fine. I trust your brain more than mine. Bwahahaha. This is why I love you, Tilda. She snuggled up to him, kissing, and I think if they were alone, something else would have happened. But I was no longer a baby. KHM. I cleared my throat. So, what do you think? I needed their verbal agreement spoken to me, not just between themselves. We want to know about everything before you make any moves, they said in tandem. Got it? Of course. I clapped, unable to wipe off the grin plastered straight onto my face. For starters, I need the people I brought back to rest and get back to strength. I will take care of Sasha myself, and when she gets a bit stronger, I want to return to my original plan. Get to the mountains and find a perfect source for the building blocks for my new city. Chapter 9, Midnight Talks. My next meeting with Sasha happened that same night. And it resulted in a bit of misunderstanding. You see, the maids made sure she was washed up, trimmed, and transformed from a bony, thin street urchin to a presentable lady. Now that her hair was clean, it was almost glowing in the color of fire. With proper clothes on, she looked human and surprisingly beautiful. And this is where the misunderstanding started. She thought it was done because she was being prepared for me. The fact that she was led into my room at night further solidified this thought in her head, and when the maids left, she only looked at me once before closing her eyes. I was standing on my balcony, enjoying the cool air and looking at the giant moon in the sky, when I heard her starting to strip. Looking back, I was surprised to see her standing there, naked, trying hard to not cover herself. Let's get this over with, she mumbled with gritted teeth. Sure, I chuckled, walking in, letting my eyes feast on her naked body while I sat down in my armchair. I didn't know you were a nudist, but oh well, each to their own. I'm not complaining. Come, sit, we need to talk. I barely could hold back my laughs, seeing her shocked face, realizing I wasn't going to touch her or do anything to her. But, you, she mumbled, turning just as red as my hair, hurriedly pulling the clothes up and starting to cover herself. You were cleaned because you stank. I articulated the fact plainly and clearly. You looked like you were taking a bath in the mud instead of water, for crying out loud. I can't have you stinking up my room. Can I? Boo. She stammered, unable to speak as multiple things hurt her at once, but that was the truth. Also, turning a bit more serious, I continued, I have basic principles. I may be dreaming and imagining perverted things in my mind right now, but I wouldn't act on them. So you did think about it, she complained, which was weird, given the situation. Of course I did, I grinned. I am a healthy young man. And you were stripping before me. Hell yeah, I did imagine things. But I am not a monster. I only indulge myself if it is permitted. Otherwise, I can show restraint. Now, sit, please. She walked closer in the end, finally taking her seat, looking at me but avoiding my direct eye contact. You could have still done it. I'm more aroused if my partner is moaning in pleasure and just as active as I am. I'm not into fucking a wet sponge. Thank you very much. Tears make me sad and not aroused. I guess having so many experiences made you know that? She asked sarcastically. I'm still a virgin. I was simply raised well. I answered honestly. Well, I was a virgin in this body, for now. Okay, we talked about spicy things. It's time to switch it up. As much as I find you exotic and sexy, even in your emancipated state, we have bigger things on our plates. Before she could interrupt with something unrelated again, I explained my plans to her as clearly as possible. I showed her objectives, ideas, and finally, what I was really interested in, my first magic circle design. It was made through the past few years, constantly adding to it. In reality, I had no big hopes for it to work. It was as if someone tried to paint a picture with closed eyes. I needed Sasha to be my eyes in the future, so I know what I am doing. What's this? She asked, taking over the parchment and looking at it. I groaned, fearing her answer. A magic formation I made. I have been studying basic magic to the best of my abilities. I am not magical, as I said, but I learned some entry-level theoretical stuff, and with my understanding of nature and how magic operates, I came up with this. I just don't know how stable or usable it is. And why should I know? I told you, I was never trained. I thought you may get a feeling from it, looking at it, activating some innate connection, or something. There's nothing? I asked dejectedly. Really? Not even a little bit? Some tinkling or whatever? Tingling? I don't know. This is the first time I see something like this, she mumbled, focusing on it, flipping it up and down in her hands. Try using your mana, maybe? I asked, getting more anxious. But then it happened. With a little bit of mana moving in her body, the parchment immediately reacted, bursting into flames. With a loud pop, it was gone, ash falling into her lap while nothing remained between her fingers. "Ah!" she gasped, finally reacting. "I didn't mean to." "Great!" I laughed. A boulder falling from my heart. This was exactly what I wanted. It was? She blinked her eyes, thinking she was mishearing me. "Yeah, I was trying to make fire." "Well, it could be better." My intentions were to create a feedback loop that would transform the paper into a fireball that remains stable. Using the parchment's basic energy conversation to the initial ignition and then drawing oxygen in to maintain the flow. Of course, it would only be stable until it was fed with more energy to maintain its form. But if I can perfect it, I am sure to build a perfect loop so no outside interference is needed. And once it's on, it remains on perpetually. Hee. I know that is really far away, but what the nine hells are you on about? She asked, looking at me weirdly. Sorry. Nothing. I'm just happy. Happy of what? Of a paper going up in flames? Exactly. Don't you get it? Flames. Magic. It worked. Made by someone who doesn't know magic. Flames are symbolic. Anyway, I will be Prometheus. Huh? Aren't you named Leon? It's from the myth. The one who brought fire down from the gods, giving it to men. Never heard of it. She replied at once. I never want to hear about it either. The church can go to hell. It's not a church tale. I don't think they would even approve it. I chuckled as I don't think anyone knows that tale here. Then I'm interested. She switched her stance at once, looking at me with a surprisingly youthful light. So? Who is this Promet guy? Prometheus. He stole fire from the gods, brought it down to men, and taught them to use it. For his sins, he was punished, of course, tied out to a rock so birds tear him to pieces, pluck out his eyes, eat his liver, and all that. Being an immortal, he always regenerated by the next day just so it could repeat it again. The bastards. Sasha cursed suddenly, and I could feel it. She really hated the church and probably all authority. I will have to keep an eye on that, as such suppressed rage could cause big problems if I let it fester. What happened to the humans? Progress. They started to evolve. I continued nonchalantly. His tale is about progress. Standing against the forces of nature, he has given humanity the gifts of fire and hope. Hope helps humans struggle for a better future while fire, as the source of technology, makes success in that struggle a possibility to rise above all challenges and even to face gods. I like this Prometheus guy. He. Good Tilda. I want to do the same. As I have shown you, I will build my own place with things that will make living fun and enjoyable. That is the hope part. The second will be fire. I pointed at the ashes on the floor and in her lap. I will bring fire. In our case, magic to the normal people. What if they grab you too, tying you to a rock and killing you repeatedly? She asked, watching my eyes, and when answering, I never blinked. I risk I am willing to take. If all goes right, I will have the power to resist it. I do not intend to go down without a fight. Galactic Odyssey, Star Knights by Makerman. Episode 1, The Beginning. Long time ago in faraway galaxy, in planet named Atania, a capital world of Celestial Federation center of power and wealthy. This planet population mainly human race but also population various aliens race from various planet. 2 Celestial Federation or simply the Federation serve as most powerful authority in this galaxy. Many alien civilizations joined Federation for their good and safety. Federation always protect the weaker and accept all help. They have a psychic warrior order called the Star Knights as the agents. These knights serve various role in Federation such diplomatic war and exploration. The knight also protect and peacekeeper. They solve the conflict and incident within the galaxy. Meanwhile in Atania Command HQ, there is some in hood man walking in hallway. He on the way to commander's room. While he walking there a soldier on his way. The soldiers saw him and recognized something. They moved to wayside pay salute on him and the man pass on them. When he come to commander's room he take off his hood reveal his face. He is 15 years old teenage with long light blue hair and ocean blue eyes color. Greeting Lord Commander Augusto, how can I help you? Frost, a young knight got accolade yesterday, lost parent when 5 years old, and got adopted by Night Order, the Wing of Stars, I guess so. Yes, that's right, Commander. So what's next? So Frost, we have received that planet in Midworld region named Volard is going invaded by the Separatist Alliance. This planet is like a capital of Gormantha sector. It is trading port and forge factory that produce important weapon to the Federation. It's classified as very important, and your mission is to do anything to retake this planet back alongside with other knights, Federation infantry force and Federation navy. You will accept this? I accept the mission, Commander. Soon in military base the ships are prepared to go in space. All soldier of Federation force and zealots of Night Order prepare to the war. Frost is in the way on his ship. Alongside in his way there a soldier salute at him. In the way he saw a chaplain conducting a spiritual to the knights and soldiers. Long way to the ship. The air vehicles are flying into the ships. Land vehicle loading their ammunition and fuel and transport into the ship too. All soldier of Federation marching toward their transportation ship. When Frost arrive at his own ship, he step into his ship. He walking through metal hallway to HQ of the ship along with ship's captain and other crew. Soon after everything is prepared, the fleet was fly out of planet atmosphere to orbit of the planet, and all fleet opening warp drive and prepare to travel through space. When the fleet activated warp drive, a giant wormhole appear in front of the fleet. All windows of all ships in the battle fleet are closed. Later the wormhole drag every ship into the void. Their travel faster than light through void. The target is planet Volard, center of Gormantha sector. Later in Volard's system, the wormhole gate is opening. It has blue and purple color. Later, battle fleet was arrived in the system. The fleet consists many battle cruiser that contain starfighter to fight in space. The transportation contain infantry and vehicles. Not only these two, it's also have destroyer ships that can crush enemy fleet and frigates that protect the fleet. Later the ship arrived near orbit of Volard. In orbit there are a lot of ships wreck and scrap everywhere. Looking in planet can see the battle and explosion from space. In the area of vengeance, the flagship of the fleet at HQ room. Admiral, we're ready to receive your order. Scan the whole planet and everything near orbital. We need to make sure that there are enemy fleet in the area or not. Admiral, order the crew to scan the planet and its orbital space. Later its result is the 70% of planet area are seized by separatist. Only 30% area that planetary defense force still defend and no enemy fleet in our. Well, that's it then. Bring the transportation to the area that are not conquered by separatists yet. We need to help the planetary defense force first so we can retake the planet. Receive your order now, Admiral. Soon after the Admiral order the transportation move near orbit of planet. In transportation ship all vehicle are active and ready to transport to the planet. With transport plane all soldier of Federation marching toward transport plane. Prepare for some battle. Frost was in transportation. He walking toward his transport plane. When he arrived, he meets some soldier that also going to enter the transport plane same as him. He walk up to that soldier and talk to Zion. How have you been? I'm ready to crush those separatists. So you gonna go with me too, my friend? I think I have a plan. So tell me, what's your plan? You go to another transport. I will take this transport to the enemy area and help prisoners separatist capture them. This is your plan? Sound good, but beware the separatist force. Frost, is that wise, my lord? I think you should not fight alone. Some soldier interrupt them and speak to Frost about how he going to help prisoner in middle of enemy. You two try to help the planet defense force and goodbye. Goodbye and see you later, my friend. Later after Zion say goodbye to his friend Frost, he later enter the transport and Zion go to another transport. He asked the pilot to go to separatist prison so he can help the prisoner from separatists. Soon the transport release into space. They travel through the scrap and wreck of many ship and war machine. When the transport arrive at the sky of planet, it can see by both separatist and defense force. Send signal that reinforcement was arrive. In transport plane that Frost was in stern of the plane that contained many soldier and Frost himself. He asked the pilot to open the stern ramp so he will airdrop to middle of enemy, and some soldier in the plane was informed him. Lord Frost, the separatist massacred the World Planetary Defense Force and previous reinforcement. They also taken the knights and agent that coming to help before too. Clever of the damned separatist scum. My lord, are you sure you can doing this all alone? As the knight I will do my best without help. Good luck, may the light guide you in darkness, my lord. After the converse of Frost and soldier, the plane got hit by separatists anti-aircraft artillery. The plane got damaged. Frost know he must go down faster. The plane ramp was open. and he stepped to the ramp, seeing the prison and separatist force looking at the plane he in. Frost not wait anything, he jumped to the prison without jetpack or anything, only with his dual sword and magnums and the armor he wear. He going down from sky like comet. Separatist soldiers saw him coming down from sky. They know that is night who coming down. They take up arm and stationed at various place in the prison. Soon the falling sound impact on stone ground cause explosive crackle stone sound. It was Frost that just airdropped from the plane without jetpack, has no damage or scratches in his body. Separatists know that and send the troops to surround him. When the troop arrived to him, surrender now, night, you surround by us now. But Frost didn't respond anything. Instead he pick up his dual magnum and shoot at them. Separatist troops also respond him with their gun and shoot at him, but Frost jumped from the ground, put down left gun on his hand and pick up his power sword on back and parry the bullet. He shoot the magnum on the enemy with remaining bullets on magazine and come down to ground. Hold his sword in hand and fighting the troops, he slash every separatist soldier, split their body and blood to the ground. Frost slice separatist soldier apart. He moved fast like a wind. Not for long he clear all separatist troops that surround him. Frost swing his sword for cleaning blood. Right hand he hold his magnum gun, with left hand he hold his power sword. Around him with slashed body of separatist soldier, he walking toward to the prison base to help the prisoners. Through the long way to the prison base, around him is ruined building from the fire of war. The rubbles of building split in concrete floor, broken furniture in every building and house. In the street way of ruined city there a rusted war machine in every street and road. Some building there a red banner with some symbol. Frost look at word in banner, it say Hypnose Star Alliance of Free System. When Frost finally arrive at separatists prison base, he welcomed by another separatist troops. They point all guns and war machine at him and shooting everything at him. But as a night, Frost dodge every bullet they're shooting at him easily and respond them with his magnum bullet. Frost shot troops in head one by one and he dashed to the troops, split all of them into two pieces. But did not end yet when he clear the trooper sentries shoot heavy machine gun at him. But just like a moment ago, he can dodge all of them. He put magnum down in belt and pick up frag grenades and thrown at those sentries. Boom. The grenade blast all sentries, spread they body to the sky. Frost put down his power sword and pick up his magnums. He dual wield them and enter the prison base. In prison base, Frost walking to prison base. Around him is main room that lead to different way. The wall of room had scratches and fighting traces, rubbles spread in floor and room with no electric light source. He uses power trying to sense any living signal in this building. Frost also use his power to projection the building and create the prison map in his mind. He set his objective. The objective is to find prison HQ and use the system to release all prisoner in there. Also saving the prisoner he find on the way. Frost know what way will lead to HQ. He walked to left side of room to some hallway. He walk in hallway and turn right. Then he greeted by three guards. They shoot at him. He take wall cover. They shooting until they run out of ammos. He then leave cover and shoot at them. Both three got shot in chest and fall. Frost reload his magnums and continue walking to the hallway. While he walking, Frost heard a sound. It's a sound of assault rifle shooting. The source of sound is in upper of him in second floor, but he must continue his objective. Frost walk to the way. He turn left and encounter 7 guards like previous guards. They greet him with gun and shoot at him, but he still take the wall cover and wait until they run out of ammo. They still shooting and ammo out. Frost leave the cover and shoot at them. 4 bullets shot at their head and 3 shot at the chest. They all fall. He walked to the body and look at his left side. It was room with many cages. He step on that room, looking to all cages, but all cages is nothing until the last cage. Frost step on last cage and see the alien man. He naked and only wear loincloth. This man have skin and face looked like lizard, but he had humanoid body. This alien man looking at Frost. He's still alive. Then he speak to him. Hey, you're not look like those separatist. I'm Frost, a knight from Order Wing of Stars. And who are you? Haha, you are a knight. Sound cute. So what are you doing here? Huh? I'm here to help the prisoner in this prison, and I also gonna help you too. Sound great, kid. Okay, can you prove it? End the speech. Frost put down all his guns to belt and pick his sword in back and cut the cage apart and release that alien lizard man. So who are you and why are you being here? My name is Kasukandos, or simply Cass. I am a mercenary. I got hired by Planet Ruler. to protect this world, but I ended being here. Nice to meet you, Mr. You can dos. Just Cass, but kid, we must go to armory. I need my armor and weapon back. Alright, I am help you. Frost chooses power projectile in mind and find the prison armory. He know what way is to armory. Then both Frost and Cass team up and find the armory. They return to main hall and walk forward and turn left. They both saw a guards there. Frost and Cass take cover on wall. The guards shoot and run out of ammo. Frost leave cover, shoot at the guard, and Cass also leave cover, rush towards the guard fastly and smash that one guard in face and fall, and he punched down other guard into death. Frost step forward to Cass. Then they walk in the way, leave the prison's guards dying in there. They walk until Frost stop and point to the way. They both walk into the way Frost point, and the way he point is actually armory. Cass step on armory and Frost waiting him outside armory. Cass search his armor and he found it. He wear it when he found, and he also pick up his own shotgun that got seized by separatist prison. Not for long, Cass fully got his armor and weapon back. Cass and Frost know what they will do. Both walking outside and on the way to prison HQ to release all prisoner from separatist. Episode 2, Wing of Freedoms. Frost and Cass. After Cass retake his armor and weapon, they both making team to help prisoners in this prison and retake this planet back from separatist. When Frost and Cass walking in the hallway, Frost sensed something. It was in front of them, and then a bunch of prison guards is sent here to kill them. They pointed all gun and them ready to shoot at Frost and Cass in hallway. Both left and right side has no way to take cover. Frost decide to put down his magnum and approach the guards, make Cass think what the boy is doing, and then Frost pick up his sword on back, and the guards all of them pull a trigger, fire all ammo at Frost. But Frost parry all bullet less that second. He fast than they threw. All guards shooting more, but Frost still parry the all of them bullet, and then they run out of ammo. The guards try to reload the ammo, but then Frost approach them. He slash them, spill they blood into wall and floor. Tear they organ apart again. They body fall to the floor. Cass has do nothing and but surprised and shocked that this boy, that young grand look has low experience than him, is strong and bloody than he expect. Cass say nothing. Frost swing his sword, clear the blood on blade. Frost Cass step on Frost. Both start walking in the path. They walking through the hallway and turn left. They saw some room. Frost and Cass decide to check that room. It's a cage that contain many prisoners. Frost checking all prisoners. They bow to him. Frost not waiting for long, pick up his sword and slice all cages. Release the prisoner. After he release all prisoner come at Frost and bow to him again. Some prisoner has say, "You are a knight and you come to save us." "Thank my lord," said by some prisoner. "Rise my people, you are safe now and I happy to see you will not die yet," said by Frost. "So who are you guys?" said by Cass. "We are a planetary defense force, sir, and we need our weapon back." "Frost, you have power, use your power to see if there are another armory." "I don't want to go back." Sure." Frost chooses power to see if there another armory. He looking back and forth. They see a armory in a hallway corner. Frost, Cass and prisoners not wait for long. They back to hallway, walk to library, lead by Frost and Cass that protect them in front. And then they arrive at armory. There are one guard in room, but that guard not able to do anything. Cass blow his head with shotgun. That guard body fall with blowing head and blood coming on. All prisoners looting the weapons and armor in prison armory, and Frost and Cass waiting them outside. After all prisoners loot all weapons, they all go outside with full armor, weapon and ammo. They ready for Frost orders, so Frost just command them to stay behind him and Cass and protect each other. All Frost, Cass and prisoners step forward to hallway, and then they turn right and saw a stair that lead to second floor. They not waiting, walking to stair, but Frost heard something again. It's sound of assault rifle and other gun shooting, and he sense a living in second floor. Before he think enough, Frost, Cass and prisoners step on stair. They step on stair one by one. After they all go to second floor, they walking to the hall and turn left and saw bunch of prison guards. All of them take cover and waiting. The guards shooting and run out of ammo. When guards reload the ammo, the prisoner leave cover and respond the guards with the gun they looted. Every bullet shot all guards and make them fall and death. The prisoners then go to guards' body and looting their ammunition. Frost and Cass walk to the guard. Both wait until they're completely loot and step through the way. When they walking in hallway, Frost sense something again. It is the living sense. He can sense previous, and everyone heard a gun shooting sound again. Frost pick up his magnum. Cass hold up his shotgun and follower hold their rifle. They all prepare to fighting against something. They walk slowly and approach to something that also approaching them too when they stepped a corner edge of hallway. The left side is the way to other room. Frost command everyone to stop moving and he slowly step on corner. He sense that living signal is near him and his followers. Frost start moving and point gun at that thing and it hits. Is a girl. She had white hair with school-like suit inner and black jacket outer. She wear a black short skirt. She point her assault rifle at Frost while he point dual magnum at her. Who are you and you're a those separatist, said by that girl. I am Frost from Wing of Stars Knight's Order, so you must be a agent from Officio Prefectus, right? Said by Frost. You seem to know too much, but yes I am. And you come to help me? Ah yes, I came here to help you too. I have people that I helped behind me. I sound nice but I don't trust you. You seem suspicious to me. Will you come with me? I will come with you and your follower if you help me something. So how can I help you? Simple, you will help me eliminate prison warden. Sound like that's in my plan to release all prisoner in this prison. I accept. And what's your name? Kosuza Gano, or you just can call me Kosuza. Thank. End the conversation. Cass and other followers show up to Kosuza, make her know that Frost have follower. Kosuza join his team as new member and they ready to face prison warden. The team walking through the hallway and see there are 3 way to go. Frost see that he use his power to look at the way he look and see, then he point at front way and say we should go that way, and everyone follow Frost and make him leading the way. While the team walking in hallway following Frost, a lot of prison guards appear in front of Frost. They respond Frost with the ammo and Frost pick up his sword, parry them all. He parry all bullet, make sure that no even single bullet will hurt his follower, and the everyone behind Frost running to him holding their own gun and shoot at prison guards help Frost. They shooting the guards to fall and death. Then Frost pick up his magnum in his right hand and hold his power sword in left hand and command everyone to follow behind him. They walking through the way and see bunch of guards guarding some room. Everyone not waiting for long hold their guns and shoot at prison guards to death. Frost chooses power to see inside room and he know that a prison HQ. He tell everyone that we finally arrive at HQ. Kosuza not waiting, she kick the door open the room. And she see warden in command deck. His left hand is going to press some button. And everyone go to HQ room to approach warden. Found you now a hashtag hole warden, said by Kosuza. At least I will blow your head little bit. T said by Cass. Time to die you scum, said by some guard. Calm down everyone, we need to talk to warden. Warden, could you just release all prisoner in this base and we will spare your life? Fine, said by warden. Frost talk to warden to just make him release all prisoners in this prison so the team will spare his life. Warden surrendered and do as Frost tell him. Warden looking in deck computer and he open cage bar. Warden press release all prisoners and speak to entire prison that he surrendered. After he speak to entire prison, Cass is ready to arrest warden but he pressed to some button. Kosuza see he pressed that button and pull a trigger, fire at warden to death. Frost shocked what Kosuza doing but can't do anything. Then a loud alarm came up. Cass realized that alarm is countdown bomb sound and this prison is going to explode. Frost also know that he order everyone in his team to help other remaining prisoners. His followers after received order they separated to various prisoners in prison. And Frost follow Kosuza to help her. Many followers help prisoners in this base. They try to calm the prisoners and take them to outside of prison base. All followers lead prisoners to armory of prison so they can get weapon to protect themselves. Time pass. Cass lead everyone to outside prison but Frost and Kosuza didn't arrive yet, making Cass worry about that two young meanwhile both trying to find the way out. But Frost sensed that prison will explode in 1 minute and both can't find the way to get out. Frost immediately thinks something. He pick up Kosuza on his arm and carry her. He running faster into some window, then kick it, make the window breaking and jump down from that break window. The entire prison explode but Frost and Kosuza both safe. Frost carry Kosuza and reunite with other. After join with other, Frost put Kosuza down to ground. She immediately pushed Frost and told him to not touch her again but Frost did not take serious, he just give smile to her. Cass tried to calm Kosuza to calm down and every follower in Frost group shout. It's a shout of victory and proud. From victory against Separatist. After winning against Separatist, Frost planning to return to Federation military group. A alongside with his followers when he planned completely. Frost uses power again to find the troops nearby. Meanwhile is somewhere. Separatist force is on battle with Planetary Defense Force and Federation troopers. Separatist trooper has killed many Alliance force and troop. The Separatist now going to win this battle. Meanwhile some Federation soldier is hiding in wall cover. He is praying to something while Separatist force massacres Alliance force. Then Separatist soldier appear behind him and point gun at him. That Separatist soldier is going to kill him, but that Separatist soldier heard something, and other Separatist soldier heard it too, but before something is happened, that Separatist soldier got shot head and death and safe. That Federation soldier, the one who saved him, looked like other Federation trooper except he had blue cloak. That trooper who saved him is Commander Zion. Then both two can heard what Separatist heard too. They turn and look to source of sound and they see something. The other force coming in. That force is charging to this battlefield, then start attack Separatist force. It seemed to be reinforcement. When Zion looking again, he see his friend Frost is leading the force, and Zion see two peoples alongside with Frost. Now the Alliance force is advantage over the Separatist force. Frost follower helping other Federation troops. Separatists see the bad thing in front of them. They command other Separatists to fall back the force, but when they fall back, instead of running to survive, Separatist force got eliminated one by one, and then all Separatist force got eliminated by Alliance force. After defeated Separatist, all Alliance is reunite to one. Frost approached to his friend Zion. Zion, are you wounded? I am fine, Frost. My soldier through you are dead. They try to warn you to not helping prisoner and not to leap blindly to enemy fire for good reason. As a knight, my goal is to protect the innocent people and keep the galaxy and Federation safe from any threat. As a knight's friend, I am worry you too, but I always know what is our desire. We all do. When Frost finished talking to Zion, for some reason everyone in Alliance force, include Cass and Kosuza and follower, bowing down to him for no reason except Zion, making both Frost and Zion surprised. And for some reason, Frost pick up his sword and kneeling in knight pose to his follower and other. He then told everyone to rise and everyone is standing again. Frost then raise his sword to sky. Sunrise reflect the sword and Frost himself. It's magnificent. It's also resemble the legendary hero of the galaxy once in ancient time. To the stars, Frost shout the word that used to say by that legendary hero in ancient time. After he say that, everyone shout in acclaim and proud. This must be the signal of victory, and how the Frost and Alliance will save this planet from Separatist. Episode 3 Return to the Force. After the long escape and fight, Frost's team is on the way going back to Federation force. They travel through the ruin of city that used to be wealthy but now become battlefield. When they try to find the way back, Zion receive a message. The message is tell that the Federation force is fortifying a fortress in forest of the planet and they want the team to go in that fortress in forest with the message. Zion tell other that we receive the order to go to the fortress. Zion message back to Federation force to send the location of forest and fortress. The force respond with location of fortress. After Zion know location, Zion is leading the team to fortress through the ruin and arrive at forest. The trees in forest are so high with the trees as myrtle color leaf, with dusty fog. Some of the team coughing with no gas masks. The team use their hand to close their nose and mouth. They travel through dusty forest caused by pollution from war. They travel and the dust got lighter, with soft dust. Now the team release their hands from nose and mouth. But they heard something from the forest. It's moving faster from tree to tree. Frost tell everyone to stop and listen to it, and everyone can heard it. It's moving around and looking at the team. Then some of team get frightening and accidentally shoot to that thing that moving, making other thing running, making everyone know that it are not come alone. Everyone then moving to that thing and check them. They moving toward that thing body and looking at it. It's wear a hood and cloak with black mask and armor. Zion checking it and recognize something. Zion, Sulnian. Some man, what you mean Sulnian? Zion, race of arrogant people who think they are only true ruler of galaxy. Frost, why those people are doing here? Zion, I don't feel good now. What they want something. Cass, I hate Sulnian. Frost, however we must report that we discover Sulnian troop in this area to Federation. When discovered about the Sulnian, a race of arrogant alien, they decide to leave that dead body on forest and moving toward to fortress through the forest of tree. The team always beware and careful, and they have arrived at the fortress. It is still under construction. Fortress itself construct with Kilpa. This material is ceramic used in most of building in this galaxy and also used to build most of spaceship too. When it produces, it's usually processed to cube form. That's why it's called cuber. It can be placed line up and welding it to make a wall. The team is arrive at fortress. They look around. The worker drone and builder in mecha suit is building the fortress. The Federation trooper guard and station in their place looking in sky can see a Federation fleet in there. Zion received the message to go to fortress's HQ, so Zion separate to the HQ command room. So Frost lead the team to barrack to rest from battle. Frost also informed the medic team and other soldiers that they are prisoners. He helped and introduced Cass and Kosuza to them. Later the follower got first aid and received the food. Frost, Cass, Kosuza eating the food. It was meat stew. Everyone is happy that they didn't eat anything for week. Frost see the follower get the food they want to eat for long. He looking at them and softly smile. Later Frost received the report that Frost, Cass and Kosuza must go to HQ to reunite with Zion for the next plan to retake this planet back from Separatist. So they're moving toward the Fortress HQ. When they arrive, Commander Zion stand in front of command room. Along with other commander and sergeant and many soldiers, he opened the hologram map looking at one biggest factory city in this planet. Zion, listen up. Everyone, I have received this mission from Lord Commander. We must retake this factory city. They produce crucial weapon. The Separatists have control it and we cannot let them to loot anything. So what you all questions? Lieutenant Smith, so do we have any intel on the enemy force? Zion, our scout have reported heavy artillery and reinforced fortifications. Expect resistance. We will use resource as we have and we can at our disposal to archive our objective. Sergeant Kano, and what our plan of attack? We horde attack them. Zion, we will build the trenches surround the city and carefully orchestrated assault to maximize our chances of success. We'll utilize our starfighters to neutralize their anti-air defenses, followed by a ground assault to seize crucial positions. Strike teams will be sent to infiltrate the city and extract any surviving Federation personnel. Frost, Commander, what about civilian casualties? There may still be innocent people inside. Zion, my lord, we will place the highest priority civilian safety. Our primary focus is retaking the factory city, but we must minimize collateral damage. Coordinate with our reconnaissance teams for precise targeting before engaging any enemy forces. Lieutenant Hernandez, Commander, what are our backup options if we encounter unexpected setbacks? Zion, Lieutenant, we have contingencies in place. We've coordinated with nearby Federation outposts to provide additional firepower and support if necessary. We must not, under any circumstances, allow the Separatists to gain control of those weapons. Failure is not an option. Lieutenant Smith, Commander, what's our timeline for this operation? Captain Rodriguez, we're moving on tomorrow. We have one shot at this, and we must make it count. Prepare your teams, ensure they are well trained and equipped. I want every soldier at their best. The room erupted with sounding cluster dominators as the soldiers quickly filed out, ready to face the challenge that lay ahead. The conversation had given them a sense of purpose and resolve, reinforcing their commitment to the mission. They knew they had a responsibility, not only to the Federation, but also to the innocent civilians trapped within the factory city. With determination in their hearts and a steely focus in their eyes, they prepared for battle, ready to retake what rightfully belonged to their cause. Once everyone leave except Frost, Cass, Kosuza and Zion are still in command room, so Zion decide to open hologram to fleet and report the news about Silnian's forces in this planet discovered at forest of the planet. Zion, Admiral, this is Commander Zion reporting in. We have discovered about long time ago enemy in old Federation era, the Silnians. Admiral, go ahead Commander. What's more? Zion, when we traveled to fortress through the forest, we have attacked by those Silnian force that look like scout team. They seem want something from us, but I sure they are not teamed with Separatist. Admiral, the Silnians have not been up here in galaxy for many centuries. Are you sure Commander? Zion, one of our team managed to eliminate one of them and checking them, and we can confirm that body is Silnians. They are also utilizing advanced technology that surpasses anything we have. Admiral, so we have new thing to worry now, not only Separatist but now the old enemy. Zion, the situation has escalated significantly. We need to gather as much information as possible about the Silnians and their activities on this planet. Frost, Admiral, should we report this information to them? Zion, We will, my lord, we will compile a detailed report with all the information we have gathered. We need to ensure that the Federation is aware of the Solnians' involvement and the potential threat they pose. Admiral, understood, Commander. We'll make sure this report gets to the Federation as soon as possible. In the meantime, as the end of conversation, the Admiral's hologram closed with silence of sound. Then everyone remaining in this room leave the command room back to their own HQ room as they know tomorrow battle. Frost was in his HQ room thinking of his life as a knight. He remembered long ago about how he lost his parent, become orphan and got adopted by Knight Order. He opened the window looking at the sunset turn into sky filled with stars. Frost looked at the stars in sky. He then get nostalgia to something he didn't have in his memories, but he can feel it for some reason. He looked to stars in sky. In the stars there are many planets inside every stars. There are millions of stars in galaxy. Frost thinking that he look at stars for hour and he get drowsy. Then Frost fall asleep. But when he fall asleep he dream to something he can feel it's used to happen to him. In his dream Frost likely fighting some demonic monsters. He slash many of them but they keep coming up more and more. But when they're coming more to kill him in his dream his view turn into red. He fell down but hen the monsters, about to end the battle. Then he use his sword spill their body apart. His view is more red by the blood that spread into his body. He fight like a beast. He slaughtering them, slice their part, spread their blood after he killing every of them. It suddenly flash into the morning. He open his eyes, wake up in his bed in his room. Frost knowing that he just dreamed. Frost get up from his bed. He checking the time by looking at window in outside. The sun is rising. It is in morning now. He changed his clothes from pajamas to night armor and picking up his gun and sword. Then he leave from his room. Frost walked through the hallway to command room. Long way many Federation trooper passed him. Some pay salute to him outside the battle vehicle are resupply charging and ready for battle. Air vehicle such transportation container troopers ready and starfighters pilot checking their fighter for airstrike in battle. Frost finally arrive at command room. He meet Zion, Kosuza and Cass along with other officers that coming before him. Zion projection of factory city hologram. Zion analysis the city plan and strategic point. Zion tell everyone about his plan. Zion tell Frost that he and Typhon commando team will team up and break into the center of city to help the hostage and prisoner, just like Frost do when he arrive at the planet. And then the main army will siege the city to make the separatist force surrender, or they will be destroyed. After Zion plan about to siege the city, Kosuza and Cass ask Frost that they want to join him to help Frost. So Frost let them join, although he worry about both to Zion. No matter it, he let 3 and Typhon team to team up so they can help each other. After the plan everyone leave the command room. Frost, Kosuza, Cass and Typhon team enter their transport plane. When they all enter the plane ramp is closed and pilots start the engine moving the plane to air sky. Along and ground troopers of Federation march toward the factory city through the dirt path created in forest, with tank and many vehicle drive behind the soldier. The battle is about to begin soon. Meanwhile planet somewhere in galaxy. In the city the architecture is different from others because this planet is not under a Federation rule, was ruled by other alien civilization. The architecture building is made from stone that when sunlight hit it, it will shine a light. Each buildings have scarlet roof. The building of this city, each building decorated a bone skull of animal in this planet. And the buildings of this city resemble East Asian architecture in real Earth. Around the city it is a jungle with surround the city. The sky is cloudy filled with thunder. The heavy rain fall into the ground in the palace center of the city. My Lord Koru, we have received the movement of our eternal enemy Solnian. From the information of our astromancer, we know that they are intervene the Federation planet that being in war with new authority. The Solnian always doing anything to purge other races. They will us impure. Tell me about the planet name. High astromancer Talran. Planet name is Takaran, my lord, but Federation call it Volard, my lord. The Takaran is in danger. I can't let anyone know about the hidden pyramid. If the Solnian or anyone intrude that pyramid, they will be disaster. If they intrude the pyramid, something horror will happen. Tamaran Gurai, we have a mission. Akaku clan old homeworld Takaran planet we lost during old night is in war between those two powers and Solnian is in the planet. We can't have anyone win this war other than us. I will do what I must, Lord Koru, and I will destroy everyone to retake the Takaran. Return to us the Thibra again. Accountant Iskai, 01-08, by Scarab. Prologue. So, there I was, staring down a dragon. It made elephants look like small, convertible cars with their tops down. I could feel the heat of its breath. See the poisonous blood well up from the gash in its leg, and see the massive pile of gold it was sitting on tremble with its every move. Humans dare enter my lair? The dragon's serpentine eyes fixed on me. More fools who seek my treasure. That's right, I seek your treasure, I admitted. Because I can use that to help you get more treasure. Get more treasure? I said, yes, a great dragon, with your wealth, honor, and strength. We can start the world's biggest insurance company. Let's back up. I wasn't always in a fantasy world with dragons and magic. No. I was born in a world with skyscrapers, cars, and tax software. I was an accountant fresh out of college. I had a mundane life. Every morning, I'd get up and do stretches. Then I'd have a breakfast of orange juice, bread soaked in wine, cooked snails, and deep-fried frog legs. My work was close to home, so I jogged there every day to keep in shape. I made sure to only put on my shoes after I got to work so I'd toughen up my feet. I carried my shoes on my ears while jogging. After work, I'd run back home and eat pasta with octopus ink while playing video games. On the weekends, I'd practice 17th century rapier fencing and write blog posts about how much I hate the government and wish that I had a replica guillotine. Then something happened that changed everything. I died. It came out of nowhere. Literally, the sky was clear, and I was struck by a bolt of lightning. But I lived. Then another bolt of lightning hit me. I found myself in a white void. There was no ground under me, but I was somehow still standing. Then a chair appeared in front of me. A man materialized in it. He looked like a male human. Not any particular male human from any group of humans, but a male human. To be specific, he looked like he could pass as any type of human. If you put him in France, he'd be a particularly tanned white guy. In Africa, they'd think he was black and just fairly light-skinned. I could say the same about every other part of the world. No matter where this man was, he'd never look out of place. Is this hell? I asked. The man answered, no. That's good, I said. It means I won't suffer eternally because of my mundane religion. I mean, I'm a pagan worshipper of Ashur, and a lot of gods wouldn't want me to worship him. To my surprise, I was extremely calm. I didn't want to die. However, now that I was dead and knew that I wasn't in hell, there was no point in worrying about it. I'd end up in some not as bad place or eternal paradise. The man laughed. I expected you to say that, but thinking worshipping the head god of Assyria is mundane is a bit extreme, don't you think? How can mundane be extreme? That makes no sense. Never mind that and allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tegham. I noted. I heard you say that, but I still have no idea how to pronounce it. He shrugged. I don't care if your pronunciation is shit. I'm the god of humanity, so I accept you for what you are. You say you're a god, but can you prove it? For all I know, you could be a demon in disguise, I replied. What can I do to prove it to you? Tegham asked. I answered, turn the sky purple. Are you some kind of idiot? He questioned. I'm the god of humans, not the god of the sky. You're the only idiot here, I stated. If you're the god of humans, you can make it so that my eyes see the sky as purple. Tegham admitted, that's a pretty good point. I should have done that. Okay, I believe you're the god of humans. You're acting more like a human than a god right now. Besides, a demon would be better at tricking me than you are. I don't know if I should be insulted or not right now. I'll just cut to the chase. Do you know why you're here? He asked. Yes, I died, I answered. And? Tegham's face turned serious. Do you know why you died? A lightning bolt hit me. Yes, but why do you think the lightning bolt hit you? I explained. A bunch of electrons gathered in the clouds and were attracted to protons on the ground. Tegham said, a fair answer, but it's wrong. The truth is that you were assassinated. This is about my Ashur worship, isn't it? I sighed. The god before me shook his head, his expression even more serious. No. You see, you possess a power called God Slayer. If you attack a god with killing intent, that god will die. The attack doesn't matter. You could slap a god with a rubber chicken or throw a paper airplane at them, and they'd still die. All that matters is the killing intent. My eyes widened in shock. Then I'm a god-slaying badass? Not in the slightest. Aside from having God Slayer, you're still a normal human. Tegham then reconsidered his words. Well, not a normal human, but not exactly a badass. I am a normal human. My life is mundane. Didn't you ride a pogo stick to your college classes? Yes, I said. Tegham smiled. Despite his seriousness, "Well, I have an offer for you. Instead of going to the other side, I can reincarnate you with all your memories. You'll have a second chance at life and keep God Slayer." "Why would a god want to keep someone who can kill gods around?" I asked. "Because I'm worried about humanity's future," he answered. "The other gods go around, complaining about how sinful humans are. They don't judge orcas, house cats, dolphins, chimpanzees, and other animals who are as bad or even worse than humans for being sinful. It's just you guys, and they don't take into account that they were the ones who made you this way. Then we humans weren't created in the image of gods, after all?" "Of course, you were. That's why you're a bunch of assholes," Tegham stated. He then groaned. "Most gods are self-righteous hypocrites. Zeus is a mass rapist, Anansi steals things from innocent people, Enlil committed genocide because his followers were making too much noise, Ishtar punishes people for rejecting her advances, and I could go on and on. The fact is that they're a bunch of assholes who judge humans for doing things they themselves do. Now that you humans are doing to the planet what the gods did to it during the Titanomachy and Great Flood, they're really looking down on you. Most of them don't care that you didn't even realize the damage you were doing until recently. They also don't care that you're trying to fix it." I said, "What a bunch of assholes." "A few gods are still backing humanity, like Thesa, Ashur, Ares, Athena, Hermes, Heracles, Amaterasu, Inari, Quetzalcoatl, Ishtar, Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor, Ganesha, the god of orcas, Jesus, Vishnu, and a few other guys. The war gods are generally on humanity's side," Tegham explained. "But you're our nuclear bomb. As long as we have someone with God Slayer who's alive, the other gods won't dare make a move on humanity. So, we'll reincarnate you. Won't some god just lightning bolt me again?" I asked. "Now that you know that they exist and about God Slayer, they won't risk it. Can you reincarnate me into a different world?" I requested. "My world's nice and all, but I'd rather have something different than my mundane life." "Sure thing," Tegham said. "You'll get more powerful in other worlds anyway. I'll even send you to a world that's suited for you." Chapter 1. A bright light shone in my eyes. My eyes adjusted to the light. I saw that there was a cord coming out of me. It stretched back and right up a woman's. "Holy fuck," was the first thing I thought. I guess I should have predicted that I'd be reincarnated from birth. A different woman cut the cord with a knife and tied a soft woolen thread around the cord. She put me in swaddling clothes. A glow emerged from her hands, and a smile crossed her face. "You have a healthy baby boy," she said. She placed me in my mother's arms. My father, a tall man with a thick mustache and clothing that looked like something an aristocrat would wear late 1300s or early 1400s England, beamed with pride. I really fucking hoped that I wasn't in this world's version of England. I looked between my mother and father. They both had dark brown, almost black, hair. Their faces were heart-shaped, and my parents had brown eyes. They looked so similar that I worried that they were related. Their clothing meant they were most likely nobles, and the nobility generally had a level of inbreeding. "My dear Gustav," my mother smiled as she stroked my cheek. "You're so cute." "Yes, a Scandinavian name. I'm less likely to be in fantasy England," my father noted. "He looks hungry." "Then we'll have to feed him," my mother said. Sweat poured down from my brow. This was bad, very bad. They didn't have baby formula in the Middle Ages, so that meant I'd be breastfed. I died in my 20s, and I still have all my memories of my past life. Being breastfed by my mother is just too awkward. To my relief, she handed me to another woman. "He's awfully sweaty," the new girl stated. She placed her hand on my forehead. "But he doesn't feel very hot." The midwife put her hands on me again. They glowed. She said, "He's perfectly healthy. Maybe he just needs some milk." "He might." The new woman nodded. I really hoped that this woman wasn't related to me either. Over the next few days, I learned a few things. First, the new woman was my wet nurse. She'd have a role in raising me beyond giving me milk. Her name was Joannis Med, and she came from some kingdom to the east of ours. I tried to purge the memories of being breastfed from my mind to keep things from getting awkward in the future. I heard my patron god chuckling in the back of my head when I failed. "You're going to remember this," he said, "because it'll be funny. Remind me to beat you over the head with a stick later." I thought, "Sure thing, dude." I honestly liked having this sort of relationship with Tegham. It was much more personable than some god coming down from the sky and giving some grand speech before fucking off. My suspicions that my family were nobles were confirmed too. Father was Count Luther V von Blitzberg, and mother was Countess Matilda von Blitzberg. The lands my family ruled were part of the Kingdom of Green Rivers. This realm was like the Holy Roman Empire and Scandinavia. However, it was also distinct from them. The names are a good example of that. Most names were German or Scandinavian. However, a lot of them were also English. Blitzberg was a minor city on the southern border of Green Rivers. Our castle was its citadel, built on a hill in the town center. While I dislike the nobility as any good man of my homeland does, I also recognize this was an opportunity to help the commoners. Someone in a position of power but from my perspective could do a lot of good. And then it turned out that I was fucking inbred. My parents were second cousins. I wanted to bash my head against a wall when I found out. Thankfully, I'd later learn that my parents' incest was as far as my family's inbreeding went. I just hoped to hell that I didn't have hemophilia or anything like that. Another thing I wondered about was the language barrier. I shouldn't have understood a thing anyone said, but I did so from birth. Then I remembered that Teghem sent me here. He probably gave me the ability to understand them. Still, I needed to keep people from getting suspicious of me. So, I pretended I couldn't understand anyone until I was old enough. Then I ran into another issue. I had all the memories of my past life, but I still had a child's body. More than my physical abilities were affected, my mental abilities were too. This became a problem first when I was 4. My father put me on his lap and sat on a chair. "My son," he said, "it's time for me to tell you the history of our family." Normally, I'd wait until you're older, but you're very precocious. This was it, a thrilling history lesson of adventure. I got so excited, but then, further stated, it all started 500 years ago. This was before the world awakened to magic. Our ancestor, Luther I, was a minor courtier put in charge of managing farms. You see, he had a great knowledge of farming from his days. My father kept going on and on about agriculture and how great Luther I was at it. I had a high tolerance for boredom in my first life. I did office work, after all, but unfortunately, I was in the body of a child with a kid's brain chemistry. I was struggling to keep my eyes open long before my father got to the part where Luther I was given a fief after conquering some guys somewhere by doing something. Why the hell did he have to go with the boring stuff first? Couldn't he have started off with the fighting? I was mentally checked out by the time he got to it. On a different note, my parents gave me a lot of toys to play with. I had a toy knight, a toy wizard, several wooden swords, and a bunch of other things. My child's brain liked playing with them despite my adult memories telling me that I should only like playing with toys if dice were involved. Fuck those memories. I'm a little kid, damn it. I'm gonna have so much fun playing with these toys. Ha 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 ha. I thought. You are definitely not mundane, my patron god commented. Around the same time, Joanna started teaching me my prayers. She said, "There are many gods out here, too many for someone to pray to all of them. So, we only pray to the gods that apply to our lives. However, everyone in Green Rivers prays to a certain god. He is the patron deity of our kingdom. And you must pray to him before dinner and before bed every night." I nodded. "Say these words before a meal." Joanna put her hands together. "A great Tegheim." Tegheim, eh? I thought. "I think I can see why you reincarnated me here of all places." "Oh, come on. Why wouldn't I put you in a place where I have influence?" His voice entered my mind. "I'm not complaining," I replied. "You're not?" "No. This is perfect. If you're the patron god of this place, I can just hang out as a count and not worry about the other gods sending their followers to kill me. You're not as stupid as you look." "Thank you," Teghem said. "You're only slightly stupider than you look." Things went on with me doing normal child activities for a while longer. Despite starting earlier than usual, my lessons lacked detail. My father thought I was precocious, but he knew I was still very young. I learned a few details, but it was just a broad overview. When I turned 6, Joanna dressed me in the finest clothes my family had for me. There was an excited look on her face. "It's finally time," she said. "I'm so excited for you." "What's happening?" I asked. "You're 6, so you're taking your first trip to the Holy See, the temple of all the gods." I said. "What?" I thought. "What? Listen to your wet nurse, Gustav, Tegham advised me. When young nobles reach 6, they're taken to the Holy See where the Grand Oracle judges their magical affinity and connection to the gods. Pretty much every 6-year-old noble in the continent will be there. It's the most important event for any young noble. My mother walked into the room. I remember when I went to the Holy See. It was 94 years ago. I'm seriously going to a place where a bunch of gods have influence, and I thought before my mind turned to another sudden revelation. My mum's 100 years old? Yup, Tegham replied. She looks like she's in her 20s. Yup, I asked. How does that even work? Tegham explained, spellcasters stop aging sometime in their 20s, they heavily restrict when they can have children and how many kids they can have to avoid overpopulation. It's why you don't have any siblings. Also, spellcasting is genetic, and the nobility are all spellcasters. So, you'll be one too. Then that means, yes, if you play your cards right, you'll live forever, the god said. And I'll be able to keep using you to make sure the other gods don't wipe out humanity without having to reincarnate you over and over again. Well, then a different thought came to me. Hang on. Why are you okay with me going to the Holy See? One of the other gods might try to send his followers to assassinate me there. Don't worry about that, Tegham assured me. Soon enough, there will be very few people willing to assassinate you, even if another god tells them to. He refused to elaborate. Damn gods with their mystery fetishes. Chapter 2. My family traveled in a small procession with several guards in front. There was a carriage in the back. My parents and I rode on horseback between the carriage and the guards. My father's face was morose, and my mother looked at him with concern. Why are you sad? I asked. Isn't this supposed to be a fun trip? He sighed. To get to the Holy See, we'll have to pass through the lands of the High Elves. Do they hate humans? They don't, but you'll see. Damn tree fuckers. In fantasy, elves have many different depictions. They are kind nature worshippers who live lives of peace at best and genocidal maniacs at worst. However, in most portrayals, elves are an intelligent and long-lived race. They have conflicts with humans because their different lifespans give them different perspectives. The thought came to me that my father might be racist against elves. I decided to wait to see what the elves were like before coming to any conclusions. We entered High Elf territory, coming across a village right away. The settlement was made of stone buildings. Numerous elves were lying on the ground. They gazed at the sky with vacant stares. Father groaned while Mother placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. I focused my eyes and saw a faint smoke floating from their mouths. A group of elf guards wielding spears and bows stood outside the entrance to the castle, which was the size of an RV and square-shaped. There was a hole in the roof with billowing smoke floating out. I noticed that all the elf guards were female. Most of the elves doing outdoor work in the village were women or whatever you called female elves. A guard with vacant eyes asked, "Hey, man, what are you doing here?" "Counts should be addressed as Your Excellency," Further reminded her. "Sure, whatever, man." The elf smoked a tube filled with some plant. "So, dude, what brings you here?" Agonizing frustration built up on Father's face. "We're going to the Holy See and wished to request safe passage through the lands of the High Elves. We brought our own supplies, so we thankfully do not need to stay in one of your settlements." "Alright, man, come on in." "The ladies in the castle," the guard said. We stepped inside the elf castle. A bunch of elf women were giggling in one corner while smoking their tubes. Several elf men were walking around while looking spaced out, and an elf noblewoman was sitting on a throne with red eyes. "Oh, hey, it's the Count. How you doing, man?" she asked. "It is an honor to see you again, Lady Crystal of the Met Marches," he stated. "I am here to request safe passage through the lands of the High Elves." "Sure thing, man, we trust you." "Hey, Mary Jane, give this guy one of those writ things." Another elf woman gave Further a writ of safe passage. He seemed relieved. "Thank you, Lady Crystal." We turned to leave when Crystal noticed me. "Hey, man," she said. "Is this your kid?" Father's relief crashed like a train on crack. "Yes, this is Gustav," he said. "Fucking great, man," the high elf smiled. "Hey, kid, wanna know about the elves? We must keep good diplomatic relations with our neighbors. We must keep good diplomatic relations with our neighbors," Father muttered under his breath before speaking. "I suppose a short lesson wouldn't hurt," Crystal stated. "You won't regret this, man." "Now, kid, There's like a bunch of types of elves. There's us, the dark elves, and a bunch of other types that I don't remember. The difference, kid, is that dark elves are matriarchal and we aren't. Further slowly brought his hand to his face. You are matriarchal, he said. Oh, that's right. Wait, no, the elf lady smoked from her tube again. If we're matriarchal, then why is our ruler a king? Aside from the fact that it is entirely possible for a patriarchal society to have a queen in charge or a matriarchal society to have a king in charge, your leader's a king because you keep getting stoned and forget to get king cock of the house of Ain a wife. Yeah, that's right, man. I then realized just why they were called high elves. Crystal said, yeah, the difference between us and the dark elves is that they're like, lame. They don't know how to party. And they don't take downers, man. They're also, like, violent. You aren't? I asked. No, we're not. Violence is what the woman wants us to do, man. As someone who knew hippie lingo, I translated it to a matriarchal society and asked the obvious question. You're a noble, so doesn't that make you the woman? Oh, yeah, it does, Crystal said. It's kinda hard to stick it to the woman when you're the woman. Why do you want to stick it to the woman, if you're the woman? And you want peace, and you're getting peace. What's wrong with the woman? I wondered. You wouldn't understand, little dude. You're too young and naive in the ways of the world. There are two circumstances under which high elves will use violence. The first is if they or their lands are threatened, further side. And the second is if someone harms a tree in their presence, that will send them in a bloodthirsty rage worthy of the berserkers of the northern barbarian tribes. Trees are fucking great, man. We'll fucking cut your guts out if you hurt one, Crystal stated. If you don't hurt trees, where did you get the wood for your spears and bows? The sticks on the ground aren't sturdy enough to make them, I pointed out. Crystal shrugged. I don't know, man. We get really stoned before we make them. I was starting to see why my father hated dealing with the high elves. As we got closer to the Holy See, I got a good view of the technology level of this world. It was more like a fantasy world than the actual Middle Ages. This meant it was a mishmash of technologies from before the medieval period, during, and after it. For example, the plate armor that nobles wore was a mixture of late Middle Ages and Renaissance armor. Gunpowder was nowhere to be found despite being more medieval than plate armor. Most armed men carried spears and shields or halberds as melee weapons, but some of the fully armored men had Renaissance-style great swords that were designed to fight pike formations. I didn't see a single pike on my journey even though pikes were around in the Middle Ages. There were also men with two-handed Viking axes. Halberds, poleaxes, and similar weapons should have replaced these axes for the most part. The carriage my family had was more like something Roman times than the Middle Ages. I also noticed that there weren't any clocks or water mills, both of which were around in the Middle Ages. Magic explained some, but not all, of this. Medical technology was by all accounts worse than the Stone Age. They didn't even have herbal remedies. The reason was that all physical ailments could easily be cured by magic. This meant that the sort of diseases that literally plagued the Middle Ages were no big deal in this world. To put it in simple terms, everyone threw their medical textbooks out the window when they realized they could cure plague by saying a few magic words. Cities, towns, and even small villages are lit by magical orbs that take less than a second for a spellcaster to set up. Also, my parents and wet nurse often pulled up crystal balls to talk to people and play games. Can I have one? I asked. It's bad enough that teenagers have crystal balls. They're on them constantly. My father groaned. You're way too young to have one. Ah. Crystal balls are cell phones. We saw the Holy See long before we reached it. Its walls were far higher than the walls the Byzantines put around Constantinople, the most fortified city in medieval Europe. They were beyond anything medieval people had been capable of building. They resembled the walls of a certain anime about giants more than anything else. Though, they were smaller than those walls. Still, the builders must have used magic to construct them. A massive trail of pilgrims walked down the road to the Holy See. They wore simple black and brown clothing. Many knights wearing white surcoats with images of blackbirds were escorting them. Who are those? I asked. Those are the Raven Knights, my father answered. They protect pilgrims and fight for the faith. There were many knightly orders like that in my original world. They ranged from knights who ran hospitals to knights who invented modern banking. All of them were warriors, but they were warriors of faith who took monastic vows. I'd have to look into this world's holy knights, especially since some of them might try to assassinate me. I did not doubt that even gods who wanted humanity gone would use humans to achieve their goals. The inside of the Holy See was glorious. Dozens of beautiful magic lights coated the city. Towers of red and gold dotted the skylines. Brilliant silver holy symbols were everywhere, and massive statues of various gods towered over the highest buildings. How can I get a statue of myself that's that big? I thought. Get a lot of money and hire someone who can make it, Tegham told me. Of course. I mentally slapped my face. How could I be so stupid? The answer was obvious. I hoped the church used some of its incredible wealth to run charity programs. Though, knowing that Tegham was one of their gods, I did not doubt that they did. My family entered the city's largest building. It was a grand palace with a golden dome. There were about 19 other noble families there with children of my age. We entered a lobby room where the various nobles gathered. Several priests were present too. The Grand Oracle is almost ready to see you, the priest with the tallest hat said. The first part of the ritual is for your parents alone. Don't worry, dear children, this won't be long. We're just drinking a libation that isn't suitable for people of your age. They knew that alcohol was especially bad for minors. Come to think of it, that midwife used a spell to tell how healthy I was. They must be able to use magic for this too. When the parents were gone, I looked around. Joanna and other wet nurses were keeping watch. There were also some holy knights and priests present. Then a realization came to me. I thanked my adult memories for letting my child mind figure this out. Part of why the parents are going into a ritual alone is so their children can socialize. There were a lot of nobles here, and their children's relationships could impact their families, I thought. Tegham replied, I can't blame them for leaving you geese mostly alone for this. Having your parents around can make social interactions pretty awkward. I know what you mean. Talking to other kids when your parents are there can feel pretty weird. The children started talking to each other. I approached a group of 2 girls and a boy. Hello, I took a bow. I'm Gustav von Blitzberg, son of Count Luther V von Blitzberg. Oh, Tegham's voice came to me. I probably should have warned you about those people. They're from the kingdom of Motberg. What's wrong with that? The son of a count? Is that all? One of the girls said. She shot me a glare that could crack ice. If we were older, I'd challenge you to a duel for daring to speak to us, the boy said. I asked, why? You're the son of a count. He poked my forehead. And you dared go up and speak to us. Our fathers are dukes. Tegham explained, the people of Motberg are incredibly classist. To them, even the son of a viscount talking to the son of a count without being spoken to first would get the viscount's son the death penalty. The only reason why they're this tolerant of you is because you're from a kingdom with different rules. Must.resist.urge.to.invent. Guillotine. I thought. Such arrogance. Your parents must be stupid. The other girl stated. The boy said, you'd better say you're sorry. I'm not saying sorry, I glared. Some of the adults were getting ready to intervene if things got bad. You apostrophe. What does my father say? It took the boy a moment to remember. In sealant. Another boy walked over. He had a dark countenance. Excuse me, he said. I am Dmitri, the son of Boyar Vladislav, vassal of Voivode Dalf Sepet of Weltai. A boyar? What's that rank? One of the girls asked. Dmitri answered, all the nobles of Weltai who aren't knights and aren't the voivode or vitaji are boyars. How am I supposed to know if you're worse than me with titles like that? Worse? He pondered. Maybe we could talk about our fathers. My father was a peasant who became a boyar because he could do magic when it first appeared. Your father's a peasant too, right? Even if he was a peasant, he's a duke now. She scoffed. Dmitri said, and one day, a peasant might take your father's place. I thought that Dmitri was a very smart kid. Magic emerging in the world must have really upended things. I thought. A lot of noble families lost everything because they couldn't use magic, Tegham explained. A bunch of commoners also got everything. They were elevated to the nobility because they had magical abilities. Then things ended well. Not really. Numerous commoners got a lot of money and power all of a sudden and didn't know what to do with it. Many of them ended up getting corrupted, hoarding money and power. They pulled the ladder up with them so no other commoner could threaten their position. Motberg got the worst of it. Their noble class is more cruel and classist in every way than the nobles they had before magic came to the world 250 years ago. Don't get me wrong, a lot of places have better leaders than they did back then. But Mokbur isn't one of them. Back at the conversation, the boy scoffed. Let's leave these losers alone, he stated. Come on. The three of them left. Dmitri turned to me. I know that we're from different lands, and we might be enemies one day, but let's treat each other with courtesy even if we're at war. That's very noble. Actual noble conduct, not just the rank. I like it. I hope we can be friends, even if we become enemies. I smiled. A red-haired girl approached us. I truly admire honorable people, regardless of rank. I know that my father's magic knights would treat even their enemies with respect. I introduced myself. I'm Gustav von Blitzberg, son of Count Luther von Blitzberg. Dmitri did the same. I am Princess Hildowara of Vanland. Honored to meet you, she curtsied. A princess? You're actually talking to us. My eyes widened in shock. Don't be surprised. My kingdom has good relations with Green Rivers and Weltai. Hildowara said. As princess, one of my duties is to make sure they stay good. Before I could say anything else, the doors opened. Our parents and the priests exited the room. The time has come. The priest with the tallest hat said. For you all to see the Grand Oracle. Chapter 3. The room was dark and damp. It was lit only by glowing wafts of smoke that rose from candles. When the smoke washed over my face, the scent of cinnamon overcame me. Numerous statues of gods lined the walls. At the far end of the room was a tall, emaciated woman. She sat on a chair made of stone. The walls around her had countless cracks in them. Dark smoke drifted out of the fissures and into the woman's nose. There was a faint smile on her face. I am the Grand Oracle. Come to me, children. I will see what I can, she said. A line formed. Hildowara was at the front. There were many noble children between us, but there were also numerous children behind me. The people behind you are the children of viscounts and barons. Your wet nurse said that every 6-year-old noble will be here, but most knights don't get to take their children to the Holy See, Tegham explained. Why didn't Joanna tell me that? I thought that should be obvious. She doesn't know. How could she not know? Your family doesn't have many knights. The ones that you do have their own fiefs. And she's served your family since she was young. She probably didn't even think about asking what ranks everyone had at her visit to the Holy See, Tegham said. Hildowara stepped forward. The oracle placed her hands on the princess' cheeks. Her hands glowed, and the oracle nodded. Your magical affinity is as broad as it can get. You're a wizard, princess, she said. I thought, Tegham. Could you tell me what magical affinity is? It's the sort of thing you're supposed to learn when you get older, but it should be fine to tell you now. There are a bunch of types of magic. Some people are more talented at some types of magic than others. Sorcerers are good at elemental magic, and necromancers are good at necromancy. For example, wizards have an affinity with every type of magic, but they aren't as good as people with an affinity with just one type. A wizard can't make a bigger undead army than a necromancer or shoot a fireball better than a sorcerer, but they can still make a pretty good undead army and be pretty good at shooting fireballs. After getting through the princes and princesses, the oracle moved on to the children of dukes. Then, she came to the sons and daughters of markgrafs and boyars. Dmitri stepped up to her. A necromancer, the oracle stated. Not atypical of nobles of his homeland, Tegham commented. Eventually, I approached the oracle. She placed her hands on my cheeks. It felt like someone shoved dry ice into my face. My instincts tried to make me shy away, but I was frozen. I had to endure burning pain. A wizard. But there's something else, she said. Her eyes widened in shock. At once, the oracle placed one of her hands on top of my head. Do you hear me? She asked. Yes, I answered. Tegham also answered. I hear you. The oracle said. Which god are you? You can talk to him too? My jaw dropped. I am Tegham, he stated. A saint. The oracle declared. This boy is a saint of Tegham. Every adult and child had expressions of shock on their faces. We haven't had a saint of Tegham in 1,000 years. A priest declared. This is truly amazing. Another added. The oracle took her hand off my head. She grabbed me by my hips and raised me into the air. I felt relief as the burning pain stopped. Then something else came to my mind. Tegham. I thought. What the fuck does being a saint mean in this world? It means that you have a direct mental connection to a god. It's how you can talk to me in your head. And that's supposed to be a good thing? Sure is. It won't make you perfectly safe, but even people commanded by other gods to kill you will give some pause first, Tegham said. My life was mostly the same after I became a saint. They knew a god was talking to me, but I was still a kid. My education as a nobleman ramped up after I returned from that trip, but this was the general custom. One of the first things I had to study was the Code Duello, a 500-page book detailing all the rules of magical duels. It was an incomprehensible mess that only a spellcaster would be crazy enough to even try to memorize. And, of course, I had to know every sentence by heart. This was so boring that it made office work look like a roller coaster ride. I was also taught magic, swordsmanship, polium use, administration, history, manners, poetry, religion, and every other thing aristocrats had to learn. But there was one lesson in particular that was confusing at first. Mother, I asked. This book says things like dragon and nature spirits were in the world since it was created. They were, she answered. But we've only had magic for 250 years. We have, but dragons and nature spirits aren't magical, Mother said. What? There's no possible way an animal the size of a dragon could fly without magic, I pointed out. She seemed confused. I don't see what size has to do with it. Tegham, I thought. Are dragons magical? Of fucking course, they are. The people of this world just don't know they're magical. They think of them as purely natural beings, he replied. Then why don't you tell them? It was hard enough for me and Crew to convince the other gods to let the humans of this world have magic at all, Tegham explained. Even with god slayers like you, I don't want to piss them off more than I have to. As for nature spirits, the original elves were that sort of being. Some of them were still nature spirits. These were the wood elves, and their lives were tied to the forests they lived in. The wood elves die if the forest they inhabit dies, and vice versa. Dwarves were also nature spirits. They literally live inside of things like rocks, even rocks far smaller than them. The most powerful dwarves lived inside mountains. Orcs seemed to be the descendants of spirits of violence, and while not nature spirits, vampires were servants of the blood god. Blood god, those two words convey imagery of war and violence, swords and spears sticking out of blood-stained bodies, libations poured from the cut-out hearts of human sacrifices, and people laughing in maniacal glee as they slaughter everyone before them in a bloody frenzy of death. None of that had anything to do with the blood god. Crew, the blood god we're talking about, was a friendly deity of healing. Most vampires were very skilled doctors from before magic came around. Crew turned them into vampires, so they could keep healing people long after they'd have died of old age if they stayed human. People saw their blood drinking as a disability and not anything monstrous. People donated blood so the vampires could feed. Crew didn't make many vampires after magic came around. The reason was that magical healing replaced medicine, and spellcasters didn't age. There was one other fantasy race in this world. These people were known as marionettes. When someone has a human-sized doll that they put enough care and genuine love into, it can come to life. These living dolls had the same rights humans did. In the past, marionettes were not seen as potential romantic partners because they couldn't have children. However, making an heir wasn't as important now that the nobility didn't age. This reduced the value of marriage alliances, and some noblemen were married to marionettes. A lot of women hate marionettes because a lot of men find them attractive. While most of my life was normal for a noble of my rank, it changed in some ways. I had to keep up correspondence with various other young nobles. After my status as a saint was revealed, every noble in the room wanted their children to be my friends. I had to write letters to every single one of them over and over because my parents thought I was too young to have a crystal ball. Even His Majesty King Edward the Defenestrator of Green Rivers had his son, Prince Jeremy, write letters to me. King Edward wasn't even at the Holy See when I was. Prince Jeremy was 12. I can imagine that he hated being forced to write letters to a kid half his age. Maybe I should write about how my best friend is the weird voice in my head? I thought. How about you go on a psychotic rant about how the weird voices in your head are telling you to kill people? Tegham suggested. Very funny. Now on to another topic. I don't think I'll ever have any friends. Don't worry. It'll take some time, but I'm sure you can make friends with the other little kids you write to, he said. Maybe you could even go on a playdate where you say your dolls are action figures and that girls have cooties? That's a bad idea. Everyone knows that cooties are a type of drug high stake, I replied. And besides, I don't trust any of them as far as I can throw an elephant. They only want to use my status as a saint for their own benefit. What about Dimitri and Hildora? I stated. I trust them as far as I can throw a rhino. They were interested in me before they found out I was a saint. But it was still for political reasons. Everyone else wants to manipulate me so they can contact you. And now, you're realizing the downside of being a saint. One day when I was 7, I sat at a desk in my family's solar. I was reading various letters the other noble children sent to me. The first letter I looked at was from Princess Hildora. Saint Gustav, if you had a little brother, how far would you go to protect him? It read. What a strange letter. It's pretty suspicious. Based on the childbearing laws of Vanland, she shouldn't have any younger siblings. Is she talking about someone she knows? I thought she has several sisters and a little brother. You see, the king of Vanland doesn't obey his own birth-regulating laws, Tegham explained. So, he has all his sons murdered when they reach the age of 6. He doesn't want them to try to take the throne from him. I felt like every vein in my forehead was going to burst. Why the fuck didn't you tell me this? You can't do anything about it, Tegham replied. Bullshit, I can't. I shouted, catching my wet nurse's attention. Joanna asked, is something wrong? Nothing. I grabbed several sheets of paper and brought them over. I'm just scheming. Don't tell me that you're turning out like Duke Armand, she sighed. I'm focusing. First, I drew a design for a guillotine with a guide on how to make it. Then I wrote detailed instructions on making someone's death look like a hunting or falling down a staircase accident. I included detailed accounts of successful coups. Also, I told her how to make botulinum toxin, one of the deadliest poisons. My last step was describing the difference between acids and bases. This was so that Princess Hildora could invent a magic spell that summons a base because they're better at dissolving corpses than acids. The fact that you know that worries me, Tegham said. I replied, I'm still focusing. Then I looked through a book of spells. I found one that created a magic seal. The seal could only be broken by the intended recipient of a message unless enough magical power was applied to destroy the letter itself. It was one of the first spells invented, and it was simple enough for me to master it with ease. Soon enough, I cast the spell. Then I sent the letter to Princess Hildora. Well, it was more of a packet than a letter, but still. And I've done all I can, I stated. Tegham replied, you know that this might end up starting a civil war, right? Is the king of Vanland a good leader? No. He's honestly pretty tyrannical. Then he should get his head chopped off and mounted on a pike, I said. You're right that he should be overthrown. Tegham seemed conflicted. Just want to make sure you know what consequences your actions could have. Does that mean I did the wrong thing? I asked. He answered, no, you might have absolutely done the right thing, but we won't know that for years to come. Then let the die be cast. Chapter 4. Years went by since I went to the Holy See. I reached the age of 15, making me a legal adult under Green River's law. A day after my birthday, my father brought me into the solar. You're an adult now, and you might end up with a fief of your own someday. You might even rule over my lands if I die. You need to learn more about how we rule. Getting used to spellcasters saying if rather than when while talking about death took some getting used to. But it was pretty appealing. I understand, father, I said. He smiled. Good. Now, Gustav, you've had some training in logistics, but I think it's time that you take a look at our family's finances. I've got the records right here. My father handed me a large stack of papers. I smiled. Learning my family's economic situation would help me know how I can best help the commoners. As someone who was an accountant in my past life, I'd be able to understand it in seconds. I did. I fainted. I woke up in bed with my parents and Joanna standing above me. Thank the gods. Mother smiled. You're okay. Before she could continue, I grabbed her and her father by their shirts and yanked them close to me. Are you two completely fucking insane? You're going to kill us all. What are you? My father started. The king owes us 2,000 gold ducats. That was the equivalent of about 90 million euros or 100 million USD when I died. I said, you're my parents, but I won't let either of you destroy our family. Father, get on the crystal ball right the fuck now and tell the king that his debts are forgiven. Tell him that he doesn't need to pay us even a single bronze trachea back. My father asked, Gustav, are you kidding? Do you have any idea how much money that is? That's exactly the problem. We aren't getting a single bronze drachy of that money back even if you don't cancel the debt. Kings don't need to pay their debts. The law says, fuck the law. His Majesty makes the law. Do you really think he's beholden to it? I glared. But His Majesty's an honorable man, Father stated. That is completely irrelevant, I said. Humans are built for survival, and when he racks up too much debt, he'll decide to reduce how much he has to pay. We'll be first on the chopping block. This is ridiculous. Shut up. I'm not letting us suffer the fate of the Knights Templar. I said. The what? Father asked. Fuck. I might have just blown my cover. How would Father react if he found out I was reincarnated from another world and had the memories of my past life? I didn't want to find out. I thought fast. I said. Tegham told me about them. They were a group of holy knights from another world. But the king of a place called France owed them money. So, the king accused them of crimes and tortured them into confessing so he wouldn't have to repay them. He killed most of the Templars who were in France and had their entire order disbanded. Reality sunk in for my parents. We need the money, my father stated. How badly? I asked. We'll run out of money in 1 month without it. Shit. Tell His Majesty that the debts are forgiven, I said. I will get the money. If I didn't get the money, I'd have to forget about helping the peasants because my family would be joining them. First quest in this fantasy world, find some way to not run out of money. I walked through the city of Blitzburg with Joanna. Where are we going? She asked. The Merchants Guild, I answered. You want to borrow money from them? No. I'll only borrow money as a last resort. I have a different proposal for the merchants, I said. Tegham. I thought. Do they have debits and credits in this world? He said, I don't know. And before you ask why the god of humanity doesn't know this, I don't know every single thing the people here do. There's too much to keep track of, even for a god. Let's hope they don't have them. I might be able to make use of this. Before we put everything on computers, debits and credits were an essential part of accounting. Under the debts and credits system, you divide the pages of your financial journal into 2 sides. These sides are the left side and the right side, known as debits and credits. When you make an entry to one side, you also make an entry to the other. If the 2 sides aren't equal, something's wrong. In short, debits and credits are incredible for finding errors and detecting theft. If I could introduce the debits and credits system to merchants, I could have them pay me money in exchange for its use. And if they decided to use it without paying me, I could sue them for copyright infringement. Yes. They had copyright in this world. But wait, it gets even better. The benefits of debits and credits would make the merchants of Blitzburg more successful. That would increase my family's tax revenue. However, there was one massive problem. In my world, we had the debits and credits system since the late Middle Ages. Since the 1400s specifically, I was banking on this world not having the debits and credits system. If it did, I'd have to come up with some other plan and fast. I strode into the Merchants Guild. Many people were seated at tables. They were discussing various manners of business, or at least they were until I stepped inside. All their eyes turned to me. One merchant stood up. What brings you to our guild today, Lord Gustav? He questioned. You don't need to be so deferential. I'm here to talk business. I sat down at his table. Show me your books. There was a moment of hesitation. None of these men wanted to show their records to someone outside their business. But I was the son of the lord of this city. They wouldn't want to risk my father's displeasure either. Finally, one of the merchants handed me a journal. I opened it and looked inside. Yes. I thought. This is perfect. No debits and credits? Tegham asked. No debts and credits, I answered. I handed the book back to him and smiled at the merchants. I have something good for you, I said. A few hours later, I was back in the castle. I was sitting at a table in my family's solar. Numerous books filled with our records were in front of me. We got a small down payment and, if everything goes well, we'll get a payment at the end of the month from each merchant that adopts the debits and credits system. I ran the numbers. With our expenses, that means we'll be afloat for a month and a day. I slammed my head against the table. Tegham wondered, what are you spending so much money on? Anyway, most of it's going to diplomatic costs. The king assigned my family the duty of keeping good relationships with the high elves. Here's the exact letter he sent my father 65 years ago. It read, To Count Blitzberg, make sure that we have good relations with the High Elves and keep them the fuck away from me by any means necessary. They aren't worth conquering, and if one of those fuckers comes into my court, asking me for drugs again, I'm throwing them out a window. From His Majesty, King Edward the Defenestrator. My parents interpreted that as paying for their drugs. I sighed. I can't say it hasn't worked, and it was manageable for a while. But the High Elves had a population explosion recently. Even if we got the money the king owed us, it would have just delayed things. So, what's your plan now? Tegham asked. I answered, find some way to get enough money to keep us afloat for a few months. That'll give me some time to come up with a permanent solution. Well, I bought us a day, and I don't want to rush into any stupid decisions. I'll go to bed. I saw a great fire, bigger than any nuclear explosion. It swept across the land. Everything in its path was set aflame. The entire kingdom burned, followed by the continent. Soon, there was nothing left but a charred wreck. Fuck. I woke up in a cold sweat. Tegham wondered, what is it? I had a horrible dream. A dream? Tell me it. It might be prophetic. One telling him my dream later. Yeah, it's definitely prophetic. It shows what'll happen if you don't do something. Well, I'm not sure what you have to do, but you have to do something. Fuck. It's up to me to save the world from being set on fire? I felt like I was at the bottom of the ocean from all the pressure. No. You see, the fire's metaphorical, Tegham said. It represents the economy. I shouted. That's even worse. A big fire can be put out with enough water, but that won't work with the economy. The various servants who slept in the same room as me jolted awake. Tegham muttered something about me not being normal. Is something wrong, Lord Gustav? One of my guards asked. If I don't act soon, the economy's going to be on fire. I explained. There's only one solution that I can think of on such short notice, and that would be, my lord, I'm risking my life by jumping into some random dangerous mission that's also worth a lot of money. In short, I'm becoming an adventurer. Chapter 5. Princess Hildewarra of Vandland had grown a lot since she was a child. Her muscles were athletic from years of training, and she had matured nicely. At the moment, she wore something that looked like it had the pants of an 1800s men's horse riding outfit, a decorated purple 1410s England woman's dress that went down to her hips, and some sort of vaguely Byzantine woman's cloak. Any historian who saw it would have a heart attack. At the moment, the princess was in her room. She gazed into her crystal ball. Hildewarra wondered if Count Gustav had one of those yet. The noblewoman wanted to talk to him for a moment. After all, she would be very busy soon and might not have time to. Your Royal Highness, a man with a swirly moustache and a suit of plate armor said. Are you ready? She nodded. I am. Hildewarra put on her armor before grabbing an estoc and placing it on her belt. She took a deep breath and moved out of her room, going through the castle and into the Great Hall. King Albinus was at the end of the Great Hall. The monarch sat on a throne so large that it could seat a giant. It made him look more like a child than a king. He had a look of contempt on his face as he tapped his fingers against his seat. It's been years. He grits his jagged teeth so hard that they cracked again. And yet you fools still can't find my son? How can I possibly be at peace while he still lives, father? Hildewarra shouted. His attention turned to her. A cruel smile formed on his face. My dear daughter, did you find your wretched brother? She gazed over the knights in the room. Most of them gave her nods. I have, Hildewarra said. Albinus' smile widened. Good, good. Bring me his corpse. You won't see it. I'd say that I'll send you to your other sons. But you're not going to the same place they went. She drew her sword and pointed it at his face with magic crackling from her weapon. On signal, most of the knights in the room drew their swords and placed them at the throats of the knights loyal to the king. Oh. Just what do you think you're doing? Albinus chuckled. Trying to overthrow me? You fool. The nobles of this kingdom would never back a woman leader. They aren't backing me, but your son. After you and all the rival claimants are dead, he'll take the throne. Hildewarra declared. HMPH. It seems I will have to teach you a lesson. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Rather than reacting with fear or terror, all the commoners in the room groaned. Hildewarra smirked. I've long since surpassed you, father. I will make your last moments ones of humiliation. She took a few steps back. Albinus stepped down from his throne. All those who could use magic looked on with intense expressions. The people who couldn't use magic laid down on the floor or bashed their heads against walls. Taste my wrath. Albinus shouted. Meteor strike. A pebble lightly fell on Hildoara's head, bounding off and landing on the ground. Her smirk didn't fade. A predictable move from you, father. Let's see how you handle this. Spear of the gods. A flower grew from the palace tiles. It sprayed water on Albinus' face. Damn you! He shouted. Hildoara gave him a mocking salute with her sword. Why don't they ever use the cool spells for their duels? A commoner groaned. Another said, I wanna see meteors and magic spears, not pebbles and flowers. Taste this. Albinus' face contorted with rage. Rotting flesh. A roast chicken on a nearby table rotted. In your arrogance, you've lost your touch long ago, father. Hildoara's smile faded, and she narrowed her eyes. It's time to end this. She raised her sword in the air. Magical power gathered around it. The very air turned into a void. Reality distorted as her blade turned pitch black. That blackness concentrated around its tip, and Hildoara cast her spell. Black hole. Tiny black spots formed all over Albinus' clothes. No! He shouted, collapsing to his knees. Those clothes are ruined. I surrender. I cannot best you. Victory is mine. Hildoara said. Finally. It's over. A commoner stood up. Please tell me you're going to use a cool spell to kill him. No. I have something different in mind. Knights, take him to the courtyard. Albinus would be sent straight to hell by a guillotine. King Edward the Defenestrator was 2 heads taller than most men. The monarch was known for his stern countenance. He wore great robes of purple, red, and silver, a beard that was neatly trimmed into 2 separate points that looked like a pair of mountains hung from his face. Currently, Edward was on his crystal ball inside a military tent. His wife sat next to him. She was a beautiful woman with a somewhat practical dress of purple, red, and silver. Her golden hair was in a bun, and her every movement contained incredible grace and elegance. Are you certain? King Edward asked. You're just forgiving my debts. No strings attached. I am. You don't have to pay us a single bronze drachy, Count Luther answered. Very well. I will accept this. With that, he ended the call. Edward noted, this is very strange. I'd have paid his debt, but he cancelled it. What do you think of this, Eleanor? I think we should ask our son this. His wife replied. It'll be good for his continued education. Prince Jeremy entered the tent at their request. He looked similar to his father, except he had no beard. How foolish of them, he said. Why do you say that? Edward questioned. They're spending a lot of money for your sake, and you owe them a lot of money, Jeremy stated. Now, they're not getting any of it. Read between the lines, my son. Nothing is as it at first seems. First, would Count Luther forgive my debts unprompted? That gave the prince pause. No. If you asked him to, he would, but he knows his financial situation. He didn't do it, Eleanor stated. His wife wouldn't have suggested it either. Those cousins are way too similar. Then who apostrophe s. That's it. This must be Saint Gustav's doing, Jeremy said. Why him? He's the only one who has access to the family's records and could hold enough sway to convince those two. The prince pondered, but why would he convince his father to forgive his family's debts? Edward suggested, perhaps this is Tegham's plan? Jeremy shook his head. No, a god of his power wouldn't concern himself with the debts of minor lords, even if one of them is his saint. Gods have larger things to worry about. This is Gustav's doing. That boy is far more clever than he seems. There's some trick to this. Let's call upon our resident scheme expert, Duke Armand. They told the Duke everything that happened. He was a very skinny man with a sly look. His mustache resembled an early 1900s movie villain who'd tie some woman to train tracks. The Duke didn't wear purple, however. His clothes were still very fancy. It's a simple matter, Your Majesty, Armand said. A debt is a symbol of bondage, like that between lord and vassal or that between me and my wife. Wives are bound to their husbands. Jeremy nodded. That isn't the type of bondage I meant. But I'll take it. Now, forgiveness is reconciliation. However, it's also the ending of conflict. The message is simple and clear. He'll break the bonds of lordship with you if you don't get him out of the conflict arisen from his debts. Really, now? Edward questioned. Armand stated, it's either that, or he just doesn't trust you to actually pay back the debts. It's probably that he doesn't trust me, the king groaned. Eleanor sighed. You make things far too complicated, Duke Armand. But what now? Your Majesty?" The Duke questioned. Edward said, "The von Blitzbergs are in trouble. And they have given me good service, keeping those fucking stoners away from me. So, my plan will remain the same. When this campaign is over, I will give them some of the lands I conquered. I might give a bit extra too. I have no intentions of making enemies with any saints." Still, the king grimaced. It could be weeks, months, or even years before the Protean Sheikh tribe was subjugated. His magic was far more powerful, but the barbarians would hide in the woods, engage in hit-and-run warfare, and evade his forces as best as they could. This conquest would last for a very long time to come. "Your Majesty, the Protean Sheikh king has surrendered." One of his men ran inside. Other soldiers brought a ridiculously muscled man wearing nothing but a loincloth into the room. He was shivering. Edward said, "Well, that was fucking easy. Why did you give up?" "My men's barbarian abs and pecs got frostbite," the Protean Sheikh king stated. "That's what you get for wearing nothing but loincloths and bikini armor in the north. Now, I will hold court in your castle to cement this conquest." Numerous commoners and lords alike were in the shoddy, poorly constructed barbarian hall that looked like it could collapse at any moment. The building was also situated on the very edge of a 500-foot cliff. Still, Edward didn't regret his decision to hold court there. He raised his hand, and magic flowed through the hall. The walls and floor were reinforced so that even a point blanket from a trebuchet shouldn't leave a single scratch. "Court is now in session," Edward said. Two peasants were ushered forward. One of them was morbidly obese and missing his front teeth. The other was very skinny. Edward noted that the latter was properly averting his eyes from him while the other looked right into his face. Fatso did not please the king. "You may gaze upon me now." The skinny commoner looked at the king. "Tell me what your dispute is," Edward ordered. "Well, I've got some land you gave my family, Your Majesty," the skinny peasant explained. "And it's supposed to be my land, for my crops and animals. I am aware of why I granted you your land, yeoman." The peasant rushed out his next words. "Well, this one here's been grazing his sheep on my land. He even broke my fences to get there." Edward asked, "Is this true?" "I'll let my sheep eat wherever I want," Fatso stated. "You will not. That land was granted to this man here for his livestock. Yours have no right to be there. If you do not stop grazing your sheep on his land, I will fine you." "No one tells me what to do." "Who is this person who speaks to me as if he has any authority?" Edward couldn't believe how stupid this motherfucker was. "I won't let anyone tell me what to do," Fatso declared. "Even my king." Edward picked him up and threw him out a window that faced the 500-foot cliff. In a mountaintop castle, a tall man with a thick mustache and practical yet ornate red outfit overlooked a vast forest. Two men snuck up behind him. They held a sword in one hand with the other hand ready to cast spells. The mustached man said, "I'd say this is getting annoying, but I'm long past that point." They didn't have time to react. Their target was behind them, and their bisected bodies collapsed. The mustached man pulled out a cloth, wiping the blood off his long sword before sheathing it. A servant entered the room. "Another boy attempt to overthrow you, Voivode?" "Yes." The mustached man sighed. "I was hoping they'd at least be smart enough to wear armor so I could make an example out of them, but you can see that my sword went right through them. I'll just do the usual, then." "Go ahead, but first," the Voivode pulled out a crossbow and shot it straight up. Another boar fell from the ceiling. "It's a miracle that we haven't run out of nobles yet," the servant noted. "More like a curse." The Voivode walked off, speaking as he did so. A beautiful woman with dark brown hair and the sun in her eyes approached the Voivode as he walked into a courtyard. "Dalf, the servants have prepared dinner," she stated. "I will see you there, Trish." He grabbed her hand, kissed it, and smiled before his expression turned serious. "I just need to make sure the latest boy plot to overthrow me is done with. It's always the damn boyars." "At least it's just the boyars. It'd be trouble if more than them came after you," Trish said. Then Dalf nodded. "You're right, the commoners wouldn't want to overthrow me, but that isn't what I meant. You never see foreigners trying to come after me. Can't I get some variety at least?" He groaned. "I can't believe it. I of all people know how dangerous having enemies within and without can be, but I'm begging for someone different to try to take my head." Dalf slapped his face. Trish said, "Sometimes, I worry about you, Dalf." "I would have thought you'd worry more because..." "Hold on a moment," The voivode aimed his crossbow and shot another boy who was hiding in a bush. Because the boyars keep trying to kill me. They've been trying to replace you with. I'm not even sure if you have any relatives who have a claim on Weltai anymore, but they've been trying to replace you with someone who'd support them for more than 250 years, she stated. If they were going to succeed, they'd have done it by now. No, your mental state is far more important. He worries about my mental state all the time too, Alf sighed. Tell him that we appreciate his concern, Trish smiled. We appreciate your concern, the voivode stated before nodding. Well, that's good news at least. What is it? Can't say. There might be a boyar or one of their spies listening to us. Alf kept walking, a grin crossing his face. He thought, so, our newest saint is finally acting? You'd better not disappoint me, Saint Gustav von Blitzberg. I expect great things from you. Chapter 6. The sun had just risen over the horizon, and Joanna and I strode through the wide streets of Blitzberg. She smiled. Ah, the Adventurers Guild. I remember back when I was the spellcaster of a party. You were an adventurer? I asked. A lot of nobles were. We use it to gain combat experience when we're young, though. We usually wait until we're 16 or 17, Joanna answered. Well, I don't have many options, I said. Being an adventurer is the only way to make a lot of money fast that won't land me in jail. And I don't need enough money to keep us afloat permanently. I just need enough to buy time so I can think of a better plan. I refused to even consider raising taxes. I might need to. However, I'd delay it for as long as possible. Increased taxes would put a greater burden on the commoners. It would also discourage merchants from doing business in Blitzberg. The Adventurers Guild Hall was a tall building, half the size of my family's keep. It was made of redwood with a large door that was more like a small gate. We entered the building, where I drew the gazes of a number of the people there. Young nobles did become adventurers, but I was still the son of this city's lord. I strode up to the front desk. A woman with porcelain skin and doll-like joints on her arms sat at it. Lord Gustav, she smiled. What can I help you with today? I want to become an adventurer, I replied. She said, I'll get you in right away. Because you're a spellcaster and a noble, you won't need to go through our usual apprenticeship period. Good, I stated. I fucking hated getting into the guild so easily because I was a noble. However, I really needed the money. Tell me, what's your name? I asked. The receptionist seemed surprised that I asked that. It's Charlotte, my lord. Charlotte, I said. What quests do you have? Well, we have a monster slaying quest. Perfect. What am I going to kill? A raven sheep. It's a sheep with a raven's beak and a few feathers, she explained. What? I asked. And that's it, Charlotte stated. It's just a sheep with the beak of a raven and a few feathers. I heard Tegham laughing. Why does someone need an adventurer to kill that thing? A normal guy with a spear or a bow or a shoehorn would do it just fine, I pointed out. Charlotte said, people who can afford to hire adventurers get pretty lazy. I've got quests asking adventurers to kill normal rats in their houses. We usually shove those quests onto apprentices. Joanna sighed with relief. I'm so happy that I never had to do those quests. For a moment, I considered accepting the raven sheep killing job. You should think about your reputation, Tegham advised me. Imagine if other nobles found out that your first quest was killing a raven sheep. Damn it, I'm not killing that monster, I said. Do you have any other quests? Yes. Aside from my 500 quests asking for someone to find the lost treasure of Captain Omen, I have someone who wants a camel leopard killed, the receptionist stated. A camel leopard? That's just an old word for a giraffe, I thought. I looked, and someone else just killed it. Tegham told me. You'd be wasting your time not killing that either. What's the lost treasure of Captain Omen? Captain Omen was a demon pirate who reigned in multiple worlds, amassing 10 times more gold than all the nations in our continent combined have. They say he hid it in our world 5,000 years ago, and numerous people have been looking for it since. No one must ever find the treasure. Not interested in that, I said. Joanna nodded. If no one's found it in 5,000 years, it probably doesn't exist. That wasn't what I meant. Hyperinflation. Is scary. Is there anything else you have? I asked. Well, Charlotte looked through her sheets of paper. There's a quest for killing sword snails. Sword. Snails. My jaw dropped. Yes, they're dog-sized snails whose eye stalks look like swords and are sharp. This was what a stupid monster, Joanna said. There's no way Gustav will take it. Perfect. I'll take it, I stated. Joanna's eyes widened in shock. But snails? Did I stutter? Teghem said, wait a minute, Gustav. If the other nobles find out that you're killing snails, it'll hurt your reputation. A lot of people respect you because you're a saint. Don't ruin that. I don't care, I thought before speaking. I'll kill those snails. I've longed to taste some ever since I was born. All right, I'll. Charlotte started before stopping. What did you just say, my lord? Later that day, as the sun began to set, the townsfolk looked on in awe. I rode on a horse that was pulling a cart filled with hundreds of sword snail corpses. Charlotte walked out of the guild hall with utter shock on her face. You were just supposed to kill 20 sword snails. She started. I said, then only pay me for 20 of these snails. I have something else planned for the rest of these guys. What? Allow me to introduce you all to escargot. I smiled. I brought out my castle's cooking staff to make a grand meal of giant snail escargot. We had more than enough to feed the entire city. Almost no one actually tried escargot. Pretty much every one of the city's beggars did, along with a good chunk of the other poor people. However, even most of the impoverished didn't bother. Why don't they want to eat escargot? I leaned my face against a wall to hide my tears. It's the perfect food. Joanna placed her hand on my shoulder. Gustav, do you have any idea how disgusting snails are? No, I don't. I don't understand it at all. Fucking frogs, Teghem muttered. That's a good idea, I thought. If they don't like escargot, maybe they'll like frog legs? Not what I meant. Well, at least the poorest of the poor had something to eat, Joanna noted. They're the people who need it the most. That lit a massive light bulb in my head. I ran right back to the castle and started writing documents. Joanna followed me inside, looking on in amazement. What are you writing, Gustav? I said. We have a serious beggar problem in this city, partially because there aren't enough jobs for all of them. If I can start an escargot industry, we could employ them. Gustav, that is a terrible idea, Joanna said. Teghem agreed. She's right. But if we can find a market for it, we could get jobs for the poor, increased tax revenue, and delicious snail food. Joanna took a deep breath. Gustav, I'm happy that you care about the poor, but you're acting out of desperation. Starting this market would require money we don't have, and only the poorest of the poor actually tried your escargot. Now, did you just accept this quest because you wanted to eat snails, or did you think people would like your escargot? I was hoping that we could find people to sell escargot to, I confessed. How desperate for money are you? She asked. How bad are things? Even if we don't run out of money in a few months, even if His Majesty granted us lands, another elf population boom would ruin us. No, it's worse than that. Unless we can turn Blitzburg into a wealthy merchant city, even the High Elves' normal population growth would destroy us within 3 years, even if we got more than enough money to handle their current population. The only solution is turning Blitzburg into a merchant city. Joanna sat in a chair. Is turning Blitzburg into a merchant city possible? Trade's pretty rare. Most merchants won't risk going anywhere beyond a city or two away from their homes because of all the monsters. If it can be done, I will do it. We're not in a bad location. To our west are the lands of the High Elves. To the south are the coastal trade cities, and to the east is Weltai and the trade that flows in from that. Even if trade is rare, it's still valuable. I have an idea for how we can make Blitzburg a trade city too, but we'll need a lot of money for that. Before you ask, no, merchants being afraid of monsters doesn't make raising taxes on them a more viable option. Take it from an accountant. People are willing to do some incredibly fucking stupid things to get out of paying taxes. And that's not even getting into the illegal stuff some idiots do. I'll see if I can find a quest worth enough money to get enough money to keep us from running out for a few months. She jumped up. It'll be dangerous, so I'm going with you. I nodded. I'll get ready for anything. The next day, Joanna approached me. She was dressed in tight-fitting monster leather armor and carrying a sheet of paper. Your wet nurse is hot, Teghem said. That's not cool. I thought. She's like a second mother or maybe a big sister to me. I found a quest. It's dangerous, and we'll have to join an adventuring party, but it'll give us a big reward. Joanna handed me the paper. After examining it, I breathed a sigh of relief. This'll us enough money to last an additional month, which should give me enough time to figure something else out, I stated. Joanna smiled. I have full faith in you, Gustav. Good, but there aren't many details in this paper, I noted. Did the guild tell you anything? Yes. 20 years ago, there was a sorceress named Lisha. She got really drunk and made a massive, nonsensical underground prison. She couldn't find her way out, so she got a familiar to send a message to the Adventurers Guild offering a reward for her freedom, because this was before crystal balls were common. Since then, adventurers have been trying to map her prison out, but they've recently run into a roadblock. Part of it actively changes as you go through. Making it past this part might get us right to the sorceress. Then let's go, I smiled. Joanna grabbed a one-handed falx, which was a curved pre-medieval sword designed to pierce armor. I, meanwhile, had an arming sword. While I wanted to have a rapier specially made, it would mean spending money my family did not have. I thankfully had a suit of mail that I could wear. While polearms were an option, we'd need at least one free hand for spellcasting. That's why we just brought swords. We moved out and met up with the adventuring party in a clearing. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women. One of the women was wearing a gambeson and twiddling a dagger between the fingers on one hand while rubbing a scar on her cheek with the other. She had very nice curves, an athletic body, and thick thighs. Despite the scar, her appearance reminded me that I was a hormonal teenager. It's fucking weird, but I hadn't been around any women I was sexually interested in until now. Everyone close to me had been someone I considered family. As for the other woman, she was wearing red priestess robes, her hair was in a bonnet, and she carried a staff. This stave was in the image of a snake eating a poisonous frog. There was a blood-red orb in the frog's mouth. Her priest robes covered too much of her body for me to be attracted to her. The first man had a suit of plate armor, a spear in his hand, a helmet under his shoulder, and a side sword at his hip. This man also had a thick head of black hair and greenish-red eyes. Damn it, I thought. Why didn't anyone tell me that there were side words in this world? They're the predecessors to rapiers. I would have gotten one of those instead of an arming sword if I knew. As for the second man, he was covered head to toe in muscle like a bodybuilder. He wore nothing on his chest. This guy didn't even wear a helmet. Instead, he wore a pair of pants and a male skirt over it. I am Saint Gustav von Blitzberg, I introduced myself, and this is my wet nurse, Joanna Smed. The priestess bowed so deeply that her head hit the ground. I'm truly honored to meet a saint like you. I am Matilda, priestess of Tegham said. I hope she isn't one of those really devout people. I thought gods liked people being devoted to them. I thought we do, he replied, but if it goes far enough, it gets really fucking creepy, like what the Dark Elves do. I'm glad that they don't worship me. A noble. Damn it, if only we didn't need a spellcaster. The scarred woman muttered before speaking up. I'm Red Keddy. I sneak and disarm traps. That's all you need to know. The spearman stated. I'm Richard of Liontown. I thought, fuck, he's from Fantasy England. I can tell right away by his accent. You really need to chill, Tegham groaned. The muscular man didn't say anything. I looked right at him, but he remained silent. My lord wishes for you to introduce yourself, Joanna said. If he wants me to, he can ask me himself. Listen here, Damas. Red Keddy walked right up to him. I don't know how they do things in the Barbel tribe or wherever you're from, but around here, you don't risk pissing off the nobles. He huffed. I'm not from the Barbel tribe. This Damas didn't elaborate. My lord, Richard bashed his head against a tree. This is Bloodcooker. He used to be part of the Dumbbell tribe, but they kicked him out because they couldn't stand him. It's nice to meet you all, I stated. Bloodcooker replied, no, it isn't. Red Keddy looked ready to strangle him. Let's just get moving, Richard said. We have enough supplies to make it through the dungeon. If we can get to the sorceress, we'll get a great reward. It'll be more than enough for each of us to retire off of. Well, I doubt any of us are going to retire, but it's an option. And yet, it would only keep my house afloat for another month. I had no idea how the High Elves consumed that many drugs without dying. Whatever, Bloodcooker shrugged. Let's get this over with. We traveled over to a large passage. Richard stood in front and pulled out a map. I'll go in first, he said. Bloodcooker glared. No way, man. I'm going in first. Why? You can't handle it if we're attacked. I'm wearing full plate armor, and you don't even have a shirt, Richard pointed out. Fuck you, Bloodcooker scoffed. I'm going in, man. He yanked the map from Richard's hands and marched into the cave. Matilda assured us, "I'll stay right behind him and heal him if he gets hurt." "Are you sure healing him's a good idea?" "We might be better off without him," Red Cuddy stated. "The blood god demands that I heal anyone who isn't my enemy. Unless he tries to kill us, it is my duty to heal him." I thought, well, this is off to a terrible start. I hope that idiot doesn't get us lost. No one in my party called the grand underground thing we entered a dungeon, but that's what most people from my world would call it. I doubted nonsensical underground things were common enough in this world to even get a name. It was pitch black inside with very rough cave-like walls. However, Joanna and I made balls of light with magic. These would be visible to us, but not any monsters inside. We had to move cautiously to avoid stepping in various disgusting fluids that covered the ground. Bloodcooker kept stepping in monster shit, but he didn't seem to care. Stagnant air wafted into my nose. I gagged at the stench of this horrid place. Some liquid flowed through my boots and soaked my socks. "Please don't be piss. Please don't be piss. Please don't be piss," I prayed. "It's piss," Tegham said. "Damn it," I groaned. "How long have we been in here?" "It must have been hours." Bloodcooker glared. "It's been 5 minutes, asshole." "5 minutes? Take it easy," Joanna told me. "Everyone's first outing is the same. Not mine," Bloodcooker declared. Richard groaned. "You pissed yourself when you saw a wolf." "Shut up, man. You don't know me." We traveled further in the darkness. Anything could have been in front of us, lurking out of sight. Water dripped from the ceiling onto my shoulder. I started breathing heavily. I looked over my shoulder in case some monster got behind us. Then I heard it. Something was shuffling up ahead. "Stay quiet." "We don't know what that is," Richard advised. Red Cuddy stated, "I'll sneak ahead and see if I can figure out what we're up against." Finally, Bloodcooker shouted, "Fresh meat." This massive barbarian pulled out 2 tiny daggers and charged into the darkness. He got out of the reach of our light, and we had to run to catch up to him. A puny voice called out, "I surrender." It shouted. We arrived to find Bloodcooker pressing his daggers to the neck of a tiny, bearded old man with reptilian eyes and scales around his neck. "A kobold," Joanna said. Bloodcooker asked, "What the fuck's that?" "They're a type of nature spirit that usually inhabits mines. They're related to dwarves." "What the fuck is one of those guys doing here?" The barbarian picked up the kobold and started shaking him. "I'm the janitor," Matilda asked. "This place has a janitor?" "Of course, it does," the kobold stated. "Someone has to reset the traps, clean up the monster shit, get rid of the decomposing bodies before they rot, buff out the monster scratches in the walls, all sorts of things. I barely get a day off." "Then you aren't here to hurt us?" I questioned. "Of course not. I'm just here to clean things up." "Look down the hall if you want proof. There's not a speck of monster shit there." Joanna moved her light forward. The dungeon ahead of us was pristine. "We can let him go," she said. "Kobolds don't harm humans unless they're seriously disrespected. The worst they do is pull mild pranks. How do we know we can trust you? You might be working for the kobolds," Bloodcooker declared. "I say we smash this thing's head in. Damn it all. He's going to kill the kobold if I don't do something." I thought, telling him to stop won't work. "It'll probably encourage him," Tegham advised. "But I can't just sit here and do nothing." "What can I do?" Richard spoke up. "This is ridiculous. You'll bring more trouble on us by killing it." "Do you want to walk through monster shit on the way out?" Bloodcooker glared. "We can't trust this kobold. He might rape us in our sleep." "I don't sleep, remember?" Red Cuddy groaned. "Whatever, man. Please don't hurt the little kobold," Matilda begged. That's when my brain started doing things. "Bloodcooker," I glared. "What do you think you're doing? You're wasting your time. How can a warrior of your stature even consider a kobold of all things worthy of smashing?" What? My words shocked Bloodcooker. I said, "Kobolds are pathetic little worms." "Imagine if a great warrior like you had to explain that they wasted their time killing kobolds when they could have been killing something that's actually worth it." Keddy shot me a glare that could cut ice. She looked ready to cut my head off. Bloodcooker dropped the kobold. "You're right, man. This thing isn't worth killing." He stomped forward, followed by Matilda. I knelt in front of the kobold. "I apologize for the trouble." "I hope you aren't too hurt," I said. Shock covered Keddy's face. "Don't worry about it. I'm safe. And that's what matters," the kobold told me. I replied, and I'm sorry that I insulted you," he stated. "It's fine. I know you did it to get that big bastard off of me. That one's going to be trouble, I tell you." Chapter 7. After the incident with the kobold, some time passes without any issues. Blood Cuckoo actually followed the map, and we were able to avoid any encounters with monsters. My party eventually made camp in an empty room. It was one of the places the map designated as a safe sleeping spot. Joanna created a magic fire that wouldn't produce smoke, and I reinforced the room's door with magic. Keddy would stay on guard. I couldn't get any sleep. The shadows seemed to move with evil intent. Every sound made me jump. As night went on, I couldn't tell what noises were real and what was my imagination. Joanna noticed this. "Are you feeling all right, Gustav?" she asked. "This is nerve-wracking," I answered. "I could use a sleep spell on you if you'd like. It isn't very strong, but it should be effective on a willing target or someone taken off guard." "Not yet," I said. "Right now, I'd like to ask you a question to calm my nerves." "What is it?" "Why are you a wet nurse? That doesn't seem like the sort of career a noblewoman would go into." Joanna took a deep breath. "That's a painful story," I replied. "If it's too painful, you don't have to tell me." "No, you deserve to know. It started with my grandfather. He was born a commoner, but he could use magic. We nobles want to have a monopoly on magic, so we knight any commoner who can use magic, making them a noble." "That's the case in every kingdom but one," Tegham said. "Mokbur is the exception. The first commoners who became nobles there fixed the classes so no new commoners could become nobles. Commoners with magic in Mokbur are conscripted for life into their common mage corps. Even though my grandfather became a noble, he didn't have any land. This wasn't helped by him convincing a duke to pass some reforms that helped peasants at the expense of the counts. The duke wanted to give him land, but he was worried that it might make grandfather's peasants targets, so he kept him at his court instead." Joanna continued. She sighed. "I'm sure you know about the barbarian tribes to the north. They're renowned for being incredibly strong and muscular. Their men have arms bigger than your whole body, and even their women have abs you can grind meat on. They started building up their muscles to become better fighters and intimidate their enemies. But His Majesty figured out their secret." "What's that?" I asked. "That their muscles didn't make them better fighters," she answered. "As it turns out, the muscles you get from weightlifting aren't the same muscles you use when you thrust spears or swing swords. More than that, their own muscles got in the way when they were fighting. His Majesty realized that conquering them would be easy." "Are unprovoked wars of conquest like this one of the reasons why a lot of gods want us dead?" I thought. Tegham replied, "Some of them do. But most of the gods who hate humanity for fighting wars hate you for not fighting wars in their name. A lot of gods are in favor of war as long as they are used to justify those wars, regardless of whether or not the wars themselves are justified." Joanna continued. "My grandfather had to stay with his duke, who was a marcher lord tasked with defending our border with Vanland." "Marcher lord?" I asked. "I wasn't educated on that." "That's because marcher lords are very rare. Almost no one gets made one." "Marcher lord is a designation that any noble can have. It's typically a temporary status given to a noble who's on the border of another kingdom that His Majesty is worried might attack us. As long as a man is a marcher lord, he doesn't pay taxes, but he's expected to use the money he'd have paid as taxes on military spending. In essence, the marcher lord is someone who defends a border." I made a mental note to remember this. Because grandfather couldn't go, my mother went instead. His Majesty is happy to give conquered lands to the people who help him conquer them. So, this was the perfect opportunity. Then there came an even better opportunity. The bench press tribe had lost a village to sea elves, and they agreed to swear fealty to His Majesty if he reclaimed the settlement for them. Hearing a noise, I turned my head to the side and saw that Red Keddy was leaning in our direction with her back to us. I turned back to my wet nurse. "What are sea elves?" I asked. "They're a group of elves that went to sea so they could escape from war," she answered. "Then they got bored of peace and decided to become pirates." Violence is in the nature of all things. Even things like republics and democracies are systems where the majority forces the minority to do what they want them to do. As much as I preferred those systems to monarchies, I wasn't naive enough to think that they weren't based around violence. Joanna nodded before a weight came upon her. Mother was given such a large force that the sea elves surrendered right away. She was ordered by His Majesty to spare them if they surrendered, but she had a problem with elves. Aside from the nobles, who are spellcasters like us, only female elves fight. Their males stay back where it's safe. Even when the sea elves surrendered, the women were the only ones who went out to meet Mother. I said, elves are matriarchal. Elf women are larger and stronger than elf men. What's wrong with their women going out to fight while the men stay home? We humans do the same thing, only with the sexes reversed. There isn't anything wrong with that. Most people understand that elves aren't humans and that they operate by different rules. Elves returned that understanding towards humans. Mother didn't care. She believed that men should always defend women, even if the women are stronger than the men, even if the men aren't rewarded for protecting women, even if the men live in a matriarchy where they'd be laughed out of the room if they suggested that they should fight like the women, even if the men are part of a matriarchal species. What did your mother do? I asked. She had all the male elves in the town guild. When the elf women tried to stop her, she cut the pointed tips off their ears and any other features that would distinguish them as elves. Mother then banished the elf women into the wilderness. Joanna's voice broke. I said, and after that? Mother had committed a horrible atrocity and defied His Majesty. There's only one penalty for that. Death by defenestration. After grandfather found out about his daughter's death, he killed himself. His wife was a commoner who couldn't use magic, and she died long ago. That left me, the bastard daughter of a disgraced and executed noblewoman. I became a wet nurse because I didn't think there was anything else for me. That isn't right. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you being punished for what your mother did? I asked. I'm not, Joanna answered. I was wrong. People judged me for being a bastard, but they were fairly sympathetic towards me about my mother. I jumped to conclusions and rushed into becoming a wet nurse when I never had to. A sinking feeling crushed down into my stomach. Do you regret it? Joanna smiled. Not for a second. Now, it's time for you to go to sleep. Accept my sleeping spell and rest. The next day, we continued through the dungeon. Red Keddy walked further forward from us than she did before. It showed me that she had a very nice ass. No. Don't think about that. Red Keddy was suspicious. She listened to my conversation last night, and she's keeping her distance now. I'd have to talk to Joanna about this, but I couldn't find an opportunity to. As we walked, the dungeon walls changed from cave-like walls to perfectly flat walls. The floor changed too, becoming very smooth. We're here, Richard said. The shifting part of this place. I'll kick the fucking ass of whatever's in here, Bloodcooker declared. He marched forward with us following. We turned around a corner, only to find a dead end. When we turned back, the way we came was blocked off by a wall, and a different path was present. I can see why no one's made it past this part, I stated. Bloodcooker scoffed. They're just a bunch of losers. I'll punch the fucking walls down if I have to. Come on. We traveled through the shifting labyrinth for hours. Sometimes, we'd return to the entrance. Other times, we'd wind up going around in circles. The moving walls impeded us every single step of the way. Just when we thought we were getting somewhere, a wall cut us off. Another disappeared to form a hallway. This is fucking bullshit, Bloodcooker said. How are we supposed to get through this? Didn't you say you could just punch down the walls? I asked. Shut up, man, he said. Richard contemplated. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. What do you mean? The walls have been shifting at a faster rate. Whatever's causing them to move might be getting frustrated. One of the walls opened with incredible suddenness. A Minotaur jumped out with a Labra's axe in his hand. He swung it at Richard, the attack striking him hard. The spearman let out a grunt before thrusting his weapon in retaliation. The Minotaur jumped back behind the wall. It closed up, shielding the creature from retaliation. Richard, are you all right? Matilda ran over to him. I'm fine. He stood up. My armor stopped his axe. You're still a bit injured, some broken bones. She cast a healing spell. All better now, I noted. Not all of us are wearing heavy enough armor to stop that Minotaur's axe. Everyone, stand back to back so he can't. Before I could continue, the wall next to me opened. The Minotaur leapt out with his axe. I froze at the sight of that monster. His weapon came right down at my head. A magical shield appeared just in time to stop the Labra's. Joanna shot a bolt of fire at the Minotaur. However, he dodged by a hair and jumped back. The wall closed behind him. My wet nurse shot several fireballs into it. but they failed to do any damage. Damn it all. She shouted. I said, everyone, stand back to back, now. We can't let him ambush us again. Fuck you, man. Bloodcooker shouted. I'm not listening to you. I'm a lord. That's an order, I commanded. Almost getting my head cut off by the Minotaur made my voice frantic. I don't give a shit if you're a lord. I'm kicking that thing's ass. He drew his 2 tiny daggers and leapt away from the group. Come out, monster. I'm gonna fuck you up. A wall opened, and the Minotaur leapt out of the hole. He swung his labrys, but Bloodcooker jumped back to dodge it. The barbarian swung both his daggers. The Minotaur didn't try to evade the attack. He didn't have to. Bloodcooker's daggers were far too short for him to reach the Minotaur. Even with a lunge, the Minotaur swung his axe again. His opponent leaned back while pulling up his daggers to block, just for the labrys to crush through his weapons. The axe struck. However, Bloodcooker had leaned back far enough to avoid taking any real damage. Instead, a tiny cut formed in his cheek. It was less than a millimeter deep and could barely be seen at all. You. For a moment, it looked like rage was welling up in Bloodcooker. Then he started crying. You're being mean to me. What? I asked. Richard slapped his own face. Confusion flowed through the rest of us. Bloodcooker said, this isn't fair. You're treating me bad. The Minotaur looked just as confused as us. You're a meanie. I hate you, the barbarian stated. All fear had left me, replaced with confusion, hatred, anger, and frustration. I stormed right over to Bloodcooker. Look here, dumbass, I glared. This Minotaur gave you a slight cut to the cheek. How is that worth freaking out over? He's treating me bad, Bloodcooker declared. Of course, he is. He's trying to kill us. This isn't fair. I'm gonna die. You took a slight cut to your cheek, I pointed out. You're over 2 meters tall and covered in muscle. How is that even remotely a worry for you? Bloodcooker pointed at the Minotaur. I'm not fighting him. He's too strong. I said, you're the one who insisted that you walk at the front. If you weren't ready to get hurt, why the fuck did you do that? You wouldn't understand. Man, that monster's a meanie, he stated. The Minotaur dropped his axe and bashed his head against the wall. He let out a deep groan before a hole opened in the wall next to him. It led right to the labyrinth's exit. What are you doing? I asked. With his head still against the wall, the Minotaur waved. Don't worry. Richard placed his hand on the monster's shoulder. I know what it's like having to deal with Bloodcooker too. We'll leave you be. We walked down the hallway and into the next part of the dungeon. There was a vast field of lava in front of us. Several platforms stuck out of the lava. They were scattered all over the place. Red Keddy said, we're going to have to jump on those to get across the lava lake. Hold on a second, I requested. Something's weird about this room. What the fuck are you talking about? Bloodcooker glared. The floor is lava. We're very close to it. Lava's very hot and will burn you to death even if you aren't touching it. Something isn't right. Does anyone have something we could throw into the lava? Richard, Joanna, and Red Keddy pointed at Bloodcooker. As much as I wanted to see him burn to death, I decided that was a bit extreme. I grabbed a small piece of bread and threw it into the lava. The bread passed right through with no signs of burning. It's an illusion, Joanna stated. Can you get rid of it? I asked. She raised her arms and chanted something under her breath. Joanna said, it's too powerful for me to get rid of the whole thing, but I can remove part of it. Also, it's a one-way illusion. Only people above it can see it. All right, remove part of the illusion, I replied. My wet nurse did as much. Under the lava illusion was a pit full of massive snakes. They gazed up at us, coiled for the strike. Richard said, if we try to avoid the lava, the snakes would jump up and eat us. There's an easy solution to this. I summoned a fireball in my hands. Joanna and I will just bombard the floor with magic until all the snakes are dead. We stepped forward and rained hell upon the serpents. Fire and lightning blasted down with Joanna dispelling different parts of the illusion so we could aim. However, as we shot, I noticed Red Keddy walking up right behind Joanna. She moved with slow speed and incredible grace, but I saw the rage on her face. I stopped shooting and stepped between my wet nurse and her. The other members of the party noticed this. What are you doing, Keddy? I asked. I'm just backing you up, she answered, leaning over so I could get a better view of her breasts. As attractive as she was, I forced all lustful thoughts out of my head. I said, you don't have any ranged weapons. There's nothing you can do. Red Keddy started crying. Why are you trying to stop me from helping you? My lord, I'm just trying to be a good girl. What the fuck are you doing? Bloodcooker marched over and got right in my face. Making a girl cry like that? A great sympathy welled up in me when I saw Red Keddy's tears, but I held firm. Why were you approaching Joanna from behind like that? I asked. Keddy replied through her tears, why are you suspecting me? Is it because I'm a woman or because I'm an elf? You're an elf? Her eyes changed to those of someone who realized how badly they messed up. Of course, she is, man. Bloodcooker said. Don't you know that sea elves don't sleep? Joanna turned around. I kept my eyes fixed on Keddy. It's strange that a sea elf is this far inland, I said. Everyone, calm down. Richard stepped over to us with his hands forward. I know it's strange, but sea elves have adventurers too. I ignored him. Red Keddy, explain to me why you were sneaking up on Joanna. That should be obvious. My wet nurse sighed. She's one of the sea elves my mother mutilated. She wants to get revenge on her by killing me. Is this true? I asked. You damn human nobles. Keddy shouted. I hate all of you. You sent a woman like the butcher to my hometown, and then you thought killing her would absolve you of guilt. Your hometown? Didn't you take it from the barbarians? That town is ours by right of conquest. Now, step aside. I'm killing the butcher's daughter. I pointed my arm right at her, ready to incinerate her with a fireball. No. Now, die. Stop. Joanna grabbed my shoulder. What? Why? There were tears in her eyes. I don't want any of the elves my mother hurt to suffer anymore. It's why I didn't tell you she was one of them before. This is ridiculous, I said. Why is Joanna responsible for what her mother did? The sins of one person carry over to another. Among us sea elves, if one person does a crime, their entire group is guilty, Red Keddy stated. Then doesn't that mean the men of your town were guilty of the piracy your race engages in? The penalty for piracy is death. Of course, they're not guilty. The sea elf shouted. To us sea elves, if a man commits a crime, his wife is the one responsible. I replied. You're not among the sea elves. You're in Green Rivers and subject to our laws, not your own. She smirked. I read a book on your laws 350 years ago. In Green Rivers, if a woman commits a crime, her husband is responsible. Since elves are matriarchal, that law should be reversed for us. That hasn't been the law since His Majesty took the throne. Joanna explained. What? His Majesty abolished it at the same time that he made a law allowing women to inherit property. Oh, come on. Red Keddy said. Why the hell would your king do that? A human woman inheriting anything is as ridiculous as an elf man inheriting anything, you know? I thought. I really hate this world right now. Teghum replied, oh, right, people in your part of your former world believe in sex equality. The people here must seem like a bunch of primitive screwheads to you. They sure do. I sighed, honestly. Did you really think the laws would stay the same after 350 years? My group of sea elves' laws haven't changed in 1,000 years, Red Keddy stated. Now, let me kill your wet nurse. Even try that, and I'll turn you into a pile of ash. Red Keddy, would killing me make you feel better about the massacre of your men and your own mutilation? Joanna asked. You're damn right, it would. I must get justice for our men who were cruelly slaughtered by your mother. The sea elf answered. Gustav, let her do it. My glare could freeze lava. I said. Joanna, you hid the second-hand guilt you felt very well. I never suspected a thing, but you're forgetting that I'm a saint, the son of your lord, and from the family of a count while you're from the family of a knight. I outrank you in 3 ways, and I say that you're not allowed to die. She objected. Gustav, please. This is my decision to make. It isn't, I snapped. You're in my family's service. I realized that the only way I could save her was by being as harsh as possible. While I didn't want to do this, there weren't many options. You're our vassal. You belong to us. Your life is ours. If I ordered you to die, you'd have to do it without hesitation. And now, I'm ordering you to live. So, before I could continue, an incredible tiredness came over me. I realized right away that Joanna had cast her sleep spell. She put far more magical energy into it than I expected, and I drifted off. I uttered 2 words between my tears as I collapsed. Please, don't. Chapter 8. I woke up on the other side of the lava illusion. The first thing I did was jump up and look for Joanna. She was staring at the cave wall, her back turned to me. A sigh of relief escaped from my mouth. The rest of the party was looking over a massive vault door. Well, all of them except Red Keddy, who was sitting by my side. "I'm sorry," she said. I replied, "Why? You didn't kill Joanna." "You're right. But that's because I couldn't bring myself to do it. I saw how much you cared about her. It reminded me of how much I loved my little brother." "I don't think you're a bad person, Saint Gustav, not after seeing you save that kobold." "I didn't want to hurt you. You still didn't do it, but I don't think I'll ever forgive you for even trying," I stated. Keddy nodded. "I don't blame you. I also don't blame you for threatening to kill me to protect her." "But did you just apologize for trying to kill Joanna? Or was there another reason?" "I'm getting the feeling that there's more to this than how it looks. I think you can figure out why." A sinking feeling entered my body. I looked at Joanna. She kept her back turned. "The bond you had was severed, and it's all my fault," Keddy said. "I know that you just said those things to save her, but I don't think Joanna cares." "Fuck," I thought. Fuck. "Calm down, Gustav. This isn't the end of the world," Tegham advised. "It might as well be. I fucked up so damn badly. It's over for me and Joanna." "Spellcasters don't age," Tegham reminded me. "Even if it takes you centuries, you'll patch things up eventually. Besides, she loves you like a son. I'm sure you'll laugh about this a few months from now. How could she love me after what I said, especially in a world like this? It's impossible." "Keddy," I grit my teeth. "After this quest, you should leave the county and get as far away as you can." "Thank you for giving me a head start," she said. "Consider yourself lucky. Any other noble would have already killed you." The gate creaked open, revealing a lab beyond it. A woman in brown robes ran out with tears flowing from her eyes. "Thank you so much," she stated. "I was trapped in here for so long. Get me out of this place." Quest complete. Joanna stayed away from me on the trip back. She kept her distance even after we returned home. While we didn't get the loot she thought we would, the reward for the quest itself was still enough to keep us afloat for an extra month. I pulled out numerous financial records, figuring out exactly how much money my family spent on a regular basis and to whom. Afterwards, I looked through history books. Then, I brought the information I had gathered before my parents. "Mother, Father," I said, "if we didn't pay taxes, we'd be able to break even with the High Elves' current population growth rate and the current rate our family's revenue is increasing." Rage crossed my father's eyes. "Are you suggesting we break the law?" "Not at all. We need to get Marcher Lord status." "How are we supposed to do that? The elves won't attack us, and the city-states to the south are too busy fighting each other to invade." I stated. "The High Elves are peaceful now, but they weren't always this way. Hundreds of years ago, they raided the surrounding lands for money to buy drugs with. If we weren't able to give them money, they might go back to raiding again." "They might," Father admitted. "That means we're protecting the border." I smiled. "We can tell His Majesty this and can get Marcher Lord status. We won't have to pay taxes, can use the money we no longer have to pay as taxes to placate the High Elves, and any extra money I can get us will be a profit or spent if the High Elves have a population boom." "Absolutely not." My father's words shocked me. I asked, "Why?" "This would be the same as defrauding His Majesty, even if your logic is correct." "Yes," Mother agreed. "Besides, if you don't have any other ideas," Father said, "I have a plan of my own to get the money we need." "What's that?" I wondered. Mother stated, "My brother, Count Luther, has a daughter who needs a husband. We could get a dowry if you were to marry her." Fuck. My mind raced at incredible speed. If I just told them that inbreeding's bad, even if I said Tegham told me that, they'd think that I'm just trying to get out of a marriage. They wouldn't be wrong, but I only want out because I don't want to fuck my cousin. Arranged marriages are still the norm in this world, even after the nobility no longer aged, so I figured I'd have no choice but to get into one. But there's not a chance in hell that I'm marrying my cousin. Tegham, help. I thought. "Not now," he replied. "I'm in the middle of a tense diplomatic meeting with our boy Odin, that fucking rapist Zeus, and Shiva." "Fuck. I have a plan that'll get us a lot of money," I said. "It'll be far more profitable than a dowry from a count." Father nodded. "Very good. We can fall back on the marriage plan if this doesn't work." "Of course, Father," I replied. I calmly walked out of the room. When I was sure my parents couldn't see or hear me, I bolted out of our castle and into the city streets. "All right, the meeting's over. What do you need?" Tegham asked. "My parents want me to marry my cousin." "Fuck no. I don't want to fuck her." I thought before contemplating. Can you give some massive revelation or something about how bad inbreeding is? You did that 500 years ago. Most people listened, but cousin marriage was never outlawed in your kingdom, and some nobles think that keeping the bloodline pure is important. He replied. Now, I had two goals, getting my family out of debt and getting myself out of having to marry my cousin. If I don't get more money for my family than a countess dowry would in my next plan, I'm fucked. I thought. Alright, I'll help you out, Tegham said. First off, magic advances like technology does, but it advances in different ways. Some things are easier to do with magic than technology and vice versa. Go on. Recently, a new magical thing was discovered, how to record images on crystal balls. I smiled. Movies. A multi-billion-dollar industry in my old world. Tegham replied, exactly. And it just so happens that there's a playwright with one of the new recording crystal balls in the next city over. Thank you so much. I'll sacrifice a goat to you, I promised. Please don't. I hate goat meat, he said. I sacrificed a pig instead. Soon, I was in the town of Svansburg. As much as I wanted her there, I didn't take Joanna with me. Our relationship was done for, and trying to fix it was pointless. I still found someone I could take. The Minotaur from the dungeon walked alongside me through Svansburg. People around us gazed in awe at the monster. How did I get this Minotaur to work for me, you ask? It was simple. I gave him a field of grass to graze on. There aren't exactly many things cows like to eat in Minotaur labyrinths. We walked over to a theater where a short, fat man had his head planted on a script. I asked, excuse me, are you Donny Malvito? He pulled his head up. Yeah. What's it to you? I am Saint Gustav von Blitzberg, son of Count Luther V von Blitzberg. I introduced myself. A noble? A saint? A guy with a pet minotaur? His tone became very respectful as he noticed my family crest on my clothing, got up and bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Saint. Please, call me Gustav, I said. And the minotaurs docked my nose. Donny asked, what brings you to my humble theater? I heard you have a crystal ball that can record motion. That's right. I'm gonna record my plays. Then, I'll send these recordings all over the place. That way, I can make money in cities too far for my actors to get to. A very good plan, I stated. But you don't seem all too happy. You're right. My play doesn't get big enough crowds. You see, the people who see it like it, but it just doesn't have that pizzazz. You get me? He asked. I get you. And I have a deal for you. If you make me one of the play's producers and give me a share of the profits, I'll make it the biggest hit the world's ever seen. Donny said, no offense, Gustav, but you don't know much about the theater business. You're right, but I know people. No matter where you go, a human is a human. What I'm going to help you with is getting humans to see your play. All right, he nodded. Shoot. First, we need women, I said. Not just any women, but attractive women. Women? What are you talking about? Girls can't act, Donny stated. I assured him, women can act just as well as men. And, even if they can't, looking good is sometimes more important than being a good actor. Think about it this way, which would you rather see? A play with a bunch of men dressed up as women or a play with a bunch of beautiful women with big breasts? By the gods. He realized. You're right. And even if we can't find girls good enough for the main roles, we've got plenty of side characters for them to play. Maybe we can even put a scene in the movie that involves girls bathing? I suggested. Oh, I like the way you think. Wait, movie? He asked. I said, it's short for motion picture. I think it's what we should call recorded plays. Donny shrugged. Call it whatever you want. I'll get the contract drawn up right away. He stood up before hesitating. What's wrong? I asked. Girls acting in a play, and girls with big honkers too. A scene with girls in a bath. A lot of people are gonna say that this play's corrupting the youth. As one of the youth, I can tell you that we're already corrupted by virtue of our existence. But people will start saying things about us, bad things, Donny pointed out. Hey, Tegham, I said out loud. Are you okay with it? He stated, yes. Just make sure to include a scene with girls mud wrestling. He's fine with it, and he has an idea of his own. All right. Donny smirked. I have one more big idea. We need a star, I said. Is Tegham gonna pull it out of the sky for us? Not a little star, I stated. You need someone to play the lead who'll make a big impression. We need a manly man, the sort of guy men want to be and women want to be with. Even if women don't normally like your play, They'll come just to see him. Donnie smiled. I know just where we can find the guy. I'll get our contract written. Then, we're catching a dragon to the barbarian tribes. They're about to have their annual Mr. and Mrs. Barbarian contests.